paint me red in this light that isn't mine. Finding every reason you can find to question my love. Remember that it's not me. I was never the one who broke your heart. We both know I've been gentle from the start. So though the questions keep on coming this time, you know that I'll listen. You know I'll be patient with you. You're my baby. Maybe this time you'll know you can trust me. You'll know I'll be faithful to you. You're my baby. I was never cheating. You connected dots that weren't there. You gave attention to the thoughts I never wear. It's not my style, even though it's so clear to me. You shouldn't base the future on the past. I know you really want this thing to last. So though the questions keep on coming this time, you know that I'll listen. You know I'll be patient with you. You're my baby. Maybe this time you'll know you can trust me. You'll know I'll be faithful to you. You're my baby. I don't wanna fight now. You're barking, you bite now, to prove that I'm right now, that you lost your sight now. I'm holding it tight now, can't see through the night. How to show you my light now, to paint these walls white now. I don't wanna fight now. You're barking, you bite now, to prove that I'm right now, that you've lost your sight now. I'm holding it tight now, can't see through the night. How to show you my light now, to paint these walls white now. So though the questions keep on coming this time, you know that I'll listen. You know I'll be patient with you. You're my baby. Maybe this time you'll know you can trust me. You'll know I'll be faithful. So though the questions keep on coming this time, you know that I'll listen. You know I'll be patient with you. You're my baby. Maybe this time you'll know you can trust me. You'll know I'll be faithful to you. You're my baby. To you, you're my baby. To you, you're my baby. To you, you're my baby. I don't wanna fight now. You're barking, you bite now, to prove that I'm right now, that you've lost your sight now. I'm holding it tight now, can't see through the night. How to show you my light now, to paint these walls white now. Eyes closed tonight, and I'm now beside you.
What is up, guys? Zan here. Ant Cap, Friday Night Football number 21. I'm so glad to finally be able to cast an event with you. Welcome to the studio for the first time ever, Anthony Caparelli.
I appreciate it. I'm kind of one of the behind-the-scene guys of this production. It's great to kind of get my face out there and kind of interact a little bit more with the community and kind of just take this to the next step. So I'm excited to be with you guys and have some fun tonight.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna have a lot of fun tonight. Tonight is an absolutely stacked bracket. For those of you that are new to our broadcast here, Friday Night Football is presented by Mutthead.com and sponsored by Grubhub. We're going to go ahead and take a look at our bracket tonight. 32-man field as always for you guys. Top 8, they return next week, and that's going to be a big week as we head into our Summer Series 4, but our bracket tonight might be one of the best we've ever had in the history of Friday Night Football.
It absolutely is. It's just stacked this week, guys. There's some of the matchups I want to talk about that we're going to kind of highlight in round 1. You got Canes versus Young Kiv. You got two Madden Bowl participants, both from top Madden going against each other. Great game to see in the first. Crush versus Drini, another one of two Madden Bowl participants going against each other as well. Ghosts and Pavin, another amazing, you can't really script this the way, we randomized our tournament when we put them in, and these guys just kind of fell. I mean, you got another game in Sirius Melbourne VY Electrify. I mean, these are just marquee matchup after marquee matchup. I mean, some of the Friday Night Football, best performers so far. You've got K-Mac versus Shakobi. In a normal Friday Night Football, that might be our highlight. Skins versus Fancy. All these games are just, blockbusters right off the bat. It's going to be fun to jump into this and kind of see how this bracket shakes out.
Yeah, how about that Pavin Goes matchup, your Club Series champion 2018 versus your Club Series champion 2019. I think that's going to be an amazing game. Hopefully we can make that our feature matchup of the first round. As always, we're going to red zone around the bracket for you guys tonight. So many great games that we're going to have here. But the reason that these competitors are grinding still at this point in the summer is our Mutthead Friday Night Football Summer Series. We're currently in the midst of a 5-week tournament rankings point chase, essentially. And you can see right here, it's a tight race with these players vying for a chance to compete for $10,000. The top 6 are going to compete for $10,000 in Madden 20. And like I said, it's a very tight race right now.
It absolutely is. You get, Pavin, who's on top. He's got 150 points. Basically would appear like he's a lock. Right now it's not mathematically, stable to where if he doesn't get any points and, things shake up to where, the worst case scenario happens for him, he's not 100% locked. We've kind of done the math. Around 85 to 95 points we feel is probably going to be the number. What's really going to be nice about this tournament for everyone is that Clef and Rage are not going to be in it. They're sitting at the 2 and 3 spots, so that's going to give them, some people some opportunities to move up. Kratobin sitting at that 7 spot's not there. It really puts a lot of stress on getting to that top 8 spot, securing your spot in the next week, and really building off of that, because the way we have this set up, you're going to have 5 winners. If someone does not repeat, then most likely those 5 winners are going to get in, and then you get a wild card. If you go ahead and get a second person who wins more than one, say Pavin wins this, it really expands the wild card possibilities, and these guys are fighting for every point. So it really starts here in week 3 to where we're going to see how these guys are going to, kind of shake it up and really kind of get this series really start to get heated up a little bit for us.
Something that's really important to remember is that with our top 8 rule, players do not come back next week without finishing in our top 8 tonight. So, of course, the rankings point matters, but you need to make sure that you secure that top 8 spot. And like you said, with so many of these guys that are currently in our top 6 to 8 range not participating tonight, I know Clef, our winner last week, is on a cruise this week, so he missed out on rankings points. There's going to be opportunities for some of these guys to be able to possibly leapfrog into that top 6. And not only that, but we've got so many great marquee matchups. There's going to be some people that are going to be on the outside looking in, not able to participate in Summer Series Week 4, and they're only going to have one crack at this left.
That is absolutely correct. The way that the bracket went ahead and shook up this time, you've got all these marquee matchups. One of them's got to go home in the first round, making it to where, they're not going to get that second opportunity to win, which basically means that if they play this week, they're not going to be invited back until week 5, to have that last shot on it. And they're really going to put a lot of pressure on themselves to get, either second or first place in that 5th tournament to win their way in, per se. So tonight is really going to be, where the pressure starts, and it's going to be, make for some great Madden, and we're excited to, bring it to you for today.
That action is going to kick off in about 15 minutes at 8 o'clock Eastern time. But right now, we're going to go ahead and come over to my computer. We're going to place our order. As always, Friday Night Football is sponsored by Grubhub, and tonight we're going to be going with McAllister's Deli. So this is actually one of my, I know this is a chain places. Mm-hmm. This is actually one of my favorite sandwich shops to go to.
Absolutely. They definitely have them in my neck of the woods as well. And I think that, some familiarity with that is really going to be something that I'm looking forward to eat. I've got my favorites, and we'll have the chat kind of look at some of the things that they see, and hopefully we'll align with what they want.
As always, chat, let us know what you guys want us to order tonight. We'll try to get that into our order. You guys can order at home as well. You guys go to grubhub.com, use that promo code touchdown. That'll get you $10 off your first order of $15 or more. Make sure you guys go to grubhub.com. They've been an amazing sponsor. They allow us to be on our 21st basically consecutive with, if you take out the MCS weeks where we took a week off, 21 of these in a row. And, we have plans to try to run up to about 45 of these in Madden 20. Of course, I might be jumping the gun a little bit. Might be tipping my hand a little bit. Hopefully Cody doesn't get too upset with me back in the back. But I definitely know what I'm going with as well. I'm going with the Memphian. That's my go-to. What about you?
You know what? I was looking at the Reuben today. It's something I haven't had in quite a while. I'm a big fan of them. I've had them at McAllister's before, so it is something that I'm kind of eyeing on there and saying, you know what, let's go with something that might get a little messy on set, but you know what, it's something that I'm kind of craving.
We've got these mute buttons here. All of us that cast here regularly, we use the mute button. We try to squeeze bites in during the cast as we can. I'm sure you will as well tonight. What about your side, though? What are you going with?
I really haven't taken a deep dive in it yet. I think the sandwich is going to be something that I'm going to be jumping in. I mean, seeing the mac and cheese looks, especially if it's a homemade mac and cheese, might be something that I might jump into. Potato salad, just something, something I could pick at, as we go. So, might not be able to get all those bites in all at once, but, they got great food, so you can't really go wrong with them.
So I've got mine ordered. I'm going to go ahead and work on your Reuben. What's the chat saying? What sandwich is the chat one tonight?
Yeah, let's see what they got going on.
Get you that Reuben. Now, let me ask, are you like doused in that Thousand Island? Like, what's your play on a Reuben?
To be honest with you, I love Thousand Island. I want that. You sear the outsides. You basically get that really nice on that rye. You got the sauerkraut, and I like it to ooze out. But in a situation where I've got I'm on broadcast and I don't want to leave this place with Thousand Island everywhere. I probably might do a little bit on the side. But you know what? I don't think it's a Reuben without it. So I want to make sure that I get that the way that it should come. Fully decked out, and no grass, wheat grass shots here today.
Definitely not on this broadcast. Shout outs to Boogs, one of our not only competitors but casters here with us here at Friday Night Football. He's not in the mix this week, but we'll see what is in store for him in week 4. You guys, we're going to go ahead and finish our order. When we get back from the break, we've got a lot for you. Ultimate Legend breakdowns. We're going to be doing giveaways tonight, including some of those giveaways for the Ultimate Legends, other MUT items that will be given away. Grubhub code giveaways. So if you guys want to use our Grubhub gift cards tonight, make sure you guys stay active in the chat tonight. We'll be giving those away as well. And we're also going to be doing some Playbook GG giveaways, some 1-month codes that you guys can maybe use to save back as we head into Madden 20. Because as you guys know, AntCap and myself, we are the two voices of that website. And we'd love for you guys to check out our website. So we'll definitely be plugging the hell out of that tonight as well. So
absolutely.
Long night of football on the way. We're going to take a short break. At the top of the hour, we're going to be kicking off probably the most stacked first round we've ever seen.
Absolutely. Can't wait. Let's get this started.
All right, guys. We'll take a quick break. We'll see you guys at the return.
Swa salad?
Delivering from over 95,000 restaurants nationwide. If you want it all, you can get it all. Grubhub. Restaurants you love delivered.
Hello everybody and welcome to a quick 1-minute walkthrough sponsored by Playbook.gg. To learn more about this play and how it fits into the entire game plan, make sure to visit Playbook.gg and check out Joel CP's Gun Tight Flex offense today. Today's play comes from the formation Gun Tight Flex, and the play itself is called PA Post Shot. This play works great as a cover 3 beater for a 1-play score, and the setup is very simple. All you need to do is block your running back, put your Y wide receiver on a streak, smart route the X to shorten that post, and then motion B out about 3 steps and snap the football. Once you motion him out and snap the football, all you have to do is buy time in the pocket and wait for X to get wide open over the top for the easy 1-play score. If you like today's setup and you want to learn how to incorporate it into your offense, make sure to visit playbook.gg and check out Joel CP's Gun Tight Flex offense right now.
Wherever you go, yeah, you can take me there. Over the ocean, I can see us there. Let's run away and be forever young. We'll catch the sun where there's no need to run. Wherever you go, yeah, you can take me there. Yeah, you can take me there. Yeah, you can take me there. Yeah, you can take me there.
Back, everybody. Kickoff about to get underway. Zan here with AntCap for Friday Night Football number 21, sponsored by Grubhub. Before kickoff, we got Ultimate Legends for you guys.
Yeah, we do. We got 3 of them that we're going to go ahead and announce today.
So here's that first one. We're going to be going with the lifelong Patriot, Teddy Bruschi.
Yeah, he got a 99 card. I know we kind of looked at it earlier, and you only got the 199 stat, but you can definitely see that, if you're using that Patriot theme team, you're going to be able to get those stats to definitely usable levels. It's something that, definitely one of my favorite players growing up, hard-nosed middle linebacker there.
Yeah, of course, you guys are probably going to have to throw him into your power-up path to get some of those other stats up to a 99, and we hear that Viking horn. It's going to be one of many tonight. Let's go ahead and take a look at our second Ultimate Legend reveal tonight. Not the sexiest one in the world. Of course, nobody appreciates a good offensive lineman, but here's Kevin Mawai.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely one that, when you build your team, a lot of times people kind of want to go with the skill positions first. But, when it comes down to this part of the year, getting a little bit of an upgrade on your O-line never hurts anybody. With your theme teams, you're definitely going to have a couple different options. Titans come to mind, obviously the Jets. I believe he also played for the Seahawks. Is that right, Sam?
Yep, Seahawks, Jets, and Titans.
Yep.
So 3 teams there in his career. Most of his damage was done with the Jets. You see here, him wearing that hunter green right there for the Jets. Jets. Now we have an Ultimate Legend. The limited one for this week is going to be none other than Dick LeBeau.
Absolutely. You got another, great there. You got a cornerback, 95 speed. You've got Detroit Lions for your theme team there. 99-man coverage jumps out. Your play rec. Definitely, one of those taller corners at 6'1" that you can kind of plug in there, hit a little bit.
I'll tell you what, if you have a Lions theme team right now, you've got Dick LeBeau and Dick Night Train Lane as those corner tandem.
Not a bad to put them on the outside. People that are going to make some more sure-handed tacklers, for you. Somebody that a little bit of height, something that I value in a corner, depending on your scheme or whatnot. So definitely some people are going to be able to use him and kind of get excited about that card.
Those are your Ultimate Legend reveals for tomorrow in MUT. We're going to be giving those cards away tonight amongst many other giveaways. We've got several of those coming. We'll be announcing those shortly. But we're going to be getting into our first feature matchup of the night, and it's going to be Club Series Champion 18 versus Club Series Champion 19.
What a matchup. You got Ghosts first, Pavin. Just to kick off, our thing here. Pavin already number 1 in our series points. He's got 150. This is kind of one of those games that he can really cement himself into, the top 6 of the summer series. Ghost is in a spot that he needs to win. He needs to get himself in the top 8. He needs to get himself more tournaments. Whether he makes a run now or if he makes a run in the future ones, getting to the next one is really the name of the game when it comes to our summer series. Top 8 always goes on. He's got to win too. Something I know about these two guys that, they're very streaky players.
Absolutely.
Pavin, he started off 3-6 in our Friday Night Football. He's won 13 out of his last 16.
Wow.
So, he's, came in second last week, first the week before. He's really starting to play on a high. When he wins one, he usually gets to the title game every single time. When it comes to Ghost, he's kind of one of the same type players. He wins one, he usually wins that second and passes to the third. He gets to the final 4. So these guys need to get that first win to get that momentum going, and you could see them make a pretty deep run tonight. I think this is going to be one of those matchups that's going to kind of set the tone for the tournament.
Okay, so we just got word. We're going to be waiting for that feature matchup, but this is Serious Mo versus VY Electrify. So we're definitely knowing that VY is in those Titans uniforms, and It looks like Serious Mo going to be wearing those Color Rush Colts uniforms.
Yeah, that's what it looks like here. It looks like VY got on the board early in that first minute with that first score. We'll see, how that happened, but good to see Serious Mo here on his first drive and see what he's got.
As always, we want to thank you guys at home for tuning in to Friday Night Football number 21, sponsored by Grubhub. As always, you guys are amazing every week. Thank you so much for coming out tonight. A lot of the usuals in the chat, some new faces. Hopefully, we'll see you guys become continued viewers of the broadcast. And we got a first down and 10 here for Serious Mo in the bunch here, 38-yard line of VY Electrify.
Yeah, he's in that Buccaneers bunch, something that's very popular right now for the community. It's got a lot of the same things that you would see in the Patriots, but a couple other things like your clear out play, and it's something that you're going to see often tonight as we go through these games.
Yeah, that clear out split end option is one of the most sought after plays in bunch. It wasn't really one of the most widely used plays early in the year. We saw a lot of mesh. Talk about the evolution of that bunch, the mesh post in the West Coast, then some pats.
Yeah, it's definitely bunch is one of those things that you've got different bunch formations depending on what playbook you're in. And beginning of this year and a lot of last year, you had your West Coast be that that one that kind of went. I think as route specialists started to be a little bit more of a thing this year, you started seeing that people started changing it up. Pat Sale was a meta early in the year, and the Bucks playbook obviously has that as well. But that clear out SE option play, I think Pavin was one of the first ones on the scene to kind of run that really well in the club championship series. And with Madden, when you see something that works well, people will adapt to it, kind of add it to their game, and then the evolution of what you see and what people are running hot is kind of what you see as we get here in June of Madden 19.
A few guys in the chat that I want to say hello to. BPAC, what's going on, man? And I see a name in that chat that I got to call out. ILLINI. Cubs Bears, you're speaking to my heart right there. Welcome to the broadcast here tonight. Hope you guys enjoy. We got 3rd down and 6 here for Serious Mo from the 34.
Nice read there, basically overthrew the player. He actually had the guy underneath on that ball. I think it was one of those plays that, if you could have back, he definitely would have went with it. But sometimes you kind of make up your mind a little bit pre-snap of who you wanted to go. The ball just kind of sailed on him. He has a early decision here, 4th and 6. It's Madden. He's pretty much going to go for it, especially down 7 early in the game. He wants to take his chances when he can.
Yeah, so you see right here, 4th down and 6. That ball's in traffic, intercepted by VY Electrify. That's going to be Daryl Green, Speed Demon. Fortunately for Mo, there is a tackler there. That's Terrell Owens forcing him out of bounds. But VY with the early momentum here. Serious Mo needs some rankings points here in the summer series.
He really does. Both of them are in a position where they need to win this game for the series points. You've seen VY's playing a little bit of aggressive defense. You've seen Serious Mo is backed up on 2 of his plays in that first drive to where he's 10, 15 yards behind the line of scrimmage, and usually does not bode well. Kind of get your offense off of rhythm. And you can see that VY is going to want to take advantage of that early stop and see if he can put some more pressure on Mo.
Now, this little single back wing flex offense has become something that is synonymous with the name VY Electrify. A run-first offense, likes the stretch game, likes the inside zone, some really unique passing concepts. But something that you'll notice is he likes to play a halfback at that wing spot in this formation. Ace personnel, but a running back on the field. Yeah,
that's definitely something that, when you try to maximize your offense when it comes to salary cap. You want to get the best players on the field as possible. If he's able to use Allen in that position there for this formation and then maybe go ahead and use him as a true fullback in a different formation, it's really maximizing what he can get on the field when he can. They're all in a cap situation, so getting the best talent in the field is really a must when it comes to it. You can see that he's got Perriman out there is looking for some speed, so definitely people have different desires when they put their team together, and you can kind of see how VY is doing his.
So the chat is showing me they want giveaways. I guess if you guys are calling for it, we can do a giveaway. How about some Grubhub? Who wants Grubhub in the chat? Let me know. All you guys need to do to enter that giveaway is type Grubhub. Don't get yourself timed out in the process, and we'll roll that giveaway. I need to see those emotes, though. Spam those dice roll emotes if you guys want a gift card from Grubhub. Of course, if you don't win that giveaway, make sure you guys are using that code TOUCHDOWN. $10 off your first order, $15 or more. Can't stress enough how important that is. Grubhub's been amazing. They allow us to do this every single week, do these broadcasts, and put a little bit of money in these competitive players' pockets.
Absolutely. That's the biggest thing, guys. If Grubhub has been so good to us into the Madden community. Being able to support them is something that, is dear to my heart as well. My family usually has Friday night pizza night. We kind of changed our tradition a little bit. We've ordered some Taco Bell. We've ordered some different food from Grubhub just as a support. It's every little bit counts when it comes to using our code because of the way that it kind of shows that the Madden community is willing to support somebody who's supporting us.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. They support us, support them back. Let's keep this cycle rolling and continue to build this Madden esport here on twitch.tv/MuttheadTV. Big 3rd down and 9 here for VY Electrify. Ball about midfield. Only minutes ago in the first quarter, so we're rolling here in round 1 of Friday Night Football number 21. Oh, it looked like he missed that wheel out of the backfield.
Yeah,
right
he
there.
did. He had him early. He definitely had his eyes to the right side of the field. He definitely a read that he set up perfectly. Then he had him open, but didn't connect on that one. He's going to be forced with the 4th and 9. I see he's going to go for it again, and really just trying to pour on some points. You don't see punts in Madden. Don't expect too many tonight.
Congratulations to DD Rick 33 as Serious Mo forces the turnover on downs. He has claimed his Grubhub giveaway. Plenty more on the way tonight. We have MUT item giveaways, including those Ultimate Legends, Playbook GG code giveaways, Ultimate Legend giveaways, and at the end of the night, the Big Kahuna, we're going to be giving away all the MUT cards in one giveaway that we have given out individually throughout the night.
Absolutely. You can see that Serious Mo just went ahead and made that stop. This is another big drive for him. Definitely wants to get on the board. Doesn't want to, allow VY to continue to get comfortable on defense. As you can see, he throws that post route that goes all the way from right to the left, getting in some nice yardage there. Let's see if get inside that red zone. Sometimes, it's a little bit tougher to score in that. Let's see what he brings to the table here.
Now, you talked about earlier, we're not going to see too many punts. A lot of that is just competitive nature. Guys don't like to give away downs and just give away possession to their opponents. A lot of it is in salary cap, we don't pay for the punter.
You absolutely don't. You definitely want to get to maximize your, well, go ahead and see that catch in the corner there for the touchdown there. Serious Mo puts himself back on the board to tie this game up. And
it looks like he missed the extra
point. I spoke
point.
Too soon. Wow.
It's the caster curse.
It definitely is.
It wouldn't be your first time on the cast without prematurely predicting an extra point.
Yeah.
We've all done it. It happens. Welcome to the club.
I'm sorry, Serious Mo, if that's that 1 point comes in haunt you. That definitely could have been the curse of the caster. I apologize.
Nothing's worse than what I did to Kretobin last week. So, I mean, last week I told him there was no chance he was going to give up that onside kick, and he gave it up.
He gave it up. So, yep, I do remember that. I mean, sometimes you just go with the percentages and you eat your words, and obviously that happened in that case right there.
Single back wing flex here for VY Electrify. Here comes Brashad Perriman in motion. That's an item I haven't seen a lot of. I've been a little bit out of the loop with, just game planning for this event here. I'm going to have to take a look at some of the more recent items that have been released. Some newer promos come out. I wonder if that's a newer Brashad Perriman.
I'm assuming itself. I'm a huge UCF Knight fan. Perriman went to school there, so I'm going to give myself a little bit of a shout out with the UCF there. Don't get me too much on the UCF program and how they claim championships. I don't really, want to get in that argument tonight. But in general, it's nice to see that he's got a card that's worth using. He's the guy that speed kills. He's one that got drafted really high because of his speed, and really just hasn't done a whole lot in the NFL ranks. But that doesn't mean he can't be viable in Madden. As you can see here, 2 receptions for 85 yards already. So VY's finding a way to use him on the field and use him well and get some early success with him.
6'2", 215 pounds with 99 speed stock on that item. That is a new player spotlight. That is a sleeper hits. Brashad Perriman there for VY Electrify, moving the chains for him early here in this ballgame. Nice little hitch right there to Uncle Shannon Sharp. He's going to pick up a first down.
I like what VY's doing. He's stretching the field, side to side. But there he put a curl ride right there in the middle of the field. Knew that he can kind of stretch the defense, get the user out of the middle. Something that he's got to, put on the field early. So now Mo's got to basically worry about not only do I have to follow user, what does he have for routes that are in the intermediate spots. Really kind of opens up his offense if he can continue to mix that in.
We talked about the player spotlight. Perriman. I smell a giveaway. How about we give away a player spotlight Denzel Ward in the chat? How's that sound to you guys? Let me know in the chat. Let me see those dice emotes if you guys want to claim a Denzel Ward player spotlight tonight.
Yeah. Wow, what a hit right there.
Make sure you guys are following the channel. You must be following. You must be active. And as our guy Guru says, be a positive force for good. Don't be getting yourself timed out in our chat if you want to be eligible for the giveaways tonight.
Absolutely. I really feel like I love watching VY play. I love the way that his offense is different and unique. Not everybody faces this type of offense each week. Oh, another high ball pass in the end zone.
There's your UCF boy right there for the touchdown.
Absolutely. He's showing up, game in, game out right here on every play. And it's the offense of Madden 19 right now. If you got somebody who's got a little bit of height, throw the ball up there, get yourself a little bit more opportunity to get that catch. Mo had one, and VY goes ahead and returns the favor.
Now we'll see if VY can.
Burgers, donuts, Niçoise salad.
Delivering from over 95,000 restaurants nationwide. If you want it all, you can get it all. Grubhub, restaurants you love delivered.
Now we're going to see VY Electrify attempt this extra point there, an encroachment call there on Serious Mo. As you remember, Serious Mo missed his extra point after that aggressive catch by Julio Jones for his first touchdown. VY puts that one up and through, extending the lead to 8. Still plenty of time here left in the first half. Serious Mo versus VY Electrify, one of many great matchups here in first round of Friday Night Football number 21.
Yeah, it absolutely is. This is definitely one that we highlighted early in the broadcast, of one that we wanted to take a look at. We've got the Pavin Ghost matchup, and we'll definitely try to get you guys some updates in some of these first round matchups as we see them coming in. It's a highlight of first round games that, we can't cast them all, but we're going to do our best to get you all the information you can so you kind of follow them. Definitely can go ahead and look at the bracket on Challenge if you want to kind of see as they come in. But that's probably going to be a little bit later as those comes, more towards the fourth quarter there.
First down here for Serious Mo from the VY Electrify 48-yard line. You talked about some of these great matchups. I mean, we have a champion versus champion matchup in terms of Friday Night Football history, Jacoby versus K-Mac. That's probably our 5th or 6th matchup in terms of the marquee matchups tonight that we have.
Isn't that crazy? It's one of those games that if you really look at the history of Friday Night Football, who's done well, who's on the top of our rankings when it comes to win percentage, amount of Final Four appearances, title games, those guys rank right up there with them. They've had even more success than the Serious Mo's and the VY Electrifies or the Ghosts. Pavin has just kind of put himself into that bracket now with his recent success. But, we're not talking about those games as much because of it kind of gets overshadowed by the amount of absolute, marquee games that are ahead of it. Hopefully as the games go towards the end, we're going to be able to give you the best games possible to kind of get in and kind of go from there. What a throw.
Got a score update for you early in the Pavin versus Goes game. Pavin 7, Goes 0, but Goes does have the ball, and he is in the red zone, and Leonard Fournette just got down to the 18-yard line. That's going to take us to the second quarter. We'll keep tabs on that one. That is a really good matchup, belt winner versus belt winner.
Absolutely. You said a name that we're probably going to see a lot, Leonard Fournette. I think it's one of those deals that every year as MUT cards get better and better as the year goes on, it seems like people go to those bigger backs because they got the same amount of speed as your backs that are your speedsters. You get your Leonard Fournette at 97, 98, 99 speed. Why would you give up the ability to truck somebody and be able to do that? So look for him. You see that he's in Serious Mo's lineup tonight. Obviously he's in Ghost's. You'll see that name throughout the broadcast, and it's for good reason.
Yeah, those trucking backs are always so important in salary cap, and I say it every week. It's because of the fact that you spend most of your cap on offense, and then on defense you're looking for budget players, speed, height, not usually tackling ability, and that's why those trucking backs always play well in this format of salary cap.
Absolutely. You got to construct your team knowing that you're going to have to give a little somewhere, right? Not everybody's going to have the ability to have a great offensive line, great defensive line, whatnot. And to your point, Zan, sometimes speed is what you want to keep out there. Oh, wow.
That's a huge fumble right there, and that's going to be recovered by Pavin. What a break there. Terrible break there for Goes. So that's what happens when you stay on your feet with Michael Vick.
It is. It's a risk-reward thing, You got Ghost here in the Ravens uniforms, and you've got Pavin in the Seahawks uniform, so you can see that Pavin's up 7-0. Oh, wow, what a run here.
And here goes run, Ricky, run down the sideline. He's got one to beat. Maybe a little D-Croft stick. We see the JCC right there. That's that tenacity crew that we always talk about, that abbreviation on the scoreboard. If that were D-Croft, maybe we see a little stutter go right there. But it is a nice gain there for Ricky. Out to midfield. Absolutely.
Pavin still basically is staying hot. You see that he ran through the field the last few weeks. Like we said earlier, 13-3 in his last 16 games. And, he's one that, we saw how hot he can get in the club championships. He went all the way through the competition, beat IB Strafen in the finals. When he's on a roll, he's one of the tougher people to beat in the community.
Julio Jones beat Lattimore right there off the line. Nice little pass there by Pavin. This time the halfback base going nowhere. Number 99, Joey Bosa in the backfield, loss of 2.
Absolutely.
So right here, we're talking about Pavin. He's got his spot, for all intents and purposes, probably locked. I mean, we talked about he's not mathematically there yet. But maybe a little bit of motivation as that ball should have been a touchdown, overthrown, intended for Julio. But some motivation here for Pavin in that he has a chance to potentially knock out Goes from all consideration. Maybe one more attempt for Goes in Week 5 coming up. And we're talking about a brand new game of Madden 20. I mean, everybody on equal footing. You know, they're playing through the summer to earn their spot in Madden 20. But if you could knock out a player like Goes for 10K early in Madden 20, that's absolutely huge.
Yeah,
today.
he holds all the cards right now. Just what a knockout there by Ghost. But he does hold all the cards. Basically, he's got the ability to not only clinch his own spot tonight, he's got the ability to, along the way, knock out a lot of great players that are in tonight's bracket that you're going to be able to see. Basically, for the most part, trying to make their way into the final 8. So if he is going to get addition by subtraction, basically. So knowing that, he can kind of really just pave his way to, a final 6 that's more suitable. Obviously, everybody's going to want to win all the games that you can, but taking up some big names like Ghosts, it's going to be something that at the end of the day is going to be in his benefit.
It's like one of those spots where he knows that he's in a great spot. Now he gets to kind of play spoiler. The pressure is not so much on him. He gets to spoil everyone else's rest of their Madden 19. See right here, check down by Ghosts. He needs to get on the board right here. Had a good drive going on his first drive of the ball game, but fumbled on a red zone scramble by Michael Vick. Rockets in the chat made a really good point. Pavin also, while trying to knock out players like Goes and other talented players in tonight's tournament, still has that first round bye in that 10,000 tournament to play for. 6 players, 2 players are going to get a bye in that.
That is a great point. That's something that we haven't touched upon yet. He's in a spot with 150. It's going to be very, very tough for anybody to catch him if he can extend his point total to over 100 points. The way the series points are given out, you win a tournament, you get 100. So say Rage, who's sitting there at 50 points, comes back next week, he gets 100. The tiebreaker goes to the most wins in FNF history. Right now, if you see Rage go through and go 5-0 and win it, then he starts to get to where he has more wins than Pavin. So that's why the mathematical equation isn't 100% that he's clinched, but he gets over that 100-point lead. He's in a really good spot to own his destiny, at least in Week 5, if he doesn't make it through tonight's.
Precisely, and you see the 2-minute warning here for Goes. He has the ball at the Pavin 41-yard line. Update on our Denzel Ward giveaway. Professor Chuck, congratulations. He claimed that giveaway. We're going to go straight into another giveaway. Let's go ahead and give away a 1-month code to our website, www.playbook.gg. 1-month code in the chat. We'll see what Rockets wants to do for that giveaway. Keep an eye on the chat. Rockets doing a great job behind the scenes with those giveaways. Make sure you guys check your whispers if you win that giveaway. That code could be really nice to have for Madden 20.
Absolutely. Right now we're at the end of June, Madden 19. If it's something that you're going to want to go ahead and activate right away, obviously you're going to want to make sure that you prepare and kind of see what type of offenses you're looking for and whatnot. We have over 30 game plans on that site that myself and Zayn have contributed, but also pro players. The ones that you're seeing in this tournament, you're going to see several of their faces on our website because of the way that they've contributed. Some Sirius is on there, K-Max on there, to just name a couple off the top of my head as far as that's in tonight's tournament. So, we're definitely committed to getting content as soon as possible in Madden 20 and grinding as hard as ever to make sure that you're going to have things to start off the year and definitely have that advantage by following us and kind of allow us to study the game and really give you the best content that we can provide for you.
Absolutely. Dating back to last year, we have released 60 game plans over the last 2 seasons of Madden. We release content bi-weekly, full game plans written by ourselves. We kind of lab the game a little bit differently, try to break it down conceptually, do anti-meta things. But like you said, we also bring in pros. Guys like, in the past, we've had guys like Clef, Dubby, guys like Beast Mode Mac. Belt winners in the past. We've had Joel CP when he was locked in. So many different pros, and that's kind of the goal here is we want to make sure that we're teaching you guys not only the way that we lab Madden, but also the way that these guys play Madden, because we know in the chat you guys watch these players and you guys think, you know what, I could do that too. And if you guys want to do that too, make sure that you type !compete in the chat. You'll see a link. That'll take you to our application on mutthead.com.
Yeah, absolutely. We definitely have given over 130 unique competitors players for our Friday Night Football. We've taken applications. We go through them each week. We try to give the most opportunity for the community. That's kind of one of those deals that, you see names pop up because a lot of times they're earning their way back into the tournament. But each week we look at our applications and we go through that invite process, to go over Zan's point with Playbook GG. Basically being able to learn from the pros and get in their heads is such a great tool. And then there's the other element that Zan and I bring to the table that, we want to teach you conceptual stuff, how you can go ahead and use it against all other playbooks and be able to, feel good about doing something that's unique to yourself. So we try to give you the best of both worlds. Definitely check it out. It's a great website that, got to give a little bit of plug because we're both here today. I'm kind of a behind-the-scenes guy. This is kind of a lot of times first people seeing, my face, and want to make sure that you kind of see the passion that we have behind the website because it is something that, we dearly, truly love to do.
So our giveaway keyword is going to be the letters PBGG, Playbook GG, PBGG. Type that in the chat. Just don't get yourself timed out. We'll roll that giveaway here shortly. Rockets will be doing that giveaway. And again, guys, I can't talk enough about it. Obviously, the pros are worth a $9.95 a month value with as much as we give away on the site. But I'm more of a defensive guy myself. You guys all know that I'm a defensive labber. ANCAP has taught me more in the 6 months I've been working with them full-time on the site about offense than I've learned in the first basically 10 years playing this game. And some of those were competitive years where I was actually solid at the game. I'm washed up now. That's why I'm here in the booth. But this man teaches the game better than almost anybody that I've ever come across in this community, especially on the offensive side of the ball.
Well, I appreciate that, Zan. I think it's definitely something that we can complement each other well. It's something that, you put in the hard work to study the game, the little details, the whys behind things, the way that you can create an offense based upon concepts and designs and programming. Basically, the more you look, the more you learn, the more that we want to teach and make sure that we give that knowledge to you guys. And, it's definitely something that we're passionate about.
My man in the chat, Dime Wild 619, bear down, brother. And we got the winner already. Nap on a highway. I don't recommend taking one of those. Don't take a nap on a highway, but congratulations on winning the Playbook GG code. We got plenty more giveaways. We got 4 more Playbook GG code giveaways tonight. We've got 4 more card giveaways, several Grubhub giveaways. We appreciate you guys hanging out with us in the chat, as always, here on Friday Night Football. And as we see a field goal go through the uprights, it's now going to be a 6-point ball game, 5 seconds left in the first half. Yeah. Pretty good football being played right now by Pavin.
Absolutely. Pavin had the opportunity. He had 45 seconds on that drive. He went down the field. You see that he used his timeouts all the way to about 10 seconds, opted to kick the field goal to get that 6-point lead. Definitely something that, he played the clock. He did his, best to leave very little clock on there for Ghosts. And, he's going to be going into the half. I don't want to jinx anything, but should go in the half 6 points if he can make a tackle here.
And he will make that tackle, and that will take us to the half. Quick shout-outs to Wild Style with the 2 months via Twitch Prime. Also to AMG40 with the 2 months via Twitch Prime. Again, guys, if you guys have Amazon Prime, that means you have Twitch Prime. Just link your Amazon account to your Twitch account. That'll give you 1 free sub that you could give to any content creator on Twitch. It does not have to be us, but we would love to have your support. All the support that we receive from you guys in the chat goes back into making these Friday Night Football events bigger and better every single week here on twitch.tv/MuttheadTV. But like I said, if you don't want to give it to us, make sure you give it to somebody. Somebody will appreciate that support. Find somebody that you enjoy their content and make sure that you use that perk because you're paying for it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely something that in the Madden community support each other, and that way we can grow, not only our stream here with Friday Night Football, but just the community itself. As everybody grows, it's just a great thing to, get people to want to do their own streams and build Madden collectively. You can see here that Ghost gets the ball in the second half, definitely has the ability to kind of cut on this lead. And besides that one fumble with Vic, he's moved the ball pretty well so far in this game. Yeah, he's kept the game manageable. I mean, it's definitely not the most offensive output we've ever seen from a Goes Madden. Mm-hmm. You see him take a sack, and that's Apke. That's a year-long item in salary cap right there. Seriously, yeah. Apke is, no matter what game you watch, sometimes he pops on screen. Some people have moved on, and obviously, when he keeps on making plays and, he's in, on the tip of our tongue, you keep him in there. That's what he's basically done.
Got some other shout-outs in the chat. Joe Kryptonite, what's going on, my man? Droid does, even though he's a St. Louis Cardinal fan. I love you as well, man. Appreciate you coming by. Welcome, everybody, hanging out, the 4,600 of you guys. We got a long night of awesome competition, and we got a big 4th down 6. Biggest play of the ball game right here for Pavin.
Absolutely.
Well, Bonch to the short side, going to flip it away to the wide side. What are you looking for right here, Ancap?
Well, if you've seen earlier, he was leaving the whole left side open when it goes to the deep. So I'm thinking that he's going to try to flood it over there, exactly through that over there. He's typically trying to, what I've been seeing is he's shading his zones to basically be playing a deep middle third and a deep half over there. So he's leaving one side of the field open and kind of giving the user more of the responsibility. And if you could hit him with some quick throws, that's going to make it a little bit tougher. And he took advantage of that. I think it was some, he piggy-banked some of those coverages that he saw earlier and dialed up when he needed to.
Saw some movement up front. Looks like it's going to be a false start on the left tackle. It's going to move Goes Madden back. 1st down and 15 from his own 42. Motion here for Julio Jones. Here's the snap. He's going to take that check down underneath. There's your man, Julio Jones, wearing the other bird uniform. Well, one of many birds in the NFL, those Ravens.
Yeah, I mean, I cringe every time I don't see him in the red and black, but, this is salary cap, and I'd rather see him on the field than not see him on the field. And you could definitely, he's a very sought-after card just because of the way he's got the speed, the height, the hands, the aggressive ability. Love to see him out there.
He's really tough after the catch as well, as we see a wheel route. That's Fournette out of the backfield picking up the 1st down for Goes.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see what he's trying to do here. He's putting his trips to the wide side, and he's sending out his running back on a lot of wheel routes to the short side. A lot of the reason why you attack the short side of the field with 2 routes is because you're using the hash marks to make your zones play deeper, because if you can a lot of times go ahead and drive those players back a little bit further, leaving that wheel route for a quick hitter. If they continue to go where you see them in a soft squat and the guy carries, then you've got that wheel as well. So they're basically, there's specific reasons why he's now got the bunch to the short side of the field where he had it to the wide side. He's running different route combinations based upon what he wants. And you're going to see that as he basically shifts his game. There are specific reasons why he does one to the wide, one to the short as the game goes on.
I love what he's doing right now. He is just refusing to give Pavin any type of feel for – he runs the bunch to the wide side for 2 or 3 plays. Then, boom, he goes short side right there.
Yep.
That's only his 2nd incompletion of the game. He's 13 of 15 right now.
Yeah, I saw that. 142 yards. It's not like he's dinking and dunking. What I'm seeing a lot of right now, obviously, he's in the Patriots playbook. He's using the Pat Sale route to really get the user to have to be respected. And then he's throwing a lot of underneath stuff. Once he gets that, basically he's got to do any type of cross man. He's hitting his running backs early out of the backfield. He's putting Pavin on his heels of having to cover everything. Bunch is one of those formations that there's really no one defense that covers everything. You just really have to be able to take away what you think their 1st and 2nd read are, and then the user is going to have to jump something. So when the offense is calling a good game, it's so tough to stop, and you're really just going to have to pick up on tendencies as the game goes on. Ghost isn't really giving him a whole lot of tendencies to pick up on.
Looks like a fork concept right here for Goes. Watch the corner post combination to the right side. He's going to have the corner route open. Oh, it's overthrown by Michael Vick.
Oh, wow. That's a tough one because usually Vick makes that throw even when he's on the run. Didn't settle his feet, so you can't be too upset that he made that overthrow. But at the same time, I think we've all seen that throw made 100 times, and I'm sure Ghost isn't too happy that didn't connect with his receiver.
You see right here, he's going to pass on a 54-yard field goal attempt. Probably not paying the major cap for kicker. A lot of guys go with that Dan Bailey, who we've labbed. 53 is about the most you can get indoors with him.
53 and a third. I'll show you that here. What a play there.
That's going to be Sean Taylor, the budget version.
Yep, the speed
and that
version.
could be a game-breaking interception for a touchdown, pick 6 for Pavin.
Wow, that's crazy. That's kind of, guys, when you look at constructing your lineup, if you took the budget route on a kicker, may have forced them into that 4th down conversion attempt. Who knows if you would have went for it or not, but it totally turned this game around. Rather than having a 13-10, you're now talking about a 2-score game. Let's see if Pavin goes for the 2-point conversion. Personally, I don't chase the points here, but it looks like he does want to go up 2 scores.
So, yeah, we'll see right here. Tight flex offense, so you can probably expect some curls on this play. Yep, you see the hitch. You got to curl behind it, and that's going to be intercepted by Goes, and that's going to be Ed Reed. We'll see if that comes back to bite Pavin, chasing points right there with the 2-possession lead. We'll see if Goes maybe has a chance to make a guap drive later in this ball game, but he's going to need to score first to even have a shot at that.
Absolutely. You know, I think Ghost right now is feeling like he's moved the ball really well. Besides the 2 turnover plays, I mean, he's kind of marched down the field. And to be this late in the third quarter with only 7 points, he's got to be a little disheartened. And, you know, he's just got to stay with this game. He gets some points on the board here, makes this a 1-score opportunity. He just has to make a stop. He really has to make sure that, you know, he doesn't force anything early, because his game plan's working. He just needs to finish each drive.
Goes underneath right there to Julio Jones on that drag route. Another element of that wheel to the running back is getting him out wide and then having that wheel or that drag route that he's motioning out. The timing of that is doing really nice job with that wheel route. If the wheel's not open, he then turns that wheel route into a pull route to horizontally spread for Julio.
Absolutely love it. It's a 1-2 read. If I want to hit it early, I got the wheel. If I want to wait a little bit, now he's, like you said, pulled that zone more towards the sidelines. He hits the underneath, all while putting something that the user has to be cognizant of going across the middle of the field, and that's how he's really just working the underneath routes.
We are cruising along here in Friday Night Football number 21 as Goes picks up the first down underneath to Julio. Our first second-round matchup is already underway. We got Skeeman versus BG Fam. We'll take a look at that here, but we got so many great first-round games. Again, just some of the games that are going on across our first round. Young Kid versus Canes, Crush versus Dreeny, Pavin versus Goes that you're watching right here. VY Electrify final 21-6 over Sirius Mo. That score just came in.
Wow.
Joe Rice is playing franchise GG. K-Mac, Shakobi, Prodigy, and Big George. So many great competitors here as we chase those ranking points to round out our summer series.
Absolutely. Well, the first matchup that kind of sticks out to me is Skeeman. He was in a position to really build upon some of the points that he got last week. He went ahead and got the early win. Now he's going to be playing BG Fam. He gets a win here. He gets back next week. You're really looking at him to be a kind of an early favorite to be in that top 6. Where he lands, you know, it's going to be something that obviously depending on how well he does past this, but this is a big game for him against BG Fam, because punching that ticket at next week's tournament may be all the difference he needs to get one of those wild card spots.
Yeah, his first appearance in our summer series was in week 2. Now, the way it works is you don't get back unless you get that top 8 spot. We've talked about that all 21 weeks of this broadcast. So getting top 8 gets you a chance for more points next week. If you played in that even-numbered week 2, if you don't fare too well, it really only gives you maybe one more chance to get rankings points. You have to make a deep run if you want a third chance. Whereas the guys that played in weeks 1, 3, and 5, yes, they get those 3 chances, but the brackets are a little bit more loaded in the odd-numbered weeks. So it all kind of shakes out evenly for these guys.
It absolutely does. And, you know, we want to make this as fair as possible, and we kind of did invites. Just to know, going into the week 1 of the summer series, a lot of those people that had an opportunity to play themselves into week 1. So if they lost on that week 19, I believe it was, then they end up being in that second tournament where they only get 2. So that first one was kind of a play-in opportunity. And I think that is something that, you know, because it's an odd number of 5, we wanted to make sure that that number was something that we had 5 winners if it ends up being that way. But then we have a wild card. That way they're always playing for something. They're playing for the bye. So what a catch on the 5 there.
Yeah, I thought it was about to be picked. You saw the defensive back flash behind the throw, and you saw the receiver just able to snatch it in front of him and keep his feet in. This is big for Goes. Now he's got first and goal from the 5. Plenty of time left in this ball game.
Absolutely. You know, in a series like now where he wasn't having a lot of things go his way in that, getting that ball closer to the red zone, starting from the 5 is really going to help him out. Let's see. I would expect some type of high ball here. You know, something hopefully that actually goes to the draw. Oh,
he's unable to get in. He had room, and I'm gonna make a small critique right there. Of course, it's hard to critique a player like Goes, much more accomplished than I will most likely ever be in the Madden community. Draws, you need to hand it off to the opposite hand of your quarterback. Left-handed quarterback, Vic, you need Fournette on the right. Now, under center, you want to go to the same side as the handed.
Absolutely.
But those are the small things that you and I lab on Playbook GG, and we'll be giving away more of those codes later on tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when you go ahead in the run game, a lot of times, depending on the quickness of the handoff, is the difference between running into a player or not running to it, or opening up a lane for somebody to shoot a gap. Those little details, a lot of times, will be the difference between walking in the end zone and fighting for 3rd and goal from the 1.
Just a quick shout outs to TK with the gifted sub. Welcome to the squad, B. Grega. That's 66 gifted subs in the channel from TK in Friday Night Football alone. One of our MVPs on the broadcast. We got so many of our regulars in the building tonight. TK, NorCal Navy Mike. We got a sub coming in from Car Bannister. That's a gifted sub from TK. That's his 67th. Unbelievable.
Oh, wow.
Growing
Thank
this
you,
community
TK.
1 week at a time. Thank you so much, TK. All the people in the chat spamming the love, the sub hype emotes. Even if they're not Mutthead TV emotes, go ahead and spam them. Appreciate it. I see my Chicago Bears sub hype uniform, Chicago Bear uniform sub hypes in the chat as well. This has been so awesome to see grow over 21 weeks.
It absolutely is. I love the fact that people are excited each week. Just throw your fours in the chat real quick as well as we just hit the fourth quarter. We love growing this with you. We have so much fun doing it. I want to, do a special thanks to Slump in the back. He's thrown us some score updates. I want to talk about Crush versus Dreeny is now tied 14-14 in the third, and D-Croft versus Wolfman is 17-17 in the fourth. So a lot of these games that we kind of talked up is basically something that is kind of living up to the hype, and we've got a great one here as well, as Ghost was able to put that in, make this a one-score game. He's got to get that stop right now.
This is what I talked about. Did that chasing the 2-point conversion right there come back to haunt Pavin? I say this every week. Now, of course, you always want to be up with the ball late in any ball game, but I am so uncomfortable with the 4 or 5 point lead. Because it's one of those situations like, okay, do I run the ball? Do I want to milk it? What do I want to do here? Because if I give him the ball back, a touchdown beats me now.
It does. And if he goes ahead and kicks the extra point, now we're looking at 20-14. It's a 6-point game, and a field goal pretty much makes it a 2-score game. So it's a different mindset that that if as long as I get one big play, I can milk the clock. At this point, even if he gets into field goal range, he still has an opportunity where Ghost can now say, I can play for 1 score and a 2-point conversion to get this game. It's a different feel. At the time, everybody has a different, feeling of how they want to do it. But, it seemed like, it was a little early to chase the points in the situation.
You see right here, Goes being very aggressive. He's running Overstorm Brave and kind of manipulating the coverage behind it, kind of spot dropping some flats, maybe mixing in a yellow over the middle, just trying to make Pavin throw the ball quickly. He's done a great job. He's up by 5, but he's facing 4th down and 7 with 3:16 left in the ball game. And you see right now, he's going to leave the offense on the field up by 5. Do you like this call?
Honestly, I'm doing it. I don't want to ever second guess after a game. Yes, it's in field goal range. He still needs to score a touchdown. So I want to give myself an opportunity to be able to throw it. And you see that he makes the call. He makes that catch. He does.
Michael Vick drops it in a bucket. That pass complete down the right sideline. No safety help over the top. One-on-one. Huge catch right there by Brashad Perriman.
That play reminded me a lot of what Pavin did versus IB Strafen in the club championship. There was a crucial play. It was like 4th and 1, 3rd and 1. Strafen went all out on a coverage thinking that he was going to go underneath. Pavin threw the ball over the top, which basically sealed the game for him. That's twice now you've seen that Pavin is willing to go for basically the win over the top to put his opponent away. Got to give him credit where credit's due, and he's definitely got that aggressiveness in him, and that's where he's at right now.
Another reason that I like him going for that spot, I know, is on his side of the field with 3:18 left in the ballgame, but the field position that you would be trading him, yes, he's in a spot where a touchdown could beat you, but if he gets that touchdown, chances are it's not going to take 3:18, and you got a chance to go on a game-winning drive of your own.
That's a great point. No, you're playing the clock in the fourth quarter, so you minimize that field, and you got your 3 timeouts. You basically have that ability to know that if you give something up quick, then because he needs to score, it's not like he can milk the clock. So if he has that ability, then you're basically giving yourself 2 chances at being able to win this game and not just punt it, and you may never see the ball back.
It looks like right there on that play, Ricky Williams got the juke animation, and then he got the slow spin off of it. Looked like he could have just stayed on his course and walked in for a game-sealing touchdown. We'll see if that comes back to beat Pavin here. 3rd down 7. He's going to go right back to that halfback base. There's Ricky.
Oh, wow.
User truck.
That's crazy.
Swag on him. Touchdown, Pavin. And that should do it.
Yep. That's definitely one of those that could have put the dagger in there. You see that we got an update for the D-Croft Jay Wolfman game. It's 1 minute left. You got 24-24. We're going to try to switch over to that game so we can call that last minute for you and see how that goes down to the wire.
Our producer, Will, doing some Yauman's work in the back for us, hopping around the red zone here of an unbelievable amount of unbelievable games. I mean,
Yeah,
that's the only word to describe this first round tonight.
Yeah, when we saw this bracket and we knew we were going to have some fun with this, but when the way they actually went ahead and fell and saw how many great games came out, that really made some excitement. So let's kind of show you here. You got Wolfman in the Vikings uniforms. You got
D.
D.
Croft.
Croft in the Seahawks uniform. So he's got the bread drive, 3rd and 13, 40 seconds.
See right here, D. Croft has been known as the master of the open field stick work, does not use the spin. In fact, that's one of his emotes on his channel, little B with a cancel symbol through it. Does not spin. He likes to use left stick only. See right here, he's going to go to the crossing route.
Did he get that in?
And he did.
Wow,
He's going to pick up a 21 and a first down. Vic to Terrell Owens.
What a throw. Did you see that pass lead on that play? He just had to get him over just to get a little bit more on that throw, put him on there. I mean, that was a great dot to get him in that spot. He's going to, I would say, about 7 yards right here. Yeah,
oh, shout outs to me with the 3-month resub.
As Fournette goes ahead. Oh, wow. I don't know if I tackle him there.
Yeah, you might let him walk in right there. It's tough. You're spamming the button, but in this spot, now he's just going to go ahead and kneel it twice, kick a little chippy field goal, and move on to the second round. D. Croft looking like he's going to be taking on the winner of Underrated King versus Suspect.
Absolutely. It's really hard when you're trying to chase somebody down, looking at the clock, looking at the situation. If he lets him score, he has an opportunity for 26 seconds, and maybe he's got an opportunity to have a miracle. Right now, he's basically going to kneel the ball one more time, take the clock down, call the timeout, and he's basically going to be able to hit a chip shot to put the game away.
Victory formation, not quite yet. Still have to put it up and through, but it will be a 22-yard field goal. I assume we'll see D. Croft let this trickle all the way down to maybe 2 or 3 seconds. He'll burn that first time out. And Jay Wolfman's going to need a block if we're going to go to overtime.
So a score update. Fancy beats Skins 9-7, which we can only imagine was a great defensive battle.
Wow.
He goes ahead and he faces Some Serious, who went ahead and beat Drag 17-15. A little bit lower scoring games we're seeing today. You're seeing that people are locking in on defense.
Yeah, with that 10K, they're sitting here thinking, oh, man, I'd like to be swimming right now. I'd like to be on the beach with Clef on that cruise. I'd like to be doing all of that, but I've got $10,000 in Madden 20 to play for.
That's absolutely correct. And I think, everybody knows right now where they stand when it comes to their series point. So it's just like any major that you would see. Pressure starts to build when each tournament builds off of each other. And as you can see here, as we're calling these games, most of them are close. Most of them aren't incredibly high scoring. I think people are starting to be, a little bit more, aware of their situation and trying to play a little bit, tighter in that regard.
Got another sweaty here in round one. This is Dreeny and Crush. We'll get the uniforms here for you shortly. Dreeny is the Jacksonville Jaguars, as I'm told by Rockets. So Crush wearing those Falcons uniforms, and we have a sweaty ball game. We'll see if we can have
crazy.
Crush hold the door right here, up by 3 with 1:14 to go. Yeah. Little wham action right there. Kind of motioned the wing back and ran it up the middle.
Yep. You got that Joe Mixon, the one that took him to the promised land on the Madden Bowl. Sticking with the guys that got him there and kind of gave him that early success in that tournament. And you could see, 4 points. Crush is going to have to see what he can do here. Minute 12, he's got plenty of time. He's got that one time out there. So
you want to talk about some players that need some rankings points. Dreeny right now would be on the outside looking in. How about that?
Yeah, it's definitely one of those that I know that he wasn't able to play in last week's tournament. So, being able to get into this one, it limits his chance to keep on repeating. That's why we keep on talking about this top 8. It gives you more opportunities, more appearances. You earn your way to come back. And, this game is going to be huge because if he doesn't win this one, he's going to probably put all his stock in one. Oh, there's
and he got the fade.
Oh,
he saw the quarters coverage, and he went to the fade. Got that outside pass lead, and now here we go. Crush has an opportunity. Still plenty of time left in this ballgame.
And he gets himself out of bounds, allows himself to collect himself a little bit. Yeah, it gives Dreeny the opportunity to use all 3 of his timeouts. But, at this point, he just got to get the ball in the end zone, get get the score, and then go ahead and play D if you can.
Crush gonna take that check down. It's gonna be a gain of 3. You see the stat line right there: 19 of 27, 331 yards, 2 touchdowns and 2 interceptions for Crush in this one. Looks like this was maybe a little bit of a sloppy ball game early, but he seemed to have locked in, and he's got himself a chance to win this ball game. He needs to punch in a touchdown and leave Drini as little time as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. You see he's got a little bit of speedsters out there. See who he's going to. Yep. Is that? Oh,
that's Randy.
Sharp.
No, that's Shannon Sharp. The other 84.
Yeah, those 84s pop up everywhere. As I remember my 84 with the Falcons. I think Roddy White, one of my favorites of all time.
Wearing those Falcons uniforms.
Yeah, absolutely. Back in those days when we used to run the old school ones, he had that 84. But I'm sure Crush is excited that he's got Sharp, and we've got a ball game here. Now he's got all 3 timeouts, and it's time for Drini's ability to go down the field and see how this goes.
And we're talking last week, Drini didn't participate because it was his actually it was his birthday, so he was out celebrating. Happy belated to Drini, but
Absolutely.
He's got to lock in right here. If he doesn't win this ball game, he's going to have one more crack at it in week 5.
That is the truth, and I mean this is the pressure when it comes to our tournament. That's why the format that we put together has really put a little bit more excitement to these. It's not just the $1,000 that they win week to week. Oh wow, with the overthrow.
I think he probably went to the high ball in that corner there. That's going to sail out of bounds, stopping the clock. Lamar Jackson, the quarterback, kind of the give and take of him. He'll make some plays like he's Vic, but he'll also make some overthrows. We've seen Michael Vick make some overthrows, and Lamar Jackson very much the same.
Yeah, something I'm looking forward to a little bit more in Madden 20, to be honest. I think it's something that, oh my gosh,
another one.
Wow. That's tough. I mean, sometimes when you got the guys open, you don't want that to sail on them. It's kind of hard to tell, how he's throwing that ball. You should be rewarded for making good reads, but the throwing on the run is more than I'm talking about as far as inaccuracies, and I'm really excited to see how that plays out in Madden 20.
So Crush is going to go ahead and use his final timeout here before this 3rd down and 10. I'm trying to see if that really is going to affect too much. Actually, I like this call right here. He's biggest play of the ball game for him. He wants to make sure he has the right call on the field. We'll see if he brings the pressure here with Drini. 49 seconds to go in this ball game, needing a field goal to tie. He's going to bring 5 on the play. Good coverage. He's going to check it down. We're going to have 4th down and short.
That's Drini's game.
Ooh, and I don't like that timeout at all.
No, you basically let him recollect his thoughts, really set up his offense. If you can't put two or 3 hot routes on the field, you're taking away, if you do that, 15 seconds on the clock. By doing that, that's a tough.
Yeah, we're going to see right here. I mean, at this point, he has to get this. Had he no huddled in this spot and not gotten it, he had 3 clock stoppages. Now this is it. 2 yards or ball game.
Mm-hmm.
And probably if he takes the 2 yards, he's going to have to use another timeout. So that's something to also consider right there.
Yeah, let's see how this plays out.
Big play for young Drini right here. Crush looking for the upset. Back to pass.
Oh, he hits
this
the
time
dot.
Lamar with the dot, and he gets out of bounds. Drini says, you worry about your clock management. I'll worry about mine.
Did you have any doubt, though? I mean, Drini has found ways to make play after play, tournament after tournament. He always seems to find, that one crucial way of getting out of some trouble or whatnot. And, he's in a position now that, what do you say, about another 15 yards? He's going to be in a good spot no matter what kicker he has?
Yeah, you need to, like we talked about 53 and a third as we talk about.
Yeah, for the Bailey.
For Dan Bailey. So if that's his kicker, he needs about a 52, 53-yard kick here. Lamar back to pass,
Just throw it away.
Good decision.
Mm-hmm. Definitely didn't see his first or second read. Just live another down. Don't take that sack. Definitely a good decision there by Drini.
See a lot of people in the chat wondering who the ultimate legends are tonight. Teddy Bruschi, Kevin Mawai, Dick LeBeau is the limited 2nd down and 10 here for young Drini. See this little 3-3-5 defense? He's bringing that looping nickel corner off that right edge behind the linebacker. You see he's going to come off that edge. Forces the check down. This is a defense that has potential to bring quick pressure and surprise you from time to time. But when it doesn't, you're still really nervous because you're sitting there watching those players blitz from depth and wondering if your tackle's actually going to do something.
Absolutely. Put you on a timer. Definitely gives you a little bit of happy feet in the pocket. So a lot of times when you see that, it makes you clench a little bit. And, he's been seeing it all game. So hopefully he's a little bit more familiar with it right now. Hit that running back. Ooh.
And that's going to be incomplete. Pass intended for Shockey. Great play there. I believe that was the 36, number 36, Sean Taylor on that pass breakup. Also maybe Anthony Brown on the coverage. And here we go again. Young Drini needing another 4th down conversion to keep his tournament alive here. Yeah. Also needs to get into field goal range. He's definitely not in range in salary cap. It'd be 61, so that's why the offense is on the field.
Absolutely. He's going to the same formation that he went to last time. Let's see what he has drawn up here.
And there's that pressure from the nickel.
Oh,
and it's going to be a rush throw and intercepted Sean Taylor. And it looks like Crush is going to walk away with the victory here. Round 1 of Friday Night Football. And he's going to be going on to the second round where he'll be taking on
A-Dot.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting matchup. We haven't seen a lot of A-Dot here.
A-Dot, no. This is his second appearance. A little bit about A-Dot. He was in the Green Bay Packers Club Series. He did not make it through the Final Four, but he did get there. I know Dragaf, I think, was the one that knocked him out, or T. Waddle might have been the one that knocked him out. But nice, win for him. And this is actually, I believe, Crush's first win in Friday Night Football, if I know correctly.
That's crazy to me. A player with that resume, this is the first time he's won a Friday Night Football game. He's been kind of on the tough end of the stick on some of those draws. Of course, he plays tough players every single week. We have tough players in our brackets every single week, but finally breaks through, and he's one away from getting a spot back next week. Who knows? Maybe at the end of tonight, we're talking about Crush maybe playing for $10,000 in Madden 20.
And that is the beauty of this. You earn yourself into the next tournament by winning. He just knocked off Drini, which is arguably one of, if not the best player in Madden 19 currently. And by doing so, with arguably a upset with A-Dot over Carry Q, he finds himself in a pretty favorable matchup. See what A-Dot does. I'd love to see him shock the world. But win 2, he gets into the tournament next week, and now he's making noise. And Crush is a great player. Sometimes the ability to get some different matchups kind of changes things.
Styles make the fights.
It does. And I mean, we look at it again. He got Drini. I mean, but you know what? He stuck with it, and it just takes one run in Friday Night Football to get you to the next one. This could be his night.
Still a lot of marquee players left in our Friday Night Football. We're going to take a short break, but just a few of those names before we go. D. Croft, Young Kiv, Skeeman, Crush, Some Serious, Pavin, VY Electrify. One of these guys is walking away with $1,000 tonight. 8 of these guys are coming back next week to chase for more Summer Series points. We're going to find out who those guys are. We're going to go get that food that we ordered from Grubhub. You guys go to Grubhub.com. Use that code TOUCHDOWN for $10 off your first order of $15 or more. We'll be right back.
Burgers, donuts, Niçoise salad.
Delivering from over 95,000 restaurants nationwide. If you want it all, you can get it all. Grubhub, restaurants you love delivered.
Hello everybody and welcome to a quick 1-minute walkthrough sponsored by Playbook.gg. To learn more about this play and how it fits into an entire game plan, make sure to visit Playbook.gg and check out Zan's Falcons offense today. The play that we're going to be looking at today comes out of the strong close formation, and the play itself is called PA Deep Cross. Today's setup is very simple and it works against cover 3. Make sure that the post route on the right hand side is on the wide side of the field running to the short side, otherwise this play will not work. Make sure that you put X on a smart routed out, streak your A tight end, re-block that fullback for better protection, and then snap the football. You can let the play action go all the way out. Just make sure you buy time in the pocket and wait for B to get wide open for the easy one-play score. If you like this setup, make sure that you visit Playbook.gg and check out Zan's Falcons offense right now.
And we are back. Welcome back. Friday Night Football number 21, sponsored by Grubhub. The food is here, McAllister's Deli. I just want to say, this is a potato right here. Does this look like a potato? This thing is a monstrosity.
It's amazing. I got to show this a little bit closer, guys. This thing is worth every bit of what it is. I mean, it's basically a spread out potato. It's got loaded with ham, cheese, and scallions and olives. It amazes me. I mean, this is
I find out more and more every time I talk to you how big a foodie you are. You used to own a restaurant.
I did. I'm from the food industry, guys. I'm something I used to own a cheesesteak hoagie shop down in Florida. Got everything imported from Philly. Did it right. Had that open for 10 years. But recently, before I went to Madden full time, I used to run several different restaurants at Universal Orlando where I oversaw a bunch of different things. So a little bit about me. I know you guys first got to see a face reveal, and now you got to see a little bit more of who I am. But yeah, food is definitely a passion of mine, something that I've always been in all my life ever since college.
How's that Reuben sandwich?
It's pretty much done, dude. I absolutely killed it.
You snarfed that already?
Oh my gosh. If you're in the restaurant industry, if anybody in the chat knows, you know how to eat on the fly. You know how to eat and get back to work because, whether it's dead food or whether it's your own meal, you eat and stand and you go for it. So that Reuben was awesome. I mean, it was definitely, I got some sides I need to munch on throughout the rest of the broadcast. And as you can see, these nachos and loaded potato.
Yeah, I'm going to be hitting that mute button. I know it's your first time casting, but rite of passage. You might have to carry tonight as I get into these nachos here.
I'll do what I can, but definitely there's no way I'm not going to let you jump into this stuff because it looks great. Great job to McAllister's. Thanks again for Grubhub and being the sponsor for Friday Night Football, being able to have this delivered. It's such a great thing. And this is the type of food that you guys can be eating right now if you went ahead and
it looks like we got some hungry viewers in the chat. How about a Grubhub giveaway as we have a touchdown here for Pavin? Man, he's jumping all over the competition in these tournaments.
He is. I mean, and this is a game that these guys are lab buddies. These guys know each other in and out. I know when I play you and we have our games, I always second guess what I want to do because I think you know me better than I know what I'm doing. Like when you have a familiarity with somebody, it's like you sometimes don't run exactly what you're going to do, or I know he's going to jump that route, so I got to do something special. And sometimes that hurts you. Kind of just run your game and try to let what you've labbed up be the success. And obviously we're just jumping into this game, and it'd be something interesting to see if these guys are taking different approaches because they know each other.
We have some other great round 2 matchups coming up for you guys here, as this one, we're going to focus on this one until it gets out of control. Looks like Pavin's all over his lab partner VY Electrify right now. But some other notable matchups: Young Kiv still alive in our tournament. He beat Canes tonight 24-0. He'll be taking on Mr. Hitstick. Mr. Hitstick kind of been a Jekyll and Hyde type of player in Friday Night Football. He got a nice upset over Kwani in round 1.
Absolutely. That's, he's making his move at the right time. One of those guys that's kind of floated, right around that 500 mark, maybe a little bit underneath. I mean, nothing against our competition. They're playing week in and week out the best competition that we could find for each week, right? So these guys are playing the best of the best. So there's not many people. I think the numbers are right around 25 that have a 50% win percentage or higher. So that's very elite. But for him to get that win, get himself to Young Kiv, that's a great opportunity. Gives him the opportunity to win one game to move on to get that automatic seed in next week's tournament.
How about Fancy versus Some Serious in a round 2 matchup? That's
another one. Fancy, guys, when we look at his stats, he's one of those guys that kind of goes under the radar when it comes to how good he's been. We've talked a lot in the past about Decroft and his 2 championships, J-Wall and his championship. But Fancy, let me tell you, he's 25-11 right now.
Say that again, 25-11?
25-11. I just talked about how it is to get to 50%. Very little, maybe less than a quarter of our field gets to 50%. He's 25-11. He's one of those guys that has 7 top 8 finishes out of 11 appearances. That's just amazing in itself. And just the way he plays consistently each week, he's somebody you're going to want to put on your radar. Those TNC crew, each week they prove themselves more and more. And, you want to make sure that you keep an eye on Fancy because he's doing some good things right now.
Yeah, you talk about guys like Jay Wall and D. Croft. Those are the guys that typically get a lot of the praise out of that Tenacity crew. They've got a deep roster, and it's a bunch of young players that could make a lot of noise next year.
Absolutely. I have them on my radar when it comes to upcomers. Obviously they play with, they're labbing each other and whatnot. But you can see that if you look at the overall field, you got Fancy as number 3. You've got J-Wall 7 and 8 when it comes to wins in Friday Night Football. That's 3 of the top 10 players all coming from that same crew. And we give fair invites when it comes to appearances. You earn your way back into ours. So that just gives what it is. If I remember correctly, Fancy has one of the highest win per appearance in Friday Night Football. I think Clef leads it, but you got Fancy right up there.
We got an interception here by Pavin, and this might get serious right now. He's going to try to get that stop and go. Auto spin there by Sean Taylor, and he's going to return that all the way to the 40-yard line. Great field position for Pavin, who has no timeouts, but plenty of time left here in the first half.
This is so tough for VY. This is not his game to go up and down the field when it comes to a shootout. Usually he keeps the game manageable. He runs the ball. He sets up the pass by his run. If he gets down early and has to feel like he's got to get quicker scores, that's not his game per se. We'll see how this works out for him, but first things first, he's got to minimize the damage by holding him to at the most 3 here.
Good patience right there by Pavin. He's going to find Brashad Perriman. And I'll tell you what, this Brashad Perriman, I've seen him only for about an hour and 20 minutes here to start this broadcast. I'm going to say it. He is must-own from what we see. Catches in traffic, the elite speed at 99 stock on the card, height. He's got it all.
Absolutely. You saw DK Metcalf be that kind of card in the last couple ones. It looks like that's shifting over to Perriman. I don't know what his cap number is.
It's that UCF thing, isn't it?
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to talk as much as I can. You're not going to have a whole lot of UCF from me. I just want to make sure that I am alumni. Love it. But at the same time, the proof's in the pudding. He's making plays everywhere we see him, every game.
Walk, Ricky, walk, because that's all you needed to do right there. The offensive line does a phenomenal job. Touchdown, Pavin. This one's out of control. We'll see if we can find another matchup here shortly that might be a little bit closer for you guys, but it is all Pavin here early. Too many great players in Friday Night Football to stick around on a game that's getting out of control. Like I said, we have one of the best brackets we've ever had in tonight's field.
Absolutely. Got to give you a score update. Skeeman, we told you he was playing BJ Pham in round 2. He moves on with a 20-10 victory. He has punched his ticket into next week's tournament, trying to build off his points. I believe he had 25 points coming in, already got another 10 in this tournament. He gets another win, guys. You're going to start seeing him be that spot where he's starting to push the Rages and starting to push, Clef and Pavin. Obviously, Pavin's winning his way in. I think he's pretty much already clinched himself. But here we go to this game. You got Oreo versus K-Mac, another game of 2 people.
I was just about to say
that know each other.
Another lab partner game here. This one a little bit closer. It looks like it may be a low-scoring back-and-forth affair here early in the third quarter, but it is Oreo currently on top of K-Mac. K-Mac running the bunch lately, has ditched that Arizona spread.
Yeah, he has gone from Arizona spread, which he ran for a good part of the year, really gave him the opportunity to get the ball out of his hand. I think, right now he's going against obviously Oreo, who runs the 5-2. I feel like he wants to, give himself a little bit more protection as he does it. Sometimes you beat your 5-2 by spreading out the field. Hopefully that's going to be a little bit different in Madden 20, where we've got a little bit different of super linebackers. That's kind of an NFL type of concept. Doesn't always translate to Madden. As you can see that we're in trips tight end bunch. He's going with a different approach, knowing that he was going to face the 5-2. Somebody that he's familiar with Oreo.
I like this approach here. Flip the formation against the 5-2. There's a lot of coverage adjustment that you have to do to make the coverage work behind a heavy blitz. Here's the user rush by Oreo.
Goodness.
And this is the same user rush that won him Friday Night Football several months ago.
It absolutely is. If you remember that game, we broke it down on our YouTube channel. We did a kind of a study on it. Oreo came from behind, and he came with this, and I love this approach. When you have a right-handed quarterback, you come from the back side. Basically, he limited his amount of options what he had on that play. He came around the corner. It's not something that, K-Mac shouldn't be familiar with, but it was the timing of it. He disguised it. He got it in there. That's really tough to worry about. If you just spot that type of blitz throughout the game. That's in the back of your head no matter what you do.
Is he going to manually rush? I mean, that's something that a lot of competitive players don't do. So when you face someone who does it, it lives rent-free in the back of your mind.
It does. You have to account for it each time. Does he give me a tell? Does he show me that he moved that cornerback a little bit? Did he time it right? Obviously that was amazing timing. Even if he doesn't, you got to find the hot read. If I'm seeing a manual, blitzer from the outside, my first thought is throw at the blitzer, right? There's going to be there. If you're throwing at the blitzer and that's the one spot that he goes ahead and puts a zone on the field, you got one read and only one read in that situation. If you don't make it, you're toast. And, he's definitely perfected that. And you can't do it every down. But when you do it, if the timing of it is really what makes breaks the attempt.
Little ad-libbed there by Oreo. He's going to find Roberts over the middle. And Andre Roberts has been moving the chains a little bit for him. That's his 4th catch of the ball game, 32 yards to show for it. And when you're facing the 5-2, it's a very, very short passing type of approach that you have to have. A lot of times your pass protection does not hold enough to throw those deep corners, those deep crossers, those post routes, those fades. All those routes that are so popular from the meta formations are much harder to throw against the 5-2.
Absolutely. You just don't have enough time to develop. So what you got to do is, the 5-2 is one of those aggressive type style defenses. It's, I'm going to send it at you. I'm challenging you to find the open man. And you really need to make sure that you got a 1-2 read in that situation. Is it a hitch in the seam right away? Is it something to the flat? Is it something I got to identify the user and I've got to hit one of the two guys? Not everybody does well with that type of defense, and that's why people continue to run it. They know there's holes. If you just mix up your coverage behind it, then that's really what makes somebody tough with it. You're going to see some serious is running that right now. K-Mac, Oreo, guys that have had success in our tournaments against the highest competition because they run it well.
Want to lay some stuff to rest here. Debates in the chat about manual rush. The original rule of manually rushing came about back in the spy blitz era, guys that would put their players in zone assignments and rush through the gaps. So a lot of the rushing manually was banned between the tackles. That manually rush that we saw from Oreo was around the edge. There was nobody there to block it. That was just a free runner, not up a gap.
Absolutely. There are some tactics that people shy away from and kind of say, are you taking advantage of the game or whatever the case may be? It's not something that everybody can time and do well, or everybody would doing it. Competitors are going to play the game that they have, and they're going to play it to the best of ability, and whatever gives them the best advantage. Like it or not, if you're a sim guy, that's the name of the game when it comes to competitive Madden. And, obviously, you're not seeing it from everybody, so it does take a little bit of a timing of it, and being able to not only call it at the right time and execute it. It's not something that looks great all the time, from a user standpoint, but just like we said before, you put it on the field, it makes you think a little bit and gives you happy feet on every throw. Just knowing that he's willing to do it changes the outlook of the offense.
Wow, we've been talking TK with 3 more gifted subs. Welcome to the squad, to all those players, or viewers rather, in the chat. Rogue Summer, Joe Kryptonite, and my brother Big Kep 13. You guys, Big Kep has been helping out with our squads initiative here at Butthead Esports. We're trying to get squads off the ground. You guys know we've mixed in F&F. We've mixed in a couple squads events, $1,000 squads tournaments. However, we're trying to get a better view of the competitive community. Myself, yourself, we know the solo competitors very well. However, with squads, it hasn't really taken off as an esport until this year. We're trying to get to know who are the best teams truly out there in the MUT community.
That's absolutely correct. We've had a couple Friday Night Football squads, and we really wanted to embrace that people are passionate about it. Not everybody's going to want to play one-on-one. That's not what they are looking to do. And because of that...
And we got a fumble here, and that's going to be recovered by Oreo. And his knee must have been down because Dion did not get tackled. Let's see that replay right there. That could be a break for K-Mac. See, there's the strip.
Wow.
Oh, I think that's a quick whistle right there.
Throw those red flags in the chat, guys.
We need the challenge flags in the chat.
Throw them out there. I mean, I definitely think that might have got away with one. It's kind of tough to get upset when you get a strip fumble and you're not able to take it back or whatnot. But it is what it is, and able to do it. But back to the squads, guys. It's something that we want to embrace that passion that we've seen in the community with it. Giving an opportunity to earn your way into future events for squads. And, Big Cap, like Zan had mentioned, is part of that initiative helping, host them. Country Girl's been out there doing that as well. I believe
Barbosa.
who else? I think Cookie Boy is going to be hosting one on July 4th, if I remember correctly. So there are a lot of people looking to help drive that. If that's a passion of yours, make sure you go ahead and look that into a little bit further, and because we definitely are having some more opportunities for people in that realm as the year goes on.
So what we're doing is we're running these little satellite events. Again, these influencers, these content creators in the community are so gracious as to help us out with this initiative. They want to help get the spotlight on squads. They care about this. So please make sure you guys continue to support the Squads of Initiative. Join those tournaments. They report those results to us here at Mutthead, and we actually have a squads page built out. Rocket's built that out. You can see the link, mutthead.com/squads. We're going to be able to kind of give unofficial, if you will, rankings points to the winners of these satellite tournaments, and it's going to really help us when it comes to Friday Night Football Squads Edition for who to invite. You know, of course, in the past, we've invited pro players, you know, team captains like Boogs, Dreamy, Strafe, and teams like that, but the reality of the situation is there's players out there that have played hundreds more squads games than some of these solo competitors. And while it's great to watch the solo competitors team up, that mode is about camaraderie.
It absolutely is. I mean, the ability to team up with your teammate, have strategies. When you put a whole pros team together, you've seen that some of our guys have struggled. And, you know, we want to reward the guys that have been playing all year long. So it's not saying some pro guys can go, and they definitely have put a team together, compete, show that you can, you know, compete on that level. But it's something that we want to make sure that the best of the best get rewarded, and we get to, you know, feature them and kind of watch their journey along the way on our leaderboards. We just got a couple score updates. I want to go ahead and touch. D. Croft, 17-0 over Suspect. He advances on to basically the final 8 as well. Then you've got Some Serious beating Fancy 20-6. So 3 people have punched their tickets to the final 8, and we'll see who's going to be able to do it. Put your 4s in the chat as we go ahead and
4s up.
We get into the 4th quarter here, guys.
4:45 and ticking on this ball game. Winner moves on to our final 8, secures their spot in weekend league. What am I talking about?
I'm not
Friday
sure,
Night Football Summer Series 4. Hey, you know, if we could do weekend league tournaments, we would as well.
Yeah.
We'll see about that. But we got first down and goal here for Oreo. I saw Kep in the chat lying on me. That is a dirty trick that I cannot defend myself as I'm casting. I am not a bad teammate in squads. I do not yell. That's a chance for me to get back and decompress with my teammates. I just like to sit back, kick back, and enjoy playing squads.
See, I would be the total opposite. I would be a control freak, and I'm going to put that out there. You don't want me to be your squads partner. If you don't run the route that I thought you were going to run, I honestly think you're going to hear it. I mean, you're going to walk back to the huddle, and I'm going to tell you that's not what we discussed, because I don't need a situation where Boogs is throwing to IB Streefen, who says he's going left, he's going right. I don't know who to believe in that situation, but if I'm the quarterback, it's always going to be the wide receiver's fault. I mean, that's just the way I play.
It's the receiver's responsibility to find that open grass. It's your responsibility to throw it to the open grass. If they're not there, it's on them.
Absolutely. If they're running left and I wanted them to go right, you know, that's an issue. If they think that they're going to improv on the fly there and not go with what I'm about, making sure that everything has a plan and a script. Yeah, that's why I haven't played squads that much, but I just kind of feel like, you know, it's for different. You know, there's a different animal behind it, and you know, some people play well on the fly, and you know, squads is a great event to have fun, but there's definitely a skill gap there that you know, I know myself. I'd have to be receiver because I get too upset if I was the quarterback.
Sad Mert says that I was disrespected, Kep. Not true. I was having fun that day on that stream. My man June Jones Jr. In Ikea, the run and shoot mistakes. He talks about squads not running to the open grass right there. So I was not mean. That did not happen. Stiff says I'm like Bobby Knight is a squads.
I can see it.
I'm not Bobby Knight.
I mean, I know you, Zan, and I'm sure if you were having fun, it's one thing. But I can see. I mean, I guess I'm putting myself in your shoes. I know how it would be. But you know, you got a couple people. The way I see it, if you don't have film on it, it never happened, right? So they need to prove to you that that's how you were.
Oh, man. I'm never going to win this one. They're all just going to say that I'm a mean coach. I'm not even a coach. I sit there and just have fun.
Absolutely. I mean, now I just want to get back to the game real quick as we get in here. You know, we got Oreo went ahead and put that field goal up, goes up by 10. K-Mac's in that tough spot that, he's down 2 scores with 2.5 to go. He really needs to score quickly, but the main thing is he needs to score. He's got all 3 timeouts he's got right now. Even if he just gets 3, he still lives, a little bit. So he's got to collect himself, get into field goal range, and kind of decide, is the clock in my favor? Do I kick the field goal early? Do I go for the touchdown? It's really decision time, but right now, the 5-2 that he's running, I don't think Oriole's going to give up any big plays. That's that's the type of defense that it is. So we'll see how that works. What's
your philosophy here, you personally? You're in this spot. If you get there quickly, do you go ahead and kick the 3 north of the 2-minute warning, or what's your thoughts?
It depends on where I'm at on the field. If I'm getting inside the 10, I'm going to throw 3 incompletions, clock stops, I'm going for the touchdown, right? If I'm sitting around the 35 and I'm going to try to take some shots down there, maybe take 4 or 5 seconds off the clock, see if I can get myself an ag, throw it into let my guy make a play. If I start saying, hey, every time I make a play, it's taking 8-10 seconds off the clock, I may go ahead and take that field goal depending on the down and distance. Sometimes people play themselves out of a second opportunity by not going ahead and scoring when the opportunity's there. So you kind of have to feel it and kind of see where it takes you, especially like after a sack. You may want to go ahead and do it right away.
I like it right there. So that was the political answer. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. No, you're right. I mean, it's 100% about what you feel in the situation. Do you feel like you can get the ball back? If not, maybe you go ahead and just play for the 7. If you feel like you got the defense for it, you kick the 3 and give yourself a chance to get that quick punt back or that 4 and out. You see a nice little quick route to the outside.
Gets out of bounds.
Nice stops the clock. Now, this is it. Do you kick the field goal here? That's your thought. Before you answer, we're going to do a giveaway in the chat. 99 overall Sony Michel giveaway in the chat. You guys just need to be active. Rockets will hit you up. Who wants a 99 Sony Michel? Let me see those dice emotes in the chat. All right, so right here, now you're looking at 3rd down and inches. This is like kind of one of the, oh no, they're going to give him the spot. Wow, fortunate spot right now. K-Mac's got to get up tempo right here, I think, though.
Absolutely. He needs to target the outsides. He's got that player outside. Ooh, yep, there it is. Get out of bounds. Ooh. That's tough because he has to keep the clock running because he can't take one of his timeouts here or he's not going to have the leverage on the other side of the ball. I still think that he needs to take shots to the sidelines or in the end zone for here. Even if he doesn't get it, at least he's stopping the clock in the process. And I think that's something that, I'm thinking the one-on-one situation on the left, he needs to take advantage of that. Get out of bounds here. Yep, that's perfect. He should now go for 3 consecutive balls in the end zone. He's in a spot to take very minimal clock here and give himself the best opportunity possible.
Bear down, Chicago Bears. Chi-Town Bear 54 is the winner of the Sony Michel giveaway.
That was rigged.
Nope, I had nothing to do with that. I don't have the keyboard in front of me. Also, our Grubhub giveaway was claimed. That's going to bring us to our Playbook GG 1-month code giveaway here. Our second of 5 of those tonight. Plenty of giveaways on deck here in Friday Night Football number 21. K-Mac's going to throw that ball away. Did he take too much time off this drive here?
To me, right now, he's got to go for the 7 because even if Oriole gets the ball with 45 seconds, he goes ahead and takes his timeouts. He may not have enough time to get into the end zone on the next possession, right? Because he's in a spot that he's got to go for it. If he goes with 3, then he's got to go the length of the field in very time, no timeouts. I mean, I'm going for it on 4th down. I know that sounds crazy, but that's what I'm thinking on this point right now is that, well, he doesn't have to. Thanks for making it easy on us. He goes ahead and puts it in the end zone.
Good drive right there. The only question is, did he take too much time? He did manage to follow the golden rule. You do not use those timeouts.
Absolutely.
All 3 of them have to go to stop the clock.
Absolutely. And I mean, at the very worst, if Oreo plays this conservative, he takes 3 runs, you're talking probably about 40 seconds, 42 seconds before he has to punt the ball. He's going to make K-Mac go the length of the field to get into field goal range, probably about 32 seconds. It's not a bad gig, basically, depending on how Oreo wants to play this. I'm probably going to play this, the first 2 downs pretty conservatively and see if I can make this an easy, opportunity for myself. Let's see how it goes.
And on that note, Chi-Town Bear 54 with a gifted sub from TK, now up to 73 gifted subs in the channel. TK, is our MVP. Oh, a missed opportunity, a sack right there for K-Mac. That would have been absolutely huge.
That would have been huge.
But even bigger, he did stop the clock right there with that throwaway.
Absolutely. I think that with familiarity of the two, really, that he set up a table route to the right side, and then he did the flat in route on the left. So he was saying, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and take the table route there. He had a hard flat, took his second read, which was the in route. He jumped that as the user, and next thing you know, he's got nowhere to throw. He's running for his life.
Screams at him, and that's going to be an out route, and he held on to it. That's going to do it, I believe. That should do it.
That's tough.
Yeah, you see right there, he uses that timeout. Let's see. Yep, that should be it. 30 seconds. I mean, yes, for all intents and purposes, that's it. I mean, we haven't seen too many punt returns. Heck, we haven't seen too many punts in salary cap to speak of.
Yep. I mean, he should be, conservative, make sure that he doesn't fumble the ball here, and, wrap it in, Looks like he's conceding, and he kind of moved on.
So now we're going to go back. I believe this is, we'll get you, this is the Crush ball game, and that's going to be a fumble, and that's going to be recovered by Crush. I believe Crush was wearing those Falcons uniforms last game.
It's A-Dot, which we already saw A-Dot make the impressive win already when he won his first round matchup. And now he's sitting here with Crush. I mean, A-Dot's going to play himself into an opportunity where, he's going to make some more exposure for himself having this great opportunity, I know A-Dot from the Xbox leaderboard. It's usually around the 80 to 100 spot on, if salary cap and whatnot. So he can hold his own. He has good, he had that success in the Green Bay Packers Club Series. But when you have an opportunity to, in a Friday Night Football tournament against somebody like Crush, who not only won the Bengals Club Championship, but he was in the Madden Bowl, this is a big win, a signature win for him that he'd like to be able to hang up on him. Let's see how he goes ahead and see if he can close this out.
I believe we are about ready for our Playbook GG 1-month code giveaway. That could play big into Madden 20 for you guys. Type Playbook GG, PBGG, the abbreviation, PBGG in the chat. If you guys want a 1-month code to Playbook GG, myself and Ant Cap, the two voices commentating tonight, curate all that content on the website. We bring in top-level pros, some of the guys you see in our events week in and week out. We do content on our own as well on the website. $9.95 will get you access to everything on the website. This year alone, that was 30 game plans, money plays, the private Playbook GG Discord for you to converse with other members. Over 950 members in our Discord. So if you guys want to find a little community, a little diamond in the rough, check out our Discord channel at Playbook GG.
Absolutely. That Discord is worth the subscription itself, in my opinion. To be honest with you, everybody helps each other out. There's easy access to, you have anything that you want to know of something explained a little bit more clear for you, or, I'm having a hard time with this or that. We have outlets each place and be able to really get you to have that immediate help, whether that's from us personally or somebody who's been running it that has the ability to step in and say, yeah, this is what it is. Before I go any further, Zan, are you going for 2 here? Are you chasing it?
No, not yet. Plenty of football left. We know that the average drive in Madden is under 2 minutes. You're going to get the ball back, so not yet. Maybe on the next drive. We got to see what we could do. I have more faith in getting a stop or holding my opponent to 3 in this spot than I do getting 2-point conversion.
I agree. I got all my timeouts. Fourth quarter hasn't even started yet. Don't play yourself out of something. Basically, you go up by 5 with a 19-14. You don't get it. Now you're talking about the potential that 8-point lingering over you. I say right now, you make A-Dot prove that he could put 7 on the board, and then kind of work out that you're going to have at least 1 possession. For A-Dot to go ahead and go waste the whole fourth quarter and put a touchdown on the board and not leave you any time is very, very, very little as far as that opportunity. So I think that's the right call in my opinion as well.
A little single back wing flex here for A-Dot, taking a page out of the VY Electrify book, and that's going to be another fumble there for Crush. Fortunately for A-Dot, that rolls out of bounds.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you always feel like on the strip fumbles, like you kind of, got the bad end of it, and when it goes out of bounds, you kind of get that, relief a little bit. So we're in the fourth quarter. Put those 4s in the chat, guys, and let's see what A-Dot, pressure, spotlight game. Let's see what he can do here.
I need to see 4s in the chat, emotes if you got them, the number 4 if you don't, and I also want to know who's winning this ball game. Will it be A-Dot or will it be Crush moving on to the final 8 and securing that spot in the Summer Series Week 4?
Yeah, that was a really nice user shooting up the gap on that wham opportunity. Obviously, you saw 12 carries for 35 yards. I think Crush has got a little bit of a beat on what he wants to do. That's one of those things that if you haven't scouted a player, you haven't seen him much, he comes out in something a little bit different. I think that, you can kind of sneak up on somebody, but typically over a course of a game, that's where the cream of the crop usually knows how to adjust and make it. And it's right now, in my opinion, A-Dot might need to show a little bit something different that he hasn't shown in the first 3 quarters to kind of keep him off of his, to keep Crush a little bit more guessing. Obviously, we haven't seen the first couple quarters, so we don't really know what was shown there, but that's a great way when you're playing somebody different. Have that second scheme or the third scheme that you can go to kind of keep things fresh and not let them, experience of being able to adjust in their favor.
Some score updates here in round number 2 of Friday Night Football number 21 as he eludes a sack and nice scramble, steps up and picks up the first down. Lamar Jackson across midfield to the 47-yard line. Huge conversion for A-Dot. We have a final in the D. Croft Suspect game. D. Croft moves on with a 17-0 blanking of Suspect. Now I know where D. Croft is. Right now he's in the Young Kiv Twitch chat as he's watching a Young Kiv versus Mr. Hitstick ball game, which I believe right now, Mr. Hitstick, upset alert. 14-7 over Kiv right now.
Absolutely.
If Kiv were to come back, that would be a rematch of that Seattle Seahawks Club Series early on in this year that kind of gave D. Croft that first glimpse of what it is to be a great competitive Madden player.
Absolutely. D. Croft's in that Seattle championship club series, and you got to think that that's such a hard one to enter knowing that Young Kiv's going to beat it every year.
Yeah,
Mike.
Kudos to anyone who has the guts to go through that gauntlet.
Yeah, that's them sticking by their team and saying, this is what I want to do because I don't want to represent anything else. And you got to feel like, that's kind of got to be a nemesis when to get over the hump. So absolutely, part of the benefit of winning early in your game, and I'm not sure if D. Croft, with a 17-0 score, probably might have had a tap out by Suspect, I would imagine. And now he's got 2 quarters to scout him. It's either end of it. We assume Young Kiv, but Mr. Hitstick is right now giving him all he can handle in the early part of that game, and D. Croft can kind of watch both of them at the same time.
And I'll tell you what, that's a tough scout because Mr. Hitstick is a very unpredictable player. He plays a little bit unique. When I think of players that play a certain style, I think of Mr. Hitstick. He's kind of like an under center guy. He'll mix in some odd under center dots, some unique running concepts. Kind of reminds me of the play style of a guy like Nini.
Absolutely.
Very similar, kind of like a VY Electrify. He's going to mix in some stuff you haven't seen. And for a guy like Kiv, who's so darn good against the meta, he's so darn good against everything, it's always tough to see something. It takes you 2 quarters to adapt, and maybe that's why he finds himself down right now.
I totally agree. I know something that I just, kind of alluded with A-Dot. When you've got something that isn't 100% meta, it's reps, right? You're basically going against somebody that if you run trips and tight end or bunch or whatnot, everybody runs a little bit different. I know there's that, you guys are running the same plays. No, people run same play with different hot routes, and they're making a bunch of different things. But at the end of the day, you're very familiar with what routes are stock, what you got to worry about. When you come out with a different formation, that's something that I know that Zan and I love to do is teach things that are a little bit different because it does give you an advantage. It gives you an opportunity to make people have to learn that formation on the fly and then adjust from there. And
I love what A-Dot is doing right now. I mean, talk about different stuff. He's running spot concepts. He's running, just snag concepts, holding that user in the middle of the field, stretching the field horizontally while holding the middle of the field with that user. You saw Joe Mixon with the catch right there for 7 yards, setting up a 3rd down and 3. He keeps that run pass split always in the back of the opponent's mind as we're just inside the 2-minute warning. Here's a wham call.
Absolutely.
So we're gonna have a tough spot. That's gonna be 4th down here for Crush. On defense, this is a chance to win this ball game right here for Crush.
Absolutely. He holds the door, then, basically it's going to put himself in that driver's seat. I love what A-Dot's doing with his the depth of his quarterback. You can see that he's not allowing him to go back too far. He lets the outside guy go, go up the field. He kind of stays in that comfort zone. He's shown me a lot of pocket presence that not only does he throw the quick spot route, but he also has the ability to run with Lamar. It's always something you've got to worry about as a user. So let's see what he does here and see if, he's got confidence in a dot, or is he going to try to run a quick one here?
Do you run commit it here if you're Crush?
Well, that's a great question. I don't think so. I think he's shown that he can shoot the gap.
Oh, and he has it.
He did.
He shoots the gap
Yep.
and forces the turnover on downs, but it's not over yet. 3 timeouts left for
It
A.
definitely isn't. Yep. It's definitely that, he's got those 3. He's got a minute and 48. So, I mean, obviously you're going to want to use him early, but if he gets a first down on this first play, he still has life. He still has the ability to get the ball back. So, he's going to have to try his best to hold him early, but it's not over if he gets a big play in the first play.
Single back wing tight, and that's going to be
That's
the
big.
most dominant edge defender ever. Lawrence Taylor with the loss of 2. Nice tackle there by A. This is a tough spot right here. Obviously, you're playing from the shadow of your own goal line. You didn't bring a punter to the party. You're being told in your mind, okay, I need to run the ball. I need to milk this clock out. If I throw the ball and it's incomplete, he saves timeouts. There's a lot going through your head right now.
Absolutely. To me, I'm not worried about getting a nice...
And he misses the tackle,
Yep.
and that's going to be huge.
I'm not worried as a player. If I give up the safety, he still needs to score a touchdown. So in that sense, don't feel like you're strapped there. You got to look at the game and say, let me play it. If it would be better for him to take the safety than it would to, in that situation. It's the same difference because with the sky kick, you can basically kick it to the other end zone anyways, right? So you could flip the field on it, so you wouldn't have to feel that way. But big play here, 3rd and 1.
3rd down and 1, a first down will send Crush into our 3rd round, and most importantly, get him an invite next week. We'll see what he's got right here.
Oh,
2 receivers open,
that
and
was
that's going to be a
tough.
first down. Julio Jones, and that should do it. Crush going to move on to round number 3, and he'll be taking on Skeeman, who had a nice victory over BG Fan by a score of 20-10. I believe that will round out. I need to confirm. No, we are
no, we got
back.
the Young Kiv game.
This is what we all wanted to see right here. This is staggered beautifully. 14-7, Mr. Hitstick over Young Kiv right now, and we're watching this from the vantage point of Seamus Kivlin wearing those New England Patriots reds.
Yeah, absolutely. 14-7 got the ball. We jumped in this game right when we needed to. We got full half of action. And this is going to see, can Hitstick go ahead and take this momentum? You see that stat line, 2 interceptions already. So it looks like they're, we don't know how he got those interceptions, but it looks like he's got Kiv, in a spot where he's played some good user D.
They're asking in the chat if we're going to be able to eat the food. We got so much great Madden action, we can't even get... You guys want me to crunch into the mic? I can do that if you guys really want to. I promise you I will.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got my sandwich down here. I try to sneak in a mute button every now and then, but this is an unbelievable bracket tonight. Shout outs to everybody, 5,800 strong in the chat, helping us out. Grubhub.com, an amazing sponsor. Use that code touchdown for $10 off your first order, $15 or more. 3rd down and 9 here for Kiv. Good
Nice
user
user
D
D.
by Mr. Hitstick.
Oh.
And he goes ahead and throws that ball away. It might have had the playmaker up the field right there, but the pass rush started to get in.
Yeah, absolutely. I was looking at that player too. I said, is he going to force it there? I mean, he's going to have to have great touch on that ball. He chose to collect himself, have another play. The last thing he needs to do is throw an interception there. He's going to take his chances here. Even calls a timeout here because he wants to get the right call.
Yeah, right there, you might have had a situation where the receivers were fatigued because that play took so long. He needs this on a big 4th down and 9. But that's a timeout you never want to take down by 7 already early in the 3rd quarter. You don't know if that's going to come back to bite Kiv later on.
Absolutely. It's a tough situation. I mean, you're going to bet on... I want my best players not dropping anything in the situation, but it came at a risk. It comes out of the risk that if he doesn't get this, he's in a spot that... Nice dot.
And guess who it is? Every single time you need a play tonight, it's Brashad Perriman. That player spotlight sleeper hits.
Absolutely.
Finds the end zone for a touchdown. Tie ball game.
Where did he go to school? You got the internet up real quick?
I've never heard of him.
Oh, my goodness. Do you ever hear of his dad?
Actually, I don't. Enlighten me. Who is he?
Oh, the wide receiver for the Detroit Lions.
Who is
Brett
it?
Perriman.
Okay.
You don't know him? I'm aging myself here.
Okay, I was born in '89, so when did he play?
No, he played in the early 90s.
Okay, so I'd have been like, what, 4, 5?
I mean, if you didn't know how Perriman was going to shine tonight, I mean, we got to do our research.
Yeah, okay. You guys didn't win the national championship 2 years ago.
Oh my gosh! All right. I mean, Perriman only probably thrashed the Bears 2 times a year. I think you'd probably see it in some of your old highlights.
Yeah, probably would. We got Kevin White that didn't do anything for us. I thought he was going to be a Perriman clone, and then neither of them ended up being anything. So
no, you're right. They really haven't. But when you can kind of relive, that's what the great thing about Madden and Ultimate Team is that he has the traits, he has the abilities that, as what he got drafted for. I want to say he got drafted 19th by the Ravens, if I remember correctly. And, I mean, to me, it was really high because I saw him. He didn't really have the best of hands at UCF, but he could stretch a field like no other. And he just really hasn't come over to here. He was part of the Blake Bortles era at UCF.
I do remember that. I remember actually because I don't think he ran the 40 at the combine, but he ran it at his pro day. And I remember that film that came out, and they shows like what 4.2, 4.24, 4.29.
Really low. Like it was in the low 4.2s. I mean,
it was blazing fast, and I remember thinking, man, if this kid has any hands, watch out. But he hasn't been able to stay healthy.
He has not, and that obviously hurts his ability to get reps and whatnot. But he's bounced around, and you think I want to say I think he's with Tampa right now. If I remember correctly, I think he got signed by Tampa. Obviously, not something I want to see him do well. I mean, love the guy, but to me, I hope his hands don't. Improve over there in Buccaneer land.
All right, I need your honest opinion. We got a big fourth down right here.
Okay.
Mr. Hitstick, can he convert? Time in the pocket, gonna find the crosser.
Oh, nice play.
Tell you what, he's not intimidated right now against young Kiv. He's playing a good game, Mr. Hitstick. He was up. Kiv had to tie the ball game on his last drive. Now Mr. Hitstick coming right back at him. A little lag spike right there. Yeah. But Mr. Hitstick is not somebody to take lightly. Yes, he hasn't, gotten the name recognition of some of these guys or even the accolades of some of these guys, but he's been in the community for a long time, and he is somebody that plays the game a little bit differently than the rest. He may run the meta formations, but he's going to mix in route combinations you haven't seen.
Absolutely. 6 for 7 you saw on that screen. You see he's running the ball with success, 83 yards. If I remember correctly, Mr. Hitstick, last year's Colts club champion.
Yep.
So he has had success. When you play,
and he made the LCQ event this year.
You're right. And I think what ends up happening a lot in these games is that you see the name, you see young Kiv, and once you get settled, now you're into it. It's like, you know what? I'm playing a good game. I can go through this. Obviously, young Kiv is somebody that no matter what, it's you're earning every little bit of what you have to do on the field. But the more you hang with somebody, you get the confidence in saying, you know what, I trust in myself. I'm trusting my reads, and really that's a snowball effect. And it's good to see that he's kind of settling in here.
Big 3rd down and 8, tight slots. We're going to see motion here to the left. It's going to be a dive call, and nothing doing right there. Good user by Kiv. You see, this is kind of the MO of a Hitstick. He's going to mix in some unique dots with a run game early on, try to grind out, make it really ugly on you, and he's going to try to...
Oh, my.
I thought we were about to doink right there.
Me too. I was going to say a little shout out to Books. I don't hate that. I'm not mad at that. Okay,
I'm not mad at it.
He took the 1 yard approach on the run, knowing that he really, as far as his kicker goes, he wanted to make it more manageable. If he got it, great. If not, he wanted to get the lead. It's a little bit of a less aggressive approach, but at the end of the day, he did get 1 yard closer. I think it ended up being a 52-yarder. He almost,
That might have been the call right there. Yeah, exactly. Just make it manageable. Kiv has great defense. You take a sack, that's no points. Might as well just play the run.
Yep. He could take himself out of points there if he makes the wrong call. If he throws the ball, basically into traffic, or he doesn't do it, if he rushes something. If in his back of the mind, he's thinking, I can't take a sack, I can't take a sack, I can't take a sack. He puts himself on a timer. And sometimes, on a 3rd and 4 call, it wasn't the expected call, and he could have got him off of guard. But in that situation, it didn't work out for him to get the 1st down, but at least made the field goal more manageable there.
Now, this is something that you probably, maybe it's overthinking, maybe I'm overthinking it, but when you see Mr. Hitstick about miss a field goal like that in the middle of the 3rd quarter, if you're Kiv, does that not maybe tell you, man, maybe he's a little nervous right now. Maybe I should amp him up on my next drive.
That is exactly what I'm seeing right now. That wasn't an ice kick. That wasn't something that, basically that was, directional right there. So he could see that, he may... you're just looking for an edge when it comes to, when you're playing. And, a lot of times people don't play as well online as don't play as well in person as they do online because there are pressures that come out. And that is a cue. I would take it as a player saying, you know what, I'm going for the throat here as a competitor, knowing that he showed me a little bit of nerves, and obviously the game is still young, but
Right, they're going to be on if they're on a 10 now, they're going to be on a 50 with 2 minutes to go in the ball game.
Absolutely, and putting a points up here, I absolutely dialing it up next time. I want you to prove to me that you can stay composed, you can stay to your game. You saw that he only threw 7 passes up to this point. He was 6 for 7. He's relying heavily on his run game. So in that instance, I would get aggressive on stopping the run, put him into some down and distances that are a little bit longer, and then send the house. Make that read, and prove to me that that you can beat me under pressure.
And it's not to say that Mr. Hitstick can't pass. It's just to say that his style, his run-pass balance, is I want to throw the ball, 7 to 10 times a ball game because I have route combinations that I'm going to mix in that I have reads on that maybe you won't know. That's an unfortunate break right there for Kiv, as that's overthrown. Pass intended for Brashad Perriman, 3rd down and 15. But quickly, I mean, he wants to preserve those pass attempts so he can pull out the big dots when he needs them. If he's already thrown the ball 10 times and he's starting to show a little bit of nerves, maybe he's running out of his arsenal a little bit.
That's a great point. I think that's something that goes discussed a lot of times. Sometimes the more you
incomplete.
Yep. The more you can run the ball, the more it allows for you to go back into your offense and say, I'm going to pull out the dots just when I have, especially when you're not a pass first player. Some people can throw the ball 30 times a game, don't even think about running. They can mix it up. That's how they are. And they're going to repeat plays. They're going to set up plays later in the game. That's just a passing attack. When it comes to somebody who's a runner, the more you make me throw early, the less I'm going to surprise you with later. So it is something that, he's called a great game. Obviously, he's
hanging in there.
Quarter. Yep. It's definitely fourth quarter starting here, 17-7. It's getting the ball. He's playing the style that he wants to limit the possessions that young Kiv has.
So we're going to see the single back tight slots from Mr. Hitstick. We're going to have motion of Randy Moss here to the right. Bunch set, going to be a toss outside. He runs into his guard.
Yeah.
Fortunately, he gets the stumble recovery and falls forward. That was looking like a loss, turned into a gain of 4 for Hitstick.
Absolutely. That's a great first play to get him, in positive momentum. Put those 4s in the chat, guys. I see a bunch of you guys are already doing it.
Up.
And take this game, through this last quarter. He just needs to keep his down distance manageable here. Don't let the game, get behind where he's got to make that 15-yard throw. If he keeps it down here, hit something underneath here, he sees that drag going across.
Good defense by Kiv. See, he's started to kind of figure out the route combinations, and now you got him behind the schedule. 3rd down and 15 coming up, and that might be the momentum shift that we were looking for there for young Kiv.
Absolutely. That's where, to me, he had the drag. The guy kind of stopped. At that point, you got to throw it away. You got to get yourself back into the 3rd and 6 opportunity, not the 3rd and 15. Let's see if he can do it here. Obviously, he's setting that
shed.
Yep.
And he might have caught him on aggressive right there because that was, I believe, a 3, maybe a 4-man rush, and Frank Clark got off that block quickly. And this is what we said. If you have to use your pass plays early on to get that lead, it's tough to hold on to it against a high-octane offense like Kiv. It was kind of what we said. Hey, upset alert here in the middle of the second quarter, but we know that Kiv is the type that is going to come on strong late in this ballgame.
Absolutely. When he had a sack on 2nd down to 3rd down, right? And then he goes ahead, and young Kiv knows he's in his head. It's a tough game, whatnot. He may have flipped that to aggressive, where you're thinking about your next dialed up. You're not thinking about aggressive, because that sack didn't happen because it was aggressive, because he held on to the ball too long. So it didn't tip his hat. So young Kiv could have went to that aggressive and saying, listen, I'm going to test your composure at that point. Can you think of everything? Are you going to do a fake hike?
And he's got a Brashad Perriman. Get this man on your roster. The Golden Knight?
No. We changed that name several years ago. It's just the
why?
Knights.
Why no Golden Knights?
We cut that out.
Why?
I mean, some hockey team wanted to take that name. We're like, no, we're the Knights.
Okay, all right.
I mean, do I have
enough.
to put my hat on? I could put my UCF hat on.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm wearing my Cubs hat. Yeah, we don't have to wear football hats here. No dress code. You need to wear some clothes. I mean.
Oh, good. I mean, but he comes out, and, I mean, that guy is all over the field. Obviously, the speed there's got to be a cap reason behind it as well. I mean, you can get the people to 99 speed, but obviously, I don't know what the cap on that player is, but everybody having him in his lineup right away isn't by accident, obviously.
So We've talked about this before, actually, on our YouTube channel. Make sure you guys check out our Playbook GG YouTube channel, youtube.com/PlaybookGG. A 99 speed 6'2" player is actually faster than a 99 speed 6-foot player because of the strides.
Absolutely it is. Your taller players are going to gain speed as you go down the field. It's something that, why I also like tall cornerbacks. You know, they have that makeup speed as far as the stride goes. It does show there. It also has a little bit more length in their arms to where you'll be able to, you know, get a little bit more not only in ags, but also in rack catches. So it's something that, you know, taller players have their place in Madden, especially when they coincide with the speed. And, you know, Rashard Perriman, you know, in that regard,
That's why Randy Moss is impossible.
absolutely, he is, and that's why, you know, he's, you know, a lot of times in the beginning of the year, because he usually comes out a little bit more, and then, you know, I kind of go for the bigger bodies at that point because you want the physical guy as well. So definitely the advantage there for sure.
Kiv is going to stick with the 3-man rush.
Nice
Check down there by Mr. Hitstick. Kittle plays through a tackle. Nice gain right there.
I like the patience there. He checked down the field, knew that he had the guy as a check down on the sidelines. You know, and, you know, Kiv is kind of playing that cat and mouse game. I said some heat last time. This time I'm going to go with 3. I don't see him sitting in 3 for the rest of the game. I really think that I'm going to make myself have Hitstick prove to me that he can handle the pressure when he, you know, he hasn't been able to do so much from what we've seen so far.
He's really relying heavily on this shot post style play from this gun wing trio halfback weak. You know that slot is running that deep flat crossing route. Kiv is sitting all over it, and he's doing a really good job of manning up the underneath playmaker options that Mr. Hitstick is trying to use. We're going to have to see him go to something else. I don't think that he's going to be able to score running this wing trio because Kiv's been all over it in the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. He's minimizing the amount of routes he has to cover as a user, and by doing so, nice toss there. Let's see if he gets there. Oh,
He gets out of bounds. We've been seeing that animation a lot tonight, that little bounce-off animation that they go out of bounds, but the clock keeps running a little bit. Definitely an animation I'd like to see cleaned up for Madden 20.
yeah. I mean, the rule is if you have to have forward progress to go out of bounds in order to get the clock to stop. So if he goes backwards and he's going backwards into the sidelines, the clock should continue running. So, you know, in a fourth quarter situation, that never is good, but it's an animation that you take sometimes, you know, in the game.
Good defense there by Kiv yet again, sounding like a broken record. He's been all over this offense. Everything that Mr. Hitstick is trying to dial up after starting the game 6 for his first 7 passing is now not getting open, and that was kind of something we predicted. And we'll see what he's got here on 4th down and 3. He's probably used up his 4th and short dot 2 or 3 times already in this ball game.
Yeah, definitely. I think that, you know, I'm going to see probably maybe 2, you know, like a mesh concept here, something a little bit higher. Put some user. Here's the mesh.
There's that loop and pressure.
There it comes.
And that's going to be ball game.
Mathematically not out, but I definitely see the way this is going right now. I think young Kiv has definitely taken over the momentum. He smelled blood early in that fourth quarter, and he went for it, you know, with the deep passes and the heat. Kind of something that we kind of talked to, and you know, I would expect Kiv to be able to close it out, especially if his guy doesn't want to go down.
And here we go. Buckle up D. Croft, or is it buckle up young Kiv? Because that's going to be our marquee matchup in round 3, the rematch of the Seattle Club Series.
Wow, that's a game that I would want to definitely check out.
We got a lot of marquee players
You
left.
got Scheeman versus Crush that's going to be coming up. Some Series versus Pavan, and then Oreo versus Prodigy. I mean, every one of these matchups are amazing.
Yeah,
I mean,
name value to every single player left in this tournament. Oreo has a Friday Night Football championship, and he's probably what most in the chat would consider to be the least recognizable name in the tournament. But I don't think that that really necessarily means anything. He's played really well. That 5-2 is screaming. We're going to see how he plays throughout the rest of the tournament because he's run some of the better 5-2, and that includes somebody else that's left in the tournament, some serious, who's taken on Pavin.
Absolutely. So you got to look at it from Pavin's sake. If he can get through some serious and Oreo comes through, that means he's facing the same defense 2 games in a row. That's going to kind of bode well for him. Obviously, it's something that, you know, you either feel comfortable or not. At this point in Madden, you face 5-2 enough. You know, they've had these matchups. So, you know, it's one of those deals that the more reps you have, if you play a whole game against it, you're going to feel a little bit better about it going again. So, but I mean, Oriole's got to beat Prodigy and, and whatnot. But I love what we're going to see ahead of us. We're going to have some really fun tonight with the matchups and seeing how this, plays out for the rest of the night.
After this game, we're going to take a short break before we go into round number 3, but we still have plenty of giveaways on the way. We got Grubhub card giveaways. We've got player spotlight giveaways. We're going to give away our Ultimate Legends tonight, Playbook GG codes, and still 3 more rounds of great competitive Madden action. Somebody's taking home $1,000 tonight. And of course, everybody that's left after this game finishes is coming back next week if they're available to compete for more rankings points in our summer series. Madden 19 might be winding down, but we're just firing up here on Friday Night Football.
That is absolutely correct. And you can see how this first 2 rounds is really shaped up to where all these guys are going to be coming back. And you see the names that are coming back. That means next week's going to be just as studded as this one's going to be, all fighting, because now they've all got the points. They're going to say, how can I extend the points on that, right? And it's definitely going to be, as each week develops, it's going to be even more, important to tune in and really see how this summer, basically shapes out.
Let us know in the chat. It looks like Young Kiv is going to win this ball game. It's going to set up a D. Croft versus Young Kiv matchup. Let us know in the chat. 1, if you think D. Croft takes that matchup. 2, if you think Young Kiv takes that matchup. 3, if you think I'm going to smash this entire plate of nachos during the break. 4, if you think Ant Cap's going to smash it. I don't know. There's a lot of numbers.
Will not be here when we get back.
We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with round 3 coming right up.
Burgers, donuts, Niçoise salad.
Delivering from over 95,000 restaurants nationwide. If you want it all, you can get it all. Grubhub, restaurants you love delivered.
Hello everybody, and welcome to a quick 1-minute walkthrough sponsored by Playbook.gg. To learn more about this play and how it fits into an entire game plan, make sure to visit Playbook.gg and check out our Arizona Cardinals offense today. The play we're going to be looking at today comes out of the gun bunch halfback strong formation, and the play itself is called PA bunch shot. Today's setup is very simple and is designed to beat cover 4 drop coverage for a 1-play touchdown opportunity. To ensure the best success possible for this play, make sure you align your bunch receivers to the short side of the field. You want to block your tight end, which is the A icon, and put the middle receiver on a curl route. What you're going to see here is that you're going to carry out the fake. You're going to wait for this X receiver to get behind that safety, and you're just going to throw a ball over his head for the nice, easy 1-play score. Now, if you like this setup, make sure you go ahead and visit www.playbook.gg and check out our Arizona Cardinals offense right now.
And you're looking live. We have Young Kiv taking on D Croft, a rematch of the Seattle Club Series Championship. We're going to be starting off with D Croft on offense, wearing those Seattle uniforms against Kiv in the Pats unis. Let me know, where are the keys to this ball game, Cap?
I mean, to me, I think D Croft needs to play his game. He knows that Young Kiv is a person that has had a little bit more success, against him, but he's known for his run game. He's known for his ability to throw underneath passes. Keep Young Kiv off the field as much as possible so that way he can play within his game. I think if this comes a shootout, that's always going to be a little bit more in Young Kiv's. As I say that, he throws an absolute dot, puts himself on the field. You know what? Air it out, bud. Just have some fun.
Going vertical down the field, that's Julio Jones. Yeah. Inside leverage on the deep half safety, and it's D Croft striking first in this ball game. I got a feeling this is going to be a back-and-forth affair. You talk about D Croft, most known in the community for his open field stick work. I think that the big thing here with D Croft is that Kiv in the last game really relied on a 3- and 4-man base rush, kept 7, kept 8 in coverage, and that's going to be crucial to be able to cover that underneath area of the field, because we know that D Croft is notorious for taking that check down, even though if it's a one-on-one out there in the flat, because he knows he can outstick about 99% of the community.
That's a great point. D Croft is probably one of the best out there right now with any yards after catch. That ability to take a flat route, a drag route, and isolate players and get more yards. So if you're playing him, you want to keep your zones a little bit closer down to where you get people to rally, not let them have the one-on-ones. That's going to play into it, and you can see there that he was able to, kind of hit that post pattern to kind of get that. It's going to be a back-and-forth thing. I still think that D Croft still needs to stick with his run game a little bit to be able to, kind of slow the game down. But in general, this is one that they're familiar with.
Oh, and that one was thrown up for grabs. Right there, Young Kiv was sitting on a comeback route on the sideline. Thought he had him, and right as he went to throw it, the receiver ad-lib, tried to find some open turf, and that ball was overthrown up for grabs. Fortunate that wasn't an interception. Got a quick question in the chat from Bossman Jr. He's asked this like 5 times tonight. I'm sorry, man. We aren't ignoring you. We just have so much great Madden action to cover tonight. But we'll take a quick second and address this. We got some Madden 20 talk here. How do we feel about the no huddle in Madden 20, especially if we're facing a conductor quarterback?
I think the threat of no huddle is going to be real. I mean, when I say real, it all depends on what the stamina levels are going to be for the players. Obviously, if you're going to do 3 consecutive plays and now your fumble rate goes extremely up, that's going to be something that you're going to have to worry about. But the fact that you're at the line of scrimmage after each play, you get a quick huddle offense to where you got no, either you got conductor or you got really very limited hot routes. It puts the defense on edge. I mean, I know I've already tested how many adjustments and whatnot that you can do on defense. It is something that, let's put it this way. I think it's going to be something that, it should be something that you get test early in the year and really see what that fumble rate is. I think they may have to tweak that a lot because they did add the game, to be able to start at the line of scrimmage. That does put the advantage on the offense.
Certainly. And I think that, yes, it does a pretty solid job of mimicking what is we have a dig route to Julio on 4th down. That's going to be dropped. Turnover on downs. D. Croft with the early momentum. Got the score. Got the 4 and out. Now it's time to see if he can take a 2-possession lead. But I'll finish that thought real quick. Yep. A lot of times in real life, the no huddle is designed to cut that line of communication on the defense pre-snap. They want you in base coverage.
Absolutely.
And I think that the beta, in terms of what we played, did a good job of doing that. Now it's just up to determine, is this healthy for competitive game balance? Mm-hmm. Is the offense really getting too much to their advantage compared to what an offense actually gets in real life? Should we allow the defense to do more? Should there be more of a buffer time for the defense to maybe set it up? We're going to find out. We don't know. We're just going off of what we played in the beta. But I will tell you that I'm excited for the different things. Maybe, I'm a pre-snap guy. I love, a lot of chess match. So quick snapping isn't my favorite thing in Madden, but I just enjoy that they're trying something different.
I totally agree. I think that they're going to have to find the right balance in order to make sure that we don't have every offense out there running no huddle and, that's that up-tempo game that I don't want to say are playing a college football game per se, and I could see that going that route if there isn't any anything that basically deters you from doing it. But I think something very viable next year is going to be, changing up your speeds of your offense. Running your normal offense, doing a quick huddle. If you feel like they're setting up exotic blitzes and you want to not face that, you go to quick huddle real quick and run a play or two. And then you go ahead and slow it back down. I think it's a very viable strategy that we will see in Madden 20, the current way that we've seen it. But, obviously, until we get more time on it, 3 days of beta is everybody has their opinions on it. But
Certainly.
Until the meta gets kind of out there and you know what you're going to be facing.
Touchdown, D. Croft. Julio Jones, his second of the ballgame, second of the first half.
The rule of the night is less, when Ant Cap is doing the broadcast, get a Falcon or a UCF Knight on your team, and they will shine. I mean, so mark the calendar and make sure that you get that the next time I'm in town.
Got all the players right now in my DMs. When's the next time D. Croft? Well, D. Croft's playing a hell of a game tonight, but when's the next time Ant Cap's casting? Because I need to go find a Julio. I need to go find a Prashad Perriman. I need to go get a Shaq Griffin. I need to go get his who was that running back that was on the Lions a couple years ago? Kevin Smith?
Smith, yeah.
Is he still in the league?
Let's not
If
talk
he is,
about.
let me go get him on my
Let's not
team.
talk about the players that were in the league that came out. Let's just talk about the ones that are currently doing well. Yes, you were right. You got that right. Pretty good knowledge for UCF.
Algie in the chat says, is this the final? No, but it's one match befitting of a final here between Young Kiv and D. Croft. This is only round number 3 of Friday Night Football number 21. Here's the thing. One of these players advances, but both players will be able to come back next week and earn those rankings points. It's getting hairy in the summer series right now. Week 3, 2 more weeks after this. Top 6 from our summer series chase go to Madden 20. August, I believe, the 10th. $10,000.
That's
potentially at a location to be announced soon. Can't wait for it, man.
What I love about this round is the points go up. Each round in the first 2 rounds, you're getting 5, but then you also get the automatic bid. You win this one, you get an additional 15 points to where now you go up to 25. That's going to separate when it goes to these wild cards. You don't have to win one to get in, but getting these final 4 appearances and putting them together, someone like Scheeman that has already got one under his belt last week, that's really going to separate him, maybe get him to the same level as Rage. Rage has got to be one of those guys that right now is watching this very closely. He's watching and say, let's go Pavin. His best bet is having Pavin keep on repeating. You know what? Steal all the points. Let's not let anybody else get there. And that's what's fun about this. I just saw a new score update. Oreo 33-7 over Prodigy. He goes into the Final Four.
Wow.
I mean, this is how you earn yourself in. You got to win. This is great.
The man that was in the Final 8 that probably garnered the least respect, and I say that with as much respect as possible for Oreo, but just the stacked names that we have in our Final 8. And now Oreo one step closer to a $1,000 payout at the end of the night and more rankings points towards that summer series. Like you said, if there's not a repeat winner, if somebody doesn't win 2 out of the 5, it's going to be 5 winners in a wild card. So these championships, these next 2 hours are about to be extremely, extremely important for these players.
Let me segue with this real quick. Score update for Pavin. He's losing 31-14 to some Sirius heading into the 4th quarter.
So there you go. Rage right now hoping for Pavin to get that comeback because he wants that wild card standing. He got that 2nd place finish a couple of weeks ago.
Yep.
He'll be back next week, but he's got to get some points. I mean, he can't just sit on that 50. It's not going to get the job done.
That's absolutely correct. If Pavin does not win this game, what he wants to see is 4 new guys. He wants to see some serious, okay, obviously it would be Pavin. He wants to see Crush beat Scheming, and then Decroft, Young, Kiv right now, they don't have any points collectively, so them going into it, what they want to do is basically
Julio Jones while you're talking for a touchdown.
I'm telling you.
What is going on out here?
I mean, I know I didn't put my UCF hat on. I'm not wearing a Falcons, but that's crazy.
Burgers, donuts, Niçoise salad.
Delivering from over 95,000 restaurants nationwide. If you want it all, you can get it all. Grubhub, restaurants you love delivered.
Again, shout outs to Grubhub, our amazing sponsor that makes these Friday Night Footballs so possible for us. 21 and counting. We got plans to do possibly 45 more of these over the next year starting in Madden 20. That means $45,000 back into the competitive community's pockets. And speaking of the competitive community, we got a nice little question over the break there from Tony Steele, who wants to know, can you guys explain why Madden 19 tailed off and why the best players only play with less than a month before Madden 20 comes out? I actually don't believe that to be the case. It's a situation where this is a year-round game for these guys. A lot of these guys are investing in the $1 million pool that is the MCS. We're here to continue subsidizing the competitive community and putting money in those players' pockets. If they want to commit to that grind, we totally respect that grind. There are players that we see that can build names for themselves. Guys like D. Croft, who's beating one of those MCS players right now in Young Kiv. Guys like Skins, who has made a name for himself. Guys like J-Wall, granted J-Wall beat Skimbo in the club series for the Patriots. These are a bunch of players that have played all summer long with us, and now are going to be household names heading into 20, and they're going to be guys that are going to be on the prowl in the MCS.
Absolutely. If you want to look at a blueprint, look at Clef last year. Clef went through the summer, and he grinded and made a name for himself going into Madden 19, and absolutely took that momentum and, basically he's a household name. Friday Night Football, he won the Bucks Clubs Championship, and he also won DreamHack. So a lot of times, these are reps that are invaluable. So when you see the pros play through, yes, it's a great platform that we give them something to play for. But Zan and I have been in the lab, and the first thing we're thinking about is, what can we do and what can we find that can translate to Madden 20? Right now, it's a great time that you may not see everybody play. This is the best time right now to try something new. Go into practice mode, try some different things, take it into the game. How does it work in game? How to build yourself a little bit more going into 20, because one, you're going to be game ready because you've been playing all year, but also you're basically trying different things under less pressure. There's no better time right now to work on your game than ever.
And somebody in the chat says he means MUT players. Why are we getting 99s only a month before the game ends? Hey, my counter argument to that is, bro, 99s have been in the game since like Thanksgiving. You could come up players to 99 overall back then. So I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't want to get into an argument. Let's keep this positive. We got a big game right here between Kiv and D. Croft. D. Croft up by 7. Kiv has the ball, looking to try to tie this ball game. Got that score with Julio to make it a one-score game, and now he's got the ball back in D. Croft territory.
Absolutely. He's got the opportunity to play the clock, too. You know, he's got basically 2.5 to go. If he has an opportunity to score, he does. But, you know, it's something that if he can slow this down a little bit, then he might have the advantage of being able to limit D. Croft's time going into the second half. So we'll see how he plays it. You know, definitely 3rd and 16, he's got to go for this. But, you know, definitely we'll see once that happens how he takes the approach. Most likely he'll take it down to the 2-minute warning if he gets the first down right here.
All day in the pocket,
Hey.
steps up,
Yep.
finds the middle. That's going to be Shannon Sharp moving the chains for the first down. We'll see if he takes that to the 2-minute warning. Let's go ahead and use that 12 seconds before the 2-minute warning and do a Grubhub giveaway. Type Grubhub in the chat if you guys want a gift card from Grubhub, our friends over at Grubhub. Use that code touchdown. If you don't win, hey, if you do win it, go ahead and use that code touchdown for $10 off your first order of $15 or more. Grubhub is the nation's largest online food delivery company with over 95,000 restaurants in over 1,700 cities across the country. Place an order. Keep watching Friday Night Football and wait for that food to arrive. We got plenty of time here for that delivery to arrive. Some great Madden to fill that time while you're waiting.
Absolutely. I got a score update for you as well. Crush looks like he's winning 16-0 over Skeeman at the end of the third quarter. That was about 3 minutes ago we saw that, so it might be a little bit different, but you can see that it looks like Crush taking that step is not only great for him, but somebody like Rage, this is what he wanted to see. That's what's fun about this series, is that you're not only playing for yourself, you're rooting, you know, for different outcomes to happen. It's kind of like playoff football the last couple, you know, weeks of the season. You're watching every game because it matters.
How about that? D. Croft with the first 2 scores of the game, and now excuse me, get me choked up, Young Kiv. Young Kiv with back-to-back scores to tie this ball game. That field goal, that extra point is up, and it is through. 14-14 ball game, 1:22 to go in the first half.
Big drive for D. Croft. Definitely something that he needs to come away with some points here, preferably without giving the ball back to Young Kiv. You know, you always take your 7 in the situation, and, you know, if you give up 3, you know, you get a +4 rather than a +3 on the field goal. However, you know, the ultimate situation is to be able to score, get your 7, leave less than 30 seconds on the clock. You know, obviously, you know, that's the best time management you can. Let's see how he handles it.
TK with the 5 gifted subs, the Shift God, Raider Ty, Kevin the Dude 1977, DT 31994, and Lorenzo 93. Welcome to the squad. Thank you so much to TK with the gifted subs. This man is a savage out here.
He absolutely is. I mean, we love every one of you guys that come and watch these streams. It's without you guys, you know, our stream is what it is because of it. And, you know, TK always goes that extra mile, and we appreciate that, man. Thank you for being part of the community.
So many of our regulars, it's, you know, not just TK. Obviously, he's amazing. NorCal Navy Mike. We've got so many regulars. Slammer's not here tonight, but he's always here in the chat supporting all you guys. There's honestly too many of you to name, so if I didn't name you, please don't take offense. You guys know that we really appreciate you. Boy, has Friday Night Football come a long way since FNF1. I mean, what was our viewership like back then? Like 500, 600? Now we're up over 6,000.
And consistently. I know we peaked over 20 at one point. I mean, FNF was something I actually played in the beginning. We've gone a long way.
You were playing in FNF.
I was playing in FNF. I think I was FNF 2, the one that IB Strafen won over Joe Rice. I was a participant in that.
You made Final 8.
I did make Final 8. And I basically quit after that. No, you know, I had an opportunity to join the team, and you know what? That was more important to me than, you know, playing competitive, because, you know, obviously we saw a vision that we wanted to grow this with, and you know, you guys have done a great job of helping us.
Got a score update. I believe, I think you already touched on this. 19-0 Crush over Skeeman right now.
Yep.
And another important update, Slammer is not here tonight because he's camping. So shouts to Slammer. I'm sure you're out there somewhere in rural Alabama. He's probably got his phone with him. He's probably like searching for 3G, 1 bar to like find the stream.
I did see a campsite on our way here, so I'm not sure if that was Slammer making sure that he got the reception outside the door. But you know what? Good for Slammer to be him. You know, love that he supports us every week, and hopefully he's having fun doing that. As far as a score update, Some Serious did beat Pavin 34-14.
Wow.
So you're going to see 5-2 versus 5-2 in that next matchup in the Final Four when he takes on Oreo.
I'm going to set the over-under in that game to combined point total of Let's go 27.5 over under.
So you think in this situation, 5-2 versus 5-2, it goes
Touchdown.
to nice play.
D. Croft.
That
How
was
about the back and forth?
huge. Yep. I mean, in a perfect scenario, we talked about it. Score under 30 seconds, score the touchdown. If he only gets a field goal here, he's +4 rather than +3. He stayed aggressive. That's twice now that he's able to take the underneath route, take the underneath route, take the underneath route, beat him with the post over the top. And that's the success that he's having here. He's being very methodical about his approach, and it's paying off for him.
We got an Amari Cooper giveaway, 98 overall, coming up here in the chat. If you guys want to be eligible for that giveaway, all you need to be doing is following the channel. Again, guys, as always, with any giveaways, please allow 2 business days. That means Monday through Friday. So you're not going to get that on a Sunday. Although Israel Cruz, a.k.a. Kralo, one of the hardest working men in Madden, I wouldn't put it past him to get you that on a Sunday, but Tuesday. But we're going to be giving away that Amari Cooper.
Absolutely. I mean, when you say one of, I have a hard time knowing who measures up to Kralo.
Oh,
I know
certainly.
Kralo, you know, and what he does for the community, guys, I mean, it goes beyond measure. He's one of those guys that if you haven't ever have an opportunity, thank him for what he does in the community. Great guy, guys.
Former Mutthead employee.
He was.
He was community manager for Mutthead before he took the community manager job with EA. So Kralo is a community member through and through, former game changer turned community manager, and all around awesome person.
Absolutely. I like what I saw what D. Croft did there. He saw that the ball was in the middle. He took an outside in approach on tackling to make sure that young Kiv had to take the timeout there. If he was to get outside, then obviously he'd have a little bit more opportunity. Now he's got to take a shot in the end zone here, throw the ball away, get himself out of bounds. He holds them to 3. By making the outside in approach when he physically took his player and made sure that, I don't care if you get an extra 2 yards, you're not getting out of bounds on this play. Very high level Madden there. That's why he only had an opportunity here to get the 3, and he goes into half up 4.
So we've had an amazing half. For those that are tuning in a little bit late, this game started off with D. Croft scoring on his first drive, getting the turnover on down, scoring again to go up 14-0. Young Kiv came back with a very similar sequence of events to tie the ball game. D. Croft gets a huge touchdown to Terrell Owens to take a 21-14 lead, and then you just saw Young Kiv with that field goal, and he has ball coming out. We'll see if he can get those bookend scores.
Absolutely. This game has definitely already lived up to what we hoped it would. I'm hoping the second half turns out the same way. Great Madden going on. 2 guys that are familiar with each other. Did he get him? Oh, the ball came out.
Luck A. Mutt says, the most important question for Kralo is, would he flood Zan one-on-one? I would pick the score against Kralo, and I have the most confidence in the world that I could make that score happen. I love Israel, but he's not beating me on his best day.
I would agree with Zan on that one. There's definitely, you know, being a great community manager, it doesn't not mean that you have to have the stick skills. That doesn't mean he doesn't play MUT and he has a good time with it and understands. But I think, you know, when it comes to competitive, I'm going to give Zan the nod on that one.
We could go back years and years, back to the old coin-up challenges in the EA Sports Game Changer stream team community. I remember him taking on DJ Mateo and beating Mateo 40-0, but not on my field. No, not happening.
Not in a spotlight game for sure. Big sack there by D. Croft. Yeah. Do you see a punt? Is it possible? 10-yard line?
25? I guess the answer is no, but I mean, what do you have to gain, right? You got a punter who can only really kick it like 25, 30 yards net average.
True.
That's still field goal, basically cusp of field goal range. So what's the difference, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're in the toughest spot. If you don't get this, you basically make him try to score within 10 yards. I think he's going to do a ag catch here.
Oh, he missed the seam down the middle, and he's going to throw it late, and that's going to be intercepted by D. Croft. D. Croft tries to get outside. He'll be corralled at the about 18-yard line.
So we got a net gain of an 8-yard punt here on that interception. Obviously, momentum's back into D. Croft's favor. If he wants to put this game away, 7 would go a long way here. You know, obviously, 3 will get him up 1 score. But going up 2 scores here could be a huge confidence boost and makes you kind of play a little bit differently when you know that no matter what on the next possession, you still got a lead and getting the ball back.
See right there, Fournette, only his 5th carry of the ball game. Young Kiv doing a good job. He's bringing the outside linebacker and that nickel corner. You see that those outside linebackers are shooting those B gaps that he's trying to hit on those inside zones.
Changes his prayer over to the left to get some more protection. Goes backwards. Okay.
So let's see what he does right here. I'm not sure that motion was on purpose or not. Oh, it's going to be a – oh, okay. It did. He floated the running back twice to make him think it was a pass play. Get him to run or get him to pass commit. Those hook zone defenders back off the ball. That's some next level play right there.
Yeah, absolutely. If you see what he's doing with that nose tackle, he's putting him in, it looks like a hook zone. So that guy's naturally going to go backwards on that run play. He was able to catch him on that. So he should have had, more momentum from his front three, and was able to, get some yards there. You see how he's taking that play and he's putting him on a hook curl to the left. I want to see how, if he goes back to the run here and see how that works.
Here's a snap back to Vic. 5 out in the pattern, and that's going to be...
Oh, he's got him.
Caught. Touchdown, D. Croft.
Huge play.
Julio Jones, his third of the game for the Seahawks. And we have a winner, Dark Ryul, just won the Amari Cooper giveaway. He has not claimed it yet. We will re-roll in 5 minutes if that's not the case. So those of you that want that re-roll, we'll be asking for those dice emotes in about 5 minutes. Dark Ryul wins the Amari Cooper.
So we got a score update. We saw that Crush was up 19-0. Scheming came back, scored 13 consecutive points, but Crush holds on for the 19-13 win, putting him in the Final Four. Gains himself that 25 points total. So now he's really into the mix coming back next week. We got to look at him. See who wins that next game is really going to be in some driver's seat. So the winner of this game will take on Crush.
So here's the thing about the Final Four. We've already talked about how unless somebody repeat wins 2 out of 5 events, it's 1 wild card. We already know that you're going to get 5 second-place finishers. So a Final Four does not really do you a whole lot at this juncture. Crush's job is not done. He secured the potential for points next week, but his job tonight is not done. In fact, this game is so important for him because he needs to be able to get into the conversation with Rage for that 1 wild card spot as it stands.
Absolutely. All 4 of the guys, well, let's say, because D. Croft, Kiv, same position.
Exactly.
All 4 of these guys are going in with fresh points. The next 2 games is really going to put them in that driver's seat coming back next week, which we would expect Rage, as long as he's able to come back as well, to be able to be part of that. All these guys we're going to be fighting for. You're going to have 3 guys with 50 points. You're going to have Rage, and then you're going to have the 2 winners. Those are the guys that, are really making themselves, kind of proving it, because if they don't win in week 4, they're not coming back in week 5.
And he got his feet in. Brashad Perriman continues to impress here. I believe this is the Perriman's debut here on Friday Night Football. Everybody in the community has been using him. That eclipses the 100-yard mark here for Kiv. First down and goal from the D. Croft 7. Needs a touchdown right here to make this a 4-point ball game.
Yes, he does.
Patient in the pocket. Just barely stepping out. Probably going to end up throwing this ball away. Really ad-libbing, looking for something. No, he's going to scramble right here and try to slide.
Get out. Yeah, don't get hurt.
Yeah, there's that animation again.
The clock should be running if basically the way that should, because anytime the guy gets pushed out, I'm not sure what happened there, but usually if you're not getting forward progress, they don't give you the spot. So basically, kind of one of those deals. Again, I want to do another shout out to Slump. He's working the back end by himself. I want to make sure, from my perspective, I always work this with Slump as a 2-man team. It's, we're doing a lot, sending things to it. He's working all by himself today, and he is absolutely killing it, updating the bracket, getting the games going on, giving us the things. So shout out to Slump for doing a great job for us.
Yes, make sure everybody spam your slumps in the chat. He's really doing a great job tonight. It's so tough. I've been there on weeks that I haven't casted as that ball's incomplete, intended for Julio. I'm sorry, not Julio. That is 81. I'm not sure who that was right there, but
I think it might be T.O.
But it's definitely tough, especially that first hour. You definitely need 2 people to wrangle. All 32 players get the Twitch chats or the Twitch links all sent to Will, who's running the stream for us. Check the players in, make sure the games are getting started. It really is a 2-person job, and Slump is 1-manning it tonight. It's very, very difficult.
And he's doing a phenomenal job. I just want to make sure that he gets to the credit where he's at, because he's definitely he absolutely gives me the opportunity to do this cast tonight. He took on the task, allows me to do the cast, a spot cast as it is, just to kind of have some fun, being a little bit different, kind of introduce myself to the community that I really haven't in the past. So we appreciate that.
On that note, you guys in the chat, let me know. Do you want to see Ant Cat back? I know I do. Press 1 in the chat if you want to see Ant Cat back on the cast in Q3 as we head into Madden 20.
All right, here we go.
We got the touchdown there from Derrick Henry. It's going to make that a 4-point ball game. Now here we go. So we're getting later in this game, and D. Croft's got that less than a 1 score, but still more than a field goal. It's that awkward spot, but there's still so much time to worry about.
This feels like a heavyweight boxing match. You're just delivering blow after blow. One's taking it, one's giving it back, and it's, who's going to be the last man standing here when these two guys go at it. I'm loving this. This is one of the the fun parts of Madden, watching two high-level players showing what you got. Somebody responds. Let's see how this all hands out. You got 1:29 left here.
3-3-5, stacking that nickel corner to the left, trying to stop that inside zone. And here goes D. Croft to the outside, goes to the truck animation.
Oh my
goodness!
Sticky.
There it is, the open field stick work.
Oh,
he
man.
does not. If you guys are subs to D. Croft, I want to see those no Bs in the chat. Unbelievable stick work. Good Lord. A guy like Leonard Fournette should not be able to do that.
No. I mean, that was so subtle, but yet so nice, the way he was able to time the way he was slow down period, took the ability to go up. I mean, that's the difference between, 60 yards on that play that he got different?
I'm cracking up right now because I'm just thinking about when I try to do that, what ends up happening to my running back.
Yeah.
I just stop. My guy stutters in the middle of the field, then boom, Sean Taylor hits it right
We were
in the
talking
mouth.
about this earlier. I've been using the ability to take my kickoffs to pry it. You know how many times I have been hit sticked and, it's not as easy as he makes it look. And it's something that, we were talking about it earlier. What can you do in Madden 19 to set yourself up for next year? Work on these type things. Kind of show, get your timing down and get your ability to better your game, in order to, give yourself some confidence going into that. This is the time of year to work on the little things that you want to craft for the following year.
Ultimate Legends this week were Teddy Bruschi, Kevin Mawai, and Dick LeBeau. Dick LeBeau, of course, you guys know him as the former defensive coordinator for the Steelers. Absolute guru of both blitzes and coverage combinations. One of the better defensive coordinators over the last 20 to 30 years in the NFL. It was pretty physical corner in his heyday. Played on the Lions with Night Train Lane. So if you guys are Lions theme teamers, you could have that little CB tandem, a couple 99 overall corners on your team.
I can only imagine what he brings to the table as a defensive coordinator and how smart he was. I would have loved to be able to see him in his heyday play because, just the cerebral approach that he brings to now. I would love to have seen how he actually played in person. So it's nice to see these type of legends in the game because it does broaden your horizons a little bit about NFL history.
4s in the chat as we begin the 4th. Young Kiv trailing by 4, trying to get this red zone stop. Big 3rd down and 5 coming up for D. Croft. Trips tight end. He's going to motion. Play action fake here for Vic. Great coverage by
Throw it
Kiv.
away. Oh, he takes the slide
And
down.
I like that. He's going to take 30 seconds with him.
He is. That was really, really smart to understand the situation. He knew he was going to kick the field goal no matter what, 3rd and 5. If he throws it away, he wasn't going to go for the 4th down. That's something that you kind of have to have a pre-thought in your mind to say, you know what, don't throw an interception. You got points. Don't make a mistake. Love what he just did there. Did the old give up the QB, get yourself extra 30 seconds. High level.
Not enough players use that
No,
mechanic.
not at all. And I think that is something that, you got to highlight the little things that make the difference. The skill gap is not always stick skill. Sometimes it's knowledge. Sometimes it's making the smart play. And love what I just saw from D. Croft.
I just want to take a quick second and say, no, thank you, Dual Sports 12U. Thank you for watching because you make what we do possible. Thank you to everybody, all 6,201 of you in the chat right now watching Friday Night Football. You would think this was a final matchup. It is not. This is our round of 8. Winner moves on to the final 4. Young Kiv versus D. Croft, and of course, Crush waiting in the wings for either of these players.
It's another advantage. You earn your game, end your game early. You get to have that scouting report. What is the guy doing on defense that maybe he didn't show you the previous week? How is he reacting to certain different things? It's great. He can decompress a little bit and study the game. And why not, right? This is part of a tournament.
They're saying re-roll in the chat. Does that mean that we did not get the claim on Amari Cooper? If you guys want Amari Cooper, spam those dice roll emotes in the chat. If you don't have them, type something in the chat. I mean, not the word something, but something.
Yeah. Just be active. Have fun.
Make sure you're following the channel to be eligible for the giveaway.
Wow. They gave him the catch and the fumble on that play. Wow. Takes him all the way to the 14. That was pretty bang to bang.
Got somebody who's a little angsty in the chat. Louisiana Animal says, we don't know anything. The game's going to be way different in 20. Well, I mean, I played the beta. Have you?
I've played the beta.
Oh, okay. Do route combinations seem to translate from game to game?
I would say they've been translating for years now. So it is something that, when you talk about understanding programming, understanding real-life concepts and how they work, some things will change. Some zones will play a slightly different. But
big hit right there by D.
Definitely. It is something that you want to make sure that you study the game as much as you can. It can only help you. It's not wasting your time to be able to have a leg on the competition when you start the year.
Yes, absolutely. There are definitely things that you could do. Obviously, things change from year to year. Locomotion, things like that will change, but route combinations are route combinations. If you can grill yourself on how to attack cover 2 from a stock standpoint, that's going to put you in a better spot. You cannot tell me that there's not a way to improve your game in the late in the season. Wheel route to Derrick Henry, and that's going to be a nice little dot right
just
there.
As an example right there, short side wheel, had somebody drive off the cloud flat, knew that he could throw it to him real quick. It was an easy 4 to 5 yard gain. He was going to take it every time. That was his first read. If that play was open, he was going to hit him. It was real obvious. That's what he did. That's a route combination. That's not...
I'll eat my hat if that doesn't work in 20.
Can I pick the hat? No, I'm just kidding.
As long as it's not a couple of touchdown, Brashad Perriman.
Oh, yeah. That's crazy.
Fortnite dance, and we have a tie ball game, 31-31. Let me know in the chat, guys. 1 in the chat if you think Young Kiv wins this ball game. 2 for D. Croft. I need to see all 6,100 of you guys spamming one of those two numbers. 1 for Kiv, 2 for D. Croft. Joe Tominski wins the re-roll on Amari Cooper, so make sure you claim that. I know that he was wanting a giveaway tonight. He was talking about he doesn't win anything. Looks like he finally won something. So congratulations to Joe Tominski.
So how are you playing this, Sand? Are you trying to get into field goal range, slow it down, or are you trying to slow it down now and try to be the last person with the ball?
I'm playing really aggressive right here because I want to take the big play downfield, knowing that Kiv is probably playing aggressive on his side. It's not the end of the world if you turn the ball over on downs that you're on 25 with 3 minutes left in the ball game. So you need to play this hedging for 2 possessions. Yes, you can slow play it, but D. Croft really outside of the one run with Fournette hasn't really been successful with the short game like we've seen in games past with him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's something
it's been a vertical game.
Yeah, he's used the little bit of the underneath route and the reputation of using the underneath route to help him open up his big game. But yeah, definitely from my opinion as well, in this situation, because Young Kiv has shown that he can match score for score with you, that you try to get into field goal range right away and then let the clock basically take care of itself.
See all the cross-man adjustments here from Young Kiv. Good coverage. Flushes him out to the right. He's going to look downfield, and that's going to be incomplete. And see,
you go for it.
Yeah, you go for it because 2:30 from your own 30, you can play aggressive. Kiv can score. It's not the end of the world. You'll have about minute 30, whatever.
Absolutely, you go for
this
it.
This is the play right here.
Yeah, you're getting the ball back. If you can play aggressive on defense, you're getting the ball back. You can definitely make sure that you give yourselves 2 opportunities to win this game here.
Here's the snap. Gonna go to the fade.
Oh, he got it.
And he gets
and
2
he
feet
stays in. 2-minute warning. What a play. He takes this down to 2-minute warning on that play.
That's going to be Robert Foster of the Bills with that huge grab. Yeah, 6'2", got some good speed. Nice budget receiver there for D. Croft.
Absolutely. He gets to think about this a little bit, what he wants to do. Does he want to stay aggressive? I would like to see him aggressive on the first play, see what he can do, get 30 seconds off the clock before he has to take another timeout. Because ideally, I'm thinking Young Kiv thinks he's going to run the ball, and he's not in field goal range yet. The last thing you want to do is not get yourself in field goal range by slow playing it, and now you're stuck with a 4th and 5 situation, and you still can't kick a field goal.
We'll see what D. Croft wants to do here. We're also going to see what Young Kiv does here. He's going to go into the big nickel over G.
He is.
Right here with the game on the line.
I
Play
like
action
it.
fake.
I like it.
Gonna hit that drag underneath, and that's going to be Vernon Davis for a short gain.
4 yards. Yep.
2nd down and 5.
keeps the clock going. Opted not to take a timeout there.
Definitely not a positive force for good. I mean, can you imagine? I mean, I'm not here to talk trash about the viewers. I love my viewers. But can you imagine being one of 6,200 to win a giveaway? You've been contacted to claim the giveaway. You don't claim it. And then you come in the chat and you complain about it? Like, who else do you have to blame but yourself at that point? Hope you enjoy your 10 minutes off, bud.
Very big play here. Gets the first down, keeps that time going. Oh, actually had to take a timeout. I missed that.
Delayed handoff. And see, that was the difference. Now, he did pick up big yardage right there, but that was the difference. You could tell that draw animation was quicker.
Yep.
With the left-handed quarterback running back to the right as opposed to handing it off to the handedness of the quarterback.
And especially in a situation where you don't want to go backwards here. You don't want to get to the 35, 34 on your draws. You got to keep that a little bit tighter, and he did so. All right, this is what we did again. He's going backwards. No.
Oh, man, 52 from right here. Do you QB sneak? Knowing that, like, you have 52 in the bank, but if you take a loss, now all of a sudden you're in a spot where full meter doesn't get you all the way there if you take a loss on this play?
Yeah, you can't take a sack because you get it yourself out. So you can't be too, over-aggressive on this. Obviously, 15 wins. Yep, see what he does. Takes the run.
That should be more than enough. It's going to be a 49-yard kick from here. And do the math on this, 27 seconds, about 50 seconds left for Kiv to get a field goal of his own, maybe force overtime. This has potential to be an instant classic right here.
Absolutely. I think he's, Kiv's got to be feeling okay that he's going to have, about 45 seconds to get into field goal range, not have to go the length of the field. So he's in good position. He can work the sidelines. I liked what I saw in the first half with D. Croft playing outside in on his defense. So let's see how that plays out.
And that'll be up, and that will be good. Went back to the blocked field goal in the club series for Kiv right there. It reminds me so much of that event, a really tight ball game. These two have put on two of the better Madden games that I've seen all year long. One at the beginning of the year and one right here towards the tail end of Madden 19.
You're absolutely correct. These guys are definitely, they played each other. They've got that rivalry when it comes to the Seahawks clubs. If I'm D. Croft, I'm saying, young Kiv's in my way, but I want to prove that I can win that series. Like, he's going to do it every year, and I respect that. I really do.
He's going to go to the... That is the route specialist crossing route, flipped to the wide side of the field right there.
You're absolutely correct. That's that crossing that turns into a really nice, tight corner route. And that's a play that you can do on first down. Not so much here because it's all of the ability that you got to get those hot routes when the clock's running.
Ad-libbing right here, losing precious time.
I think he throws it away.
He's going to go down the field.
Oh, my goodness.
He had the game-winning touchdown. And Michael Vick overthrows Shannon Sharp. The route got open down the sideline off the playmaker. And the Vick experience shows you the bad side right there.
Is this team tired? He just had a run and hunt.
Yeah, no timeouts now for Kiv. We saw him take a timeout in the last game to get his energy back. Now he's got slow receivers and tired linemen.
Does he get out of bounds? He does. Okay.
And he does.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness. This game is shaping up.
Yep, it is.
3rd down and 8 here for Kiv.
What do you think, about 13 yards, 12 yards to get him into easy territory? So he's obviously got to get the first down. But he's got to get the first down.
He really can't afford to be tackled in bounds right here.
And he's got to remind himself, if I get tackled in bounds, I'm spiking it. It's one of those deals. I don't know if he's got
a first down here on 3rd and 8.
He's got to get the first down and then spike. If he doesn't get the first down, he's in trouble.
He's got the middle of the field. Shannon Sharp spins back to the end. Broken tackle. Clutch straight.
Well, I don't know.
Stumbles forward. And the clock is ticking.
Can he did it?
11, 10.
This is my biggest thing. It doesn't take
this
no
will
seconds.
Not happen
in Madden 20. This is one of my biggest beefs. You should have to spike this ball in order to get the field goal off. It's been in Madden. You play the game the way it is. I'm a firm believer that young Kiv knows this, and he knows that he could have got a second play off. So it's not like he got bailed out. He wouldn't have made that play. So,
and D. Croft wins the toss. He'll elect to receive. How about that drive by young Kiv to force overtime?
This is what they do. This is why young Kiv's always in the top 4 conversation of every tournament he plays. It's because he does the little things to put himself in the best possibility for success. He did it again there.
Everyone in the chat said that D. Croft gave him way too much time right there. And, man, it was like... It was on point. He had 11 seconds and he had the field goal. He even waited on the field goal.
Yep.
Like he held the button. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm just going
absolutely.
overtime.
And that's the difference. I don't want to say the difference, but when it comes to high-level Madden, Kiv's been there. He's been under the most pressure year in and year out when it comes to tournaments. It was like another game to him on this. We talked about Mr. Hitstick, in his game, and with that field goal attempt. I don't believe that Mr. Hitstick, was felt the pressure as much as maybe we might have sounded, but at the same time, it's there. What a play!
And he rolls out, pulls down the cloud flat. So what he did right there, you saw, you got flushed out of the pocket to the right. He set his feet, and what ends up happening is when you roll out, it puts that cloud flat defender on the deep sideline in conflict. Do I stay underneath this route, or do I pursue the scramble? He steps up, he waits, and he throws that corner route. Now he's getting close to field goal range.
Absolutely. He knew when he did that, and when he was able to get outside, that he just had to plant his feet, make sure that Vic had a good... I thought he might have had him inside.
He did. He had the run up the middle.
Yep.
You saw right there, he maybe feared Kiv's user. His user's been there all game long.
It has been, yep.
And maybe he bounces that outside out of habit right there.
Yeah. I mean... Obviously, you got to take the 3 if you get into a 4th and long situation, but I would not feel comfortable only taking 3 and giving Kiv the opportunity to put 7 more on the board to win this game.
Look at this coverage right here. T.O. down the middle is the play for D. Croft. Kiv all over it, though.
Throw it away.
Screaming at him. Great coverage there by Kiv.
That was great.
I love the hybrid call.
Yep. He keeps on mixing up, going back and forth, not making his reads as easy, especially late in here, and he's still generating natural pressure with this 3-3-5.
3rd and 7. Cannot take a sack. Pressure from Kiv. Flushed out to the left.
Oh, he
and that's going to be intercepted, young Kiv.
Oh, wow.
Rodney Harrison.
Wow.
And that was going to Julio, the security blanket all game. 3 touchdowns in regulation.
He
None,
thought,
sir.
He
in
thought
overtime.
he could get it over him. I don't know what Harrison's height is, but I'm assuming that he had, a good advantage there. That ball wasn't getting over his head. Tested the user. Kiv comes out.
Watch Perriman on the flip corner route right here. There it is. It's going to be open.
Yep.
Oh, and he passed up on it, and he throws the backside skinny.
Oh.
Incomplete pass intended for Terrell Owens.
Look at those stats. 24 for 36, over 430 yards. Crazy game so far.
34-34 in overtime. Young Kiv needs a field goal for the W. 3-man rush from D. Croft. Backside skinny.
Same play.
Again, incomplete for Terrell Owens.
Early contact, what do you think?
No PI in this game.
I know. I don't see those yellow flags in the chat, though.
3rd down and 10. 2 players that know each other well from the Seattle Club Series Championship earlier this year, going at it in another classic here on Friday Night Football. Going down the field, that's going to be Perriman.
Oh, my goodness.
The man makes plays. Get yourself Rashad Perriman.
I mean, he was always a deep threat, but this guy catches the ball at high points in the end zone. He catches it in traffic. I mean, someone at EA must be a UCF fan as well.
There's a lot of UCF fans down at EA. Of course, it's in Orlando. It is in Orlando. There's as much a UCF bias as there is a Browns bias, right? Am I right?
It appears so. I mean, if you got one player to do it all year, you throw it on Pyramid, who's now a buck. Come on now.
Here we go. 1st down and 10 from just past midfield. Kiv needs probably 17 yards, a little bit less than that, for a game-winning field goal attempt. Looks like we're going to see the outside zone here.
Shoots the gap.
He breaks the tackle. Henry breaks another. Is he unaggressive? 25.
Stiff
15,
arm to the house.
5. Touchdown, young Kiv. He moves on to our final 4.
Wow.
What an end to that ball game.
That was an amazing game. I'm glad we got to see this from front to this was amazing.
Unbelievable ball game. Let them know in the chat. That was an instant classic, one of by far the best games we've seen in Friday Night Football. Round of applause for those two. That's just our final 8 matchup. Now, you can't even let up if you're Kiv. I mean, you got to be like, exhale. You got Crush coming up.
He's had an amazing, run through this. He had Canes and then Mr. Hitstick, now D. Croft, now Crush. I mean, if he gets through this field, I mean, he's earned every bit of every series point he has. And the same has to say with all the other guys in it right now. There wasn't an easy game in this game. Not that there ever is an easy game, but every game has been, a fight throughout. And
unbelievable.
The great Final Four so far. I'm really looking forward to seeing these guys link up and do it again
tonight. We've just been hopping back and forth to close finish after close finish. All these players putting it all on the line here to end Madden 19. Again, guys, for those that don't know what the summer series is about, 5 weeks. We're currently in week 3. Rankings points to everybody that finishes in these events. Top 8 gets to return for the next week. The other 24 get rotated out. At the end of the 5 weeks, top 6 will be invited to a $10,000 tournament to kick off Madden 20. So for those that are saying that Madden 19 is dead, not by a long shot. We're about to head into our Final Four. We're going to take a short break, let the players set that up. We'll be back to take you through the rest of the broadcast. We'll be right back.
Burgers, donuts, Niçoise salad.
Delivering from over 95,000 restaurants nationwide. If you want it all, you can get it all. Grubhub, restaurants you love delivered.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to a quick 1-minute walkthrough sponsored by Playbook.gg. To learn more about today's play and how it fits into an entire game plan, make sure to visit Playbook.gg and check out Stiff's run and gun offense today. Today's play comes from the gun-tight flex formation, and the play itself is called wide receiver cross. This play will beat all zone coverages, but specifically we're going to look at it against cover 2. The setup is very simple. All you need to do is put X on a fade. This will run off that deep safety and let the red route with Moncrief here get wide open. So I'm going to snap the football. All you have to do is buy time in the pocket, wait for B to get wide open. You can catch it over here on the sideline for a huge gain. If you like today's setup and you want to learn more about it, make sure to visit Playbook.gg and check out Stiff's run and gun offense right now.
And welcome back. Final four time. We're going to take you through the last 5 minutes of the 5-2 Bowl, Some Serious versus Oreo. And then we're going to finish off this segment with most of our Young Kiv versus Crush games. So we got a little fortunate break there. We're going to be able to watch both these games, see the finish of both of them, and set up a great finals here tonight on Friday Night Football number 21.
Absolutely. You got a 4-point game here with Some Serious has the ball. If you haven't already put your fours in the chat, go ahead. I know we just jumped into it, but why not? And you're going to see 5-2 versus 5-2 and see how this ends up going.
And we got a fumble just like that. That's going to be recovered by Oreo. Oh. He's got the ball and a 4-point lead.
That was huge. I mean, he puts 7 up on the board, takes a minute off the clock here. That's going to be really tough sledding for Some Serious. So he's really got to hold him to a field. Very unfortunate in this timing of the game to have something like that, happen and give up the ball in that situation.
A little bit of history on the 5-2 defense. I knew that both these players were running this here. 5-2 defense is more of a more prehistoric form of the modern day 3-4 defense. It was created by Coach Greasy Neal of the Philadelphia Eagles, and it gave kind of some way to the Buddy Ryan era style defense as we see Joe Mixon outside, a spin move back to the inside, and a touchdown for Oreo. He's going to take a 2-score lead. I'll tell you what here, guys, I'll barter with you. If he gets a stop right here, we'll go ahead and take you through Kiv versus Crush in its entirety. We'll see if Oreo gets a game-clinching stop right here.
What a run. What a ability to take the fourth quarter. He had the opportunity from the strip fumble, takes full advantage of it, goes up 11. Let's see how Some Serious goes ahead and responds. We've seen him on the big stage. He was in the Madden Bowl. He was the Titans Club champion. I don't think the pressure is going to get to him. It's just a matter of can he make a quick score and put himself in the opportunity to at least let his defense have a stop in him to keep his tournament life still active in this one.
Rip 21 Sean T 36 says this game was on and we were on a hold screen. Yeah, man. I mean, we called 2 games in a row. We got to get a little 2-minute break, rest our vocal cords a little bit. That was an instant classic. That took a lot out of us, that Kiv versus Decroft game. How about that matchup?
Man, that was amazing. It's kind of one of those things that you're in a real high, and then you kind of collect yourself to find out what the game's at and kind of get going, kind of make sure that we're ready to go not only into this game but go right back into the other game and go strong for the rest of the night. So yeah, we definitely understand. We would love to be able to, go game to game to game. But just in this instance, guys, we're going to do our best to finish this one out for you and go straight into the other one.
5-2 defense here for Oreo. Back to pass. I like the pass protection, but that's going to be intercepted. DRC with the pick. And now Oreo in full control.
Yeah, there was the game. I mean, I think I know we came late to the show, but we basically showed you how this game basically unfolded in the matter of 1 minute. You went from strip fumble, touchdown to interception. Something that, it looks like this game is going to go to right into the second quarter of, you've got Young Kiv in the Patriots uniforms, and you've got Crushed in the Falcons uniforms.
Young Kiv, as always, sporting the 818 in homage of True Boy. He's going to go back in the end zone. That's going to be broken up. Good defense. That's Wilson in on that pass breakup for Crush.
Is that the Brandon Wilson from the Bengals, the 10 cap guy?
Yeah, I believe
that's a backup strong safety. I mean, that's the thing with salary cap. You got to hide your players, and for him to make a play on Sharp, that's production, and you got to be happy with that from Crush's side.
Anytime you get production out of a min cap player,
he shot that gap, knew that right away. Great defense right there by Crush.
This seems to be the goal line package of choice by most competitive players, that little single back wing tight offense. It's a nice little offense, but a lot of players realize that when you're facing a Kiv or somebody that runs this Patriots offense, it's mainly the dive game that they're going to run in that formation.
Absolutely. I'm looking for dive, and I'm looking for running back wheel. With a flat route, so he goes up the middle, basically from a single back. So some things that you've seen throughout the year, you get aggressive on that. Get aggressive. You can go down at the dive and then kind of react to the passing routes that, if it isn't the run on there.
That high point attempt to the back of the end zone falls incomplete. Looks like the pass was intended for the tight end, and Kiv will get on the board first in this ball game. That field goal's up and good, 3-0. Saw that stat line for Kiv as we were finishing up the Oreo game. Ugly start for Kiv, 5 for 11, 2 interceptions already.
With that stat line, you tell me that, and he's up 3-0 in the second quarter, you got to be happy. I'm assuming that means Kiv had the ball first, right? If he's thrown 2 interceptions, he's at this point. But again, you look at the total yards, 41-8. So this has been defensive, and we'll see how it turns out. But, Crush has got to find something on offense right away here.
Big hit there by Mel Blunt.
Wow. 4 for 6 for 12 yards. I mean, 4 completions for 12 yards. That means he's really throwing underneath. He's throwing that quick read. I don't know if he's got happy feet right now or he's just getting the ball out, but you can tell that he's not in rhythm and he's not making reads down the field yet.
Maybe you see 2 uncomfortable players right here just trying to fill out the zone coverage combinations.
Oh, what a throw.
Kiv down the field, and that's going to be broken up. Pass intended for Brashad Perriman. That's not something we've heard a lot tonight. Pass broken up, intended for Brashad Perriman. He's been holding on to everything all night long.
He really has. I mean, he was able to, kind of try to outthrow the defense there. He kind of led him to the outside. He made a good play to get his hands on it. Does he get it? He does.
He does. Shannon Sharp, he took a big hit by Mel Blunt 2 plays ago. That time runs him over, spins off that tackle, and gets the first down, moving the chains for Crush. It's tough living right now for Crush, though, if that's how he's going to pick up his first downs.
It really is. I think that, Kiv's got kind of got the lockdown right now. I mean, just takes a couple of completions, though, to kind of get you into the rhythm, even if it's just a drag here, a flat there. The biggest thing you want to do if you're struggling on offense, just keep on going forward with the easier reads. Don't try to force it down the field all the time because typically you can throw yourself into a rhythm. And, something as simple as throwing a flat to Sharp, he's got that trucking ability. He was able to get that first down by taking a 2-yard throw and making it into 6.
Could not have said it better myself. Axe Valencia's that pass is going to fall to the turf incomplete. You think he was early on that one?
That was close. I really think that was close. I don't know, man. I think he might have timed that one right. I think earlier in the tournament when I thought the guy kind of cut off his angle, I think he might have gotten that one. Because usually on a hit stick, if you're early, they'll give you the PI. Only on the hit stick. So I'm going to go with it. It was good timing, good click on, and, just a good play by Kiv. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that one.
Going to go short to the flat again. There's Shannon Sharp trying to fight through all of it. It's going to bring up 4th down and 1 here. Probably a short one. It looked like he reached out. I thought it was going to be inches, but we'll see what Crush has dialed up here. It's kind of the problem, right? You've been underneath all game long, and now you have a 4th down and 1. When that's been your whole offense, it's kind of like, where do you go?
Yeah, you're assuming that he's going to make an adjustment to the underneath coverage to the outside, right? So he did right there. He put the guy on there. He goes over the top. Does he hold on to it?
He does. And that's going to be Brashad Perriman.
Oh, are you kidding me right now? This guy just wants to make plays no matter what.
I cannot believe the performance out of this. What is sleeper hits, positional hero.
He's not a sleeper anymore.
Perriman.
I mean, he's kind of coming out party this tournament, and obviously these players knew. I mean, they've played some warm-up games with him. I mean, he didn't just jump into everybody's lineup out of nowhere. This guy's got to be performing like that plenty of practice games before they brought him to the tournament.
Certainly. I mean, you're definitely not going to test out a new item on your team with $1,000 on the line and potentially $10,000 and Madden 20 on the line. You know, you're going to stick with the Julio, Terrell Owens, Randy Moss lineup. You have to know that Brashad Perriman's bringing this to the table for you.
Absolutely. I mean, he definitely sent the heat that time. He was, he missed his first, underneath read, kind of looked for a little bit further down, kind of got himself in a tough situation here. He's got to play the field position here. It's the 42-yard line. You got a 59-yard kick. Going for all 3rd and 18 is a possibility, but you got to understand, I think you take the 5 if you can, instead of giving up points in this situation, because it's been a defensive battle.
I think I know better with a guy like Crush. He's probably going to put the ball in the air here, but it wouldn't shock me at all to see a handoff.
Yeah.
And you see Kiv maybe feeling the same way.
Absolutely.
He's going to blitz those B gaps.
He's going to blitz those guys, see if he can get them in, and, at the worst-case scenario, he's going to send heat and get to that quarterback. So let's see what he ends up doing here.
Verticals. Stock verticals. He's going to throw that on the crossing route. Good defense there by Kiv. That's incomplete.
You're almost forced to go for it here now because, basically you're in no man's land. I don't know what kicker he took to the party, but I'm assuming not a 59 yards.
Yeah, I mean, I always just assume it's Dan Bailey.
Yeah. I give you 53 and a third, and that's about it.
Exactly. They all play indoors for a reason. They don't want to deal with the wind.
Absolutely.
They want to know, okay, 53 is what I got. Wind or not.
Yep.
Back to pass is Vic. 4th and 18. Going to be very tough to convert down the middle.
No way.
And he got a touchdown.
Oh, my goodness.
Brashad Perriman.
Oh, are you kidding me? Wow.
How about that strike by Crush?
Oh, gosh.
And Perriman.
If I'm Kiv, I don't have a controller right now. I'm swapping out my controller for my backup that I just broke. I mean,
well, we know that he didn't throw it because it would have paused.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I mean, like I'm telling you, my batteries are everywhere. I mean, maybe these guys got more composure than me.
Maybe it wouldn't have paused. I'm trying to remember. I don't know. It's been a while since I chucked the controller, but definitely one of those plays where you just 4th and 18 and you give up the touchdown.
Threaded the needle, back of the end zone, in traffic, gets his feet down. I mean, it was on the dot. Don't get me wrong, but that's one that's really tough.
And
then
big
he gets a pick right
interception.
afterwards.
That's Dion.
Yeah. Nothing nicer than Dion in a Falcons uniform.
I lied.
Actually, it was
Landon Collins.
You're right.
The wrong 21 right there. It's the Falcons uniform. Threw me off.
I mean, we've had lineage there. D'Angelo Hall wore that number.
That's right. D'Angelo Hall, another great all-time Madden corner. Very solid NFL player, too.
Yeah. Something about that 21 that they make a name with you, then they go ahead and they play elsewhere. It's kind of cursed.
You see Crush goes over the middle there, and he finds another strike for a first down. So now we're starting to see Crush get a little something going here. And this has kind of been the game for Kiv. Get down early, fight back. You saw it against the last opponent, D-Croft. You saw it against Mr. Hitstick. We'll see if he has another comeback in his arsenal here. Probably arguably his toughest opponent of the night here in Crush. Crush hasn't had the success in Friday Night Football that we would expect. However, he is one heck of a player. I mean, he's got an MCS resume, the Bengals Club Series champion.
Absolutely.
Probably one of the best capping moments of the year. It's in the nomination. I think everyone's going to give that to Skimbo Spoto. But
you're right. But the cross leg, the mannerisms, the back in the chair. I mean, I think it was one of those like, hey, you know what? He started it, he had it, and then the Spoto and the Skimmo's like, I could do one better, right? I mean, it's in the conversation. He's in the nomination. But, yeah, for sure. I mean, Crush is a great player, and this is his time. I mean, you mentioned it. Young Kiv has not made things easy for himself the last 3 games. He seems like he's found ways to get back in the game and, obviously win. But a little bit uncharacteristic of having some slower starts. But, I definitely know that there's more fight in Kiv, and this isn't the end of it, And,
of course, we know young Oreo is out there watching this semifinal matchup. Up the middle, Leonard Fournette, nothing doing. We're going to see a timeout. It'll be 2nd down and goal from the 7 here for Crush. Let me ask you this question. Obviously, Madden's a passer's game. You know Kiv has no timeouts. You're Crush up by 4 already. Do you go ahead and just call a run here, even if you know that the chances of a touchdown aren't great, just to get the clock moving a little bit?
Honestly, I really feel like I need to know who gets the ball, right? Like There it is. Let me finish it and after he has the dot to Julio. If I know that I'm getting the ball back in the second half, maybe I would have played that a little bit less aggressive and be more conservative going in, because I know at the worst, I know I control 3 points on the board. He doesn't get the ball back. I get the ball back, and I do the back-to-back type of thing.
That's a great point. We don't know who has the ball at half because we watched the end of the Oreo game.
Yeah.
That's kind of why I asked. I mean, these are the things that you think about that a lot of players at home, honestly, sometimes you say it, but these are things that sometimes when we are in the hot seat playing head-to-head games, we don't think about it.
Absolutely.
It's easier to sit back and analyze the game and be like, okay, I see what this guy should have done in this scenario. But right there, Crush, he finds Julio in the back of the end zone. Looked like Kib was in cover 4 quarters, and Julio did a great job working off of that man-to-man match to the back corner of the end zone.
Yeah, it's definitely another thing that we know. We talked about it early in the broadcast. Sometimes it's a feeling. It's do you have a play that you know that you set up earlier in the game in a red zone situation that you're expecting a certain defense and you know that you want to go back to it. Sometimes it's just I'll take one shot and then I'll play it a little bit. Sometimes you play it on emotion. But for the most part, if you want to play the law of averages and play it a certain way, then you kind of go, that type of realm. I mean, I've always gone on the feeling if I've got a high-powered player I'm playing against, I want to keep the ball out of his hands.
D. Croft in the chat, thank you so much for playing tonight, man. I know it's no consolation to hear this from us, but that was an amazing game. We enjoyed watching that. And you played 2 of the most entertaining games of Madden that we've watched this year. One at the beginning of the year and, of course, one tonight. So we appreciate you hanging out in the chat, being a good sport about it after the fact.
Absolutely, man. You've definitely earned your ability to come back next week and gain some more points.
Yeah, it's not over.
Yeah, you've done a great job as Friday Night Football all year round. So when it comes to tiebreakers, you definitely have a good opportunity of using those Friday Night Football wins to your advantage. So you score some points next week and the following week, we can definitely see you as a wild card threat.
Bunch to the left here for Kiv. Julio Jones out in motion. We're going to see him come back here. Trying to see if maybe there's any tells to the coverage. Crush is doing a great job defensively right now.
He playmakered that drag up. He was right on that play. I mean, he's got a beat. He knows what he wants to do. He kind of feels like young Kiv is mixing his stuff up, but it looks like Crush is got the counter to his counter. And this is interesting. He needs to get some points here in the last 30 seconds. So you went ahead and saw that he drew the guy off sides there on a fake hike opportunity. Looks like he was on aggressive. Gets that extra 5. Let's see what can he capitalize on getting those extra yards with the nose timeout. He's got to do something to the outside, or he's got to be able to get to the line of scrimmage quick in order to preserve his opportunities here.
Going to motion out that drag, looking to hold the user in the middle of the field. Playmakers, nothing doing. Maybe a little tunnel vision right now on the offensive side of the ball for Kiv. We're seeing he's digging that hole right now. This is definitely a textbook punt situation.
It is. He calls the timeout to preserve the time to make him punt. I'm not sure if I'm Crushed, I even go anything other than run plays. There's no reason to throw a pick, put him into field goal range, especially if he gets this ball and kicks it inside the 20. The only thing, in my opinion, maybe you take one deep, but for the most part, I like my chances up 11. I don't want to give young Kiv any more opportunity to score by a fumble, interception. If you've dialed one play, if it's not there, throw it away. Take the intentional ground. It doesn't matter. Just don't do anything that's going to hurt your chances of giving up something small at the end.
You see right there, quick check down by Crush. Throws the wheel out of the backfield to that short side. That's been a staple of the offense tonight for Crush. He's not necessarily trying to pick up the pressure. He'd just rather throw the quick check down to the running back rather than utilizing him as a pass protector.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, why not just throw it the pyramid? He's caught everything. Let's see what happens. Yeah. So
maybe aggressive pass rush right there. Von Miller going to work there for Kiv. And that will take us to halftime.
Yep. We'll see who gets the ball and see how this game kind of plays out. Let's look like
it's going to be Crush. Despite the 2 early interceptions, it's going to be Crush with the ball.
Yeah. I mean, wow. Because, Kiv was the one that threw the 2 interceptions. So that makes kind of sense of that. That's how the ball got. We came into it where we saw that Crush only had 14 yards on 2 possessions. So it was really a defensive 0-0 game coming in. And, big time 11-point lead, has the ball. This is a good drive to really extend it for him.
Checks it down underneath, and that's going to be a short gain and a huge hit right there. Amari Cooper holds on to that catch, a gain of 6. Crush is doing a very good job of just taking what is given. He's playing the short game well. You see Kiv's getting really aggressive with the cross man. He's just trying to give him a different look here. He's been running a lot of double blitzes with the zones, now mixing in the man-to-man. Another drag. This time Julio Jones moves the chains.
Yeah, this is a tough part of being in the seat that young Kiv's right now. While Crush is only getting 3-4 yards a gain in all these drags or throws to the flat, he may be looking at the ball, getting it with less than 2 minutes to go in the third quarter, and basically he's taken all this time off the clock doing so. So these are really tough. I can see Kiv get a little bit aggressive here, and if Crush kind of senses that, he may go over the top again to kind of put this game away. It's kind of got that feeling about it. I'm going to try to bait you underneath. Let me take a shot. So let's see if he takes that. It kind of feels, that might be in the works, or at least dial something up. If it's open, take it.
Earlier in this drive, it looked like he had a one-on-one with Perriman, even with that safety, and he passed up the pass attempt. This time he's going to go over the middle, skinny post, and that's going to be incomplete. Pass broken up, intended for Julio Jones. Rodney Harrison on the PBU for Kiv.
It's a big play early. If obviously young Kiv wants to get the momentum back. I still think that Crush goes for this back-to-back here, but we'll see what happens here if he can. Oh, he got him.
Corner route, and that's going to be Perriman spinning back to the inside. And that's a fumble. And that's going to be recovered by Crush. Shannon Sharp saves the day.
Yeah, I don't know if I have a controller.
couple rough breaks for Kiv, and this one obviously having 5 defenders around the ball, and Shannon Sharp gets it back. The 4th and 18, you give up the touchdown on that play. It's been a frustrating game for Kiv here, but there's still time to turn it around if he can hold to 3, or even better, force a turnover right here and get it started for himself. Yeah,
collect himself. Kiv's definitely got the ability to do so. It's just he got that. He's that interception.
That's going to be intercepted.
Yep.
Just like that. Young Kiv.
Yep. Wow.
Big interception. Rodney Harrison showing up when he needs it. Shows up in overtime against D-Croft with the big interception.
Yep.
And then lurks that wheel route down the left sideline.
Yep. Obviously, hindsight's 20/20, but in that situation, you take 3 runs, take another minute and a half, 2 minutes off the clock, go up 2 touchdowns, hit a field goal. That's a tough situation for, Crush. Now, obviously, he makes the throw. Wasn't his best read of the night, but he gives life back to young Kiv, where, that could have been the time where he could have had the slow kill and, basically make it even that much tougher. But he went aggressive. There's a time, but obviously, the result's easier to talk about it at this point.
This has been Kiv's MO all night. Get down by 2 possessions and then start a comeback in the middle of the third quarter. The last 2 rounds have gone exactly that way. We'll see if he has another one in his arsenal. Wheel route, T.O. First down for young Kiv. Does this feel like a carbon copy of the last 2 games in terms of momentum feel?
Absolutely. Right now, I feel that Kiv's going to go down, he's going to score, and he's going to get the ball back, and we're going to be talking about him having the ball in the fourth quarter. And can Crush make that last drive down 3? That's how it feels right now, because that's how the ability of what Kiv has done. He's stayed true to his game as far as not letting the game's, frustrations. That strip fumble, and out of the blue, that guy goes and jumps on it. Not everybody can recover that. He picks off the next play.
Right. Yeah, that's a play where a lot of players are just like, all right, I'm done.
Yeah,
not my night.
Yeah. And how many people go straight to the console and say, the quit mode? That's part of the game of, wow.
Kind of not quite the one cut right there, but a nice little shimmy there by Vic. Picks up a few extra yards, now inside the 10. Don't look now. We might be a play or 2 away from this being a 4-point ball game with basically a minute and a half go in the third. It's a long way.
If Kiv puts up 7 here, does the pressure not go back on Crush in a sense, even though he's up 4, but it feels like, I had the opportunity to close out the game, or not close it out, but basically make it very tough. And now I'm sitting here having to put up points in order to, you know, keep him from, you know, breathing down my neck type deal.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see the same type of reaction that we saw to Mr. Hitstick, because we could tell, like, we just saw it in the third quarter. It's like, oh, he's up by 2 scores, but Mr. Hitstick looks like he's in trouble.
That, yeah.
I don't think Crush is going to play the exact same way, but that doesn't mean that I don't think Kiv could come back. That's going to be thrown up. That was intended for Perriman. Why not? It's worked all night.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was in traffic, but at the same time, you know, I've seen far more catches that have been in further traffic and than that. So this is a tough one. You don't get the first down. Are you going down 8, or are you going for it twice?
Take your 3. Just got to start putting doubt in Crush's mind if you're Kiv. I wouldn't be surprised to see Vic take it into his own legs right here.
Yeah. He's definitely spreading out the field. You can see that wheel route going to the left.
Watch the low ball to the out route to Sharp right here. Oh, all over it. Going to the wheel.
Ooh.
That's going to be incomplete. Pass intended for Terrell Owens. And
he's going for it.
I think you come out. You see if Crush gives you something.
Give you a look.
And then maybe take the delay game.
Yeah. You're in control of that.
Clock stopped. It's a good opportunity to do this.
Yeah.
I definitely don't force it right here if I'm Kiv. I mean, 3 points still has value.
I think he's going to go for it. Nope, you're right.
Oh, he's going to snap
He
it.
did. He caught me off guard.
Nothing open. Scrambling. Looking. Back of the end zone. Incomplete.
Oh, wow.
9 for 23. A very un-Kiv-like line.
Very un-Kiv-like. I mean, we've seen Crush be on it when it comes to the route combinations, and especially at the end of that first half and then making that stop. He's making him work for everything. So maybe that's what Kiv had in his mind there, saying, you know what, I'm down here. Maybe I need to take that extra shot, even though at this point, you know, putting the points on the board, it makes it a 1-score game.
Right here, I'm curious to see if Kiv goes to the hard flat coverage at any point. He's really been letting him have that quick flat to Shannon Sharp. And when you're up by 11 points and it's worth 30 seconds for 5 yards, I don't think Crush comes off that read unless you force him to with the hard flat coverage.
Ooh.
He's got to take that drag playmaker. Julio Jones moves the chains.
He definitely put that hard flat over there, and he basically, you know, took that first read away. Was able to, you know, improvise there, playmaker him up, finds his man. This is the frustrating part on defense, when he just makes enough of each play to keep the chains moving, and more importantly, getting that time to keep on going.
Wing tight formation, single back. Leonard Fournette under center here for Crush. Play clock down to 7. Dive call. He absolutely mauls.
More
Mauls
importantly,
Atwater.
Yeah, takes it to the 4th quarter here. Or does he actually do a play? No, he's taking it to the 4th quarter.
See, that's why I think you had to take 3 right there if you're Kiv, because I don't think you're seeing the exact same I'm just going to run the ball, chew clock approach from Crush. Maybe see a more aggressive approach. Maybe throws an incomplete pass, throws something that gets tipped. You never know. Just putting the game situation into a 1-possession game makes your opponents manage the situation differently.
A game that comes to mind is Crush versus Joke in the clubs, right? That was obviously the epitome of a comeback and the pressure mounting. That's in the big stage. But sometimes you got to put the pressure on the player at the time of it in order to see where they're going to be able to react. I mean, he's got enough experience on it that, you know, that might have been an aberration or whatnot, but, you know, you put the 6 on there. Now it's not just, hey, I can run as much clock as I can, and I'm still up 2 scores right now.
3rd down and 4 for Kiv. He needs this right now. Oh, that's a very good playmaker. Pulls the user, and Crush finds the post to Brashad Perriman. That's going to be a huge gain across midfield to the young Kiv 42. And it's looking like it's about to end for Kiv. It just has that feel. It had the feel that he was going to come back, and then he didn't take his points, and now it just feels like it's over.
Yeah.
Broken tackle, falls forward, gain of 4.
Double animation right there. Got the push forward.
He's going to stay in this wing tight. See that Julio Jones at tight end there, using that 6-0 line package. Delaney Walker in motion.
Great shooting of the gap right there. Knew that was coming. takes him out of field goal range, I would suppose, without that without a major kicker on his squad. So he's got to play for 3 to 4 yards here.
Yeah, if he picks up a few yards, that would make it about a 55-yard kick. That's still probably long for Dan Bailey, so he might even throw here. Oh, we're going to see a penalty. That's going to be encroachment.
Oh, wow.
So now now he's at the very tip of a Dan Bailey field goal range.
Yep, right at that 53 mark. You see where that ball is? It's a little bit before the 36. So he's got a full 53-yarder. That he's got this range.
As long as he doesn't lose yards here. 3-man rush here for Kiv. Spy in the middle of the field. Going to go to the post, and that's overthrown. Intended for Julio Jones.
That was a dangerous throw.
Here's the thing. Crush hasn't had the best line either. Like I said, 2 interceptions in the first half we saw of him. He's thrown a cleaner game since we actually started watching this. But there were opportunities for Kiv to get out and get a lead in this as well with the 2 first-quarter interceptions by Crush.
You're absolutely correct. I mean, it's been something that, you know, the defenses have reigned supreme, obviously, here. And it looked like Crush was able to put some scores together in that second quarter. That obviously is the difference in the game. But if young Kiv can go ahead and score a touchdown here, I don't feel like Crush is feeling like his offense is clicking. And that really puts back the pressure. He still has 2 timeouts, 4 minutes to go. You know, he gets to score in the next minute. I think on this side of the 3-minute, mark, I think he's still got a pretty good shot at this.
Pressure here from Crush, and that's going to be a sack of Kiv. That's Gabe Martin. We talk about getting production out of some budget players. Yeah. Those that play daily fantasy sports, it's pretty much the same approach in DFS as it is in salary cap. Stars and scrubs. You need to pay the big bucks for the guys who make a difference, and then pray for the production out of the minimum cap guys.
Fortunate there to get that thing as he
throws it up for grabs, and guess who? There's something about that item, man. He's different.
Yeah, he is definitely different. He's catching everything. I mean, Vic be able to spin off that sack, be able to find that player. I mean, that's the type of play that hasn't gone young Kiv's way in this game. So it's kind of one of those that, he can kind of, tally up as finally maybe the fortune is coming back in that section.
I mean, Perriman is just, I know he was open, but he still high-pointed that and technically held onto the ball through a dice roll animation that maybe wasn't necessary, but he still held on to it. I mean, this item is insane.
Yeah, he really is.
That timeout is really important that Kiv had to burn already in this half. He's going to need to use the 2-minute warning as one of his 3 timeouts, which means he's got to score sometime in the next 61 seconds. Back to pass. He's passing on a lot of his short reads right now.
Yeah.
That's incomplete. 11 for 26, 3 interceptions, no touchdowns. When's the last time you saw a game where Kiv did not find the end zone?
I can't recall any. I'm sure there's somebody in the chat might have a historian there, but nothing that I can call off the top of my head of when I saw a stat line like this, and give Crush his credit. I mean, there's 2 sides of the coin when it comes to, making somebody uncomfortable, and he's obviously done that.
The 5-2 defense of Oreo awaits the winner of this one. If the result holds up, it looks like it's going to be Crush. That's going to be incomplete. Pass intended for Golden Tate.
He calls a timeout.
Kiv burns that timeout. I mean, he has to. He's got tired receivers. I mean, Golden Tate, he's got to be... You don't want to be throwing the ball up to Golden Tate with the game on the line.
Yeah, you got to get 23 yards here. I mean, this is the game if you don't get this. So might as well get it as much as you can. We've seen an onside kick in last week's F&F, so it's not like it's not impossible. It's just he's got to put all his eggs on this one play.
Here we go for Kiv. Back to pass. Vic. Scan the field, going to go to the post. And that's going to be it. I'm going to assume Kiv is probably going to tap out here, and he will. So that is going to set up our final matchup. It's going to be Crush taking on Oreo. $1,000 on the line. And most importantly, what's looking like what might be a guaranteed seat in our 10K tournament in Madden 20.
Yeah, at this point, the way the tournaments have shaken out, 100 points looks like you're going to get there. Like, I think it's really the way it is. It's with Pavin being able to get to 160, I think, right now, and basically the people that are in this Final Four haven't had the points prior to this. That there's not a lot of makeup time. There's only 2 more tournaments after this, so even the person that it's either Crush or Oreo, getting 50 points is a lot. And then I think a lot of those people that have been in that 50-point range, what they do in the next 2, they're basically playing each other for that wild card. So.
We're going to have a great final coming up. Guys, the action has been fast and furious all night long. We still have plenty of giveaways because we just win a segment without doing any of those. We're going to catch up on those, I promise you guys. Let's take a short break. I'm talking maybe 3 to 5 minutes. Let these guys boot into the game, and we'll be back with the game in its entirety. $1,000, rankings points, and giveaways coming up after the break.
Burgers, donuts, Niçoise salad.
Delivering from over 95,000 restaurants nationwide. If you want it all, you can get it all. Grubhub, restaurants you love delivered.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to a quick 1-minute walkthrough sponsored by Playbook.gg. To learn more about today's play and how it fits into an entire game plan, make sure to visit Playbook.gg and check out Stiff's run and gun offense today. Today's play comes from the gun tight flex formation, and the play itself is called wide receiver cross. This play will beat all zone coverages, but specifically we're going to look at it against cover 2. The setup is very simple. All you need to do is put X on a fade. This will run off that deep safety and let the red route with Moncrief here get wide open. So I'm going to snap the football. All you have to do is buy time in the pocket, wait for B to get wide open. You can catch it over here on the sideline for a huge gain. If you like today's setup and you want to learn more about it, make sure to visit Playbook.gg and check out Stiff's run and gun offense right now.
And here we go. $1,000 on the line. Crush Oreo. Let me know in the chat, who do you have winning this? 1 for Crush, 2 for Oreo, $1,000 on the line, but more importantly, potentially a seat in our 10K tournament here in about a couple months.
Absolutely. I don't see at this point the winner of this should be pretty secure with the way that the rest of the 3 weeks have gone when it comes to series points. They get to that 100-point level. You know, it's definitely going to mean, and I know mathematically it won't work, but the way it really is working out right now, this is a huge game that puts one of them, you know, in that spot to move on, and the other one having to play themselves in for the next 2 weeks.
We're going to get you a quick look at our standings here in just a second here. We got a 3rd down and 10 here for Oreo. I'm sorry, for Crush. Oreo wearing those Vikings uniforms here. Crush in the Cowboys whites. We'll see what Crush is going to dial up. Interesting that we're seeing Oreo in the nickel, and he screams at him.
That was vicious. That was on both sides. Even if he wanted to try to get it to the flat, I think with Vic having to turn to his right, opening his body, I don't think he would have got that throw off anyways. Dialed up the heat and obviously was able to hold him to 3 there.
Somebody's saying in the chat that was 5-2. Maybe I just didn't see the personnel right there. I was expecting 5-2 out of Oreo. Let's go ahead and get a quick look at our updating standings as of right now. We have a look at the Pavon is at 160. He got a few more points tonight, only 10 more. He was an early exit. Clef on vacation. He's out on the cruise. Hope he's enjoying that here. Oreo, Crush, they both sneak into our top 6 right now. You see that they're each vying for an additional, 50 points here.
They are.
Second place will walk away with 50. So one of those 2 players is going to gain 50 more, moving them up into second as of tonight's final.
Absolutely. If you look at this graphic, guys, the things that you're going to want to see is that Pavon has earned himself back into next week. So he's pretty much clinched it. Clef will be back from his cruise. He should be in it. Oreo, Crush, Rage will be back. All that first 5 will all be back next tournament, having the opportunity to gain more. Joe Rice did not get in the top 8 today. So that looks like he's going to have to wait for number 5 in order to earn himself in. Scheming got himself back in. So that's really the biggest thing. You know, Kurtobin didn't play tonight, but he'll be back next week, you know, as long as he accepts the invite. So when there is a lot on stake going on, and it has a lot to do with earning yourself back into the next tournament to gain on that momentum.
So we'll go ahead and go right back to it here. 3-0 right now, and now we're watching Oreo on offense. Again, Crush wearing those all-white Dallas Cowboy uniforms, and Oreo going with the Vikings Color Rush uniforms. You saw right there, Kiv definitely on the outside looking in with 2 weeks left in the summer series, but he secured his spot in next week's tournament. That's one more shot to get himself either a top 4, a top 2, even get that win that he needs. And if he can finish top 8 again next week, that'll give him another shot. He's not in a bad spot. It looks bad, but he's still got life.
That's absolutely correct. And I think what we're going to see come next week, these guys are all going to be playing each other. They're all going to be in that same tournament. So, you know, it's one of those deals that it's really shaping up that the people are going to have to earn themselves into it, not playing competition that may be on the outskirts, not playing for anything but, you know, that the $1,000 prize pool. These guys are going to be head-to-head, and that's really what we anticipated when we put this this format together, to have these guys do it. And not only, you know, how big of a game this is, it's going to lead right into next week and how big those games are.
Big 4th down and 2 here for Oreo. We'll see if Crush has the defense here. He's going to be in the spread.
This is K-Mac's offense.
Yeah, very, very good offense. You saw right there, he passed up on the corner route, takes the drag, though, and that's Julio Jones spinning again. Sideline, 15, 10, 1 to beat. Fumbles. Touchback!
Wow.
Touchback! Crush gets the ball. No points for Oreo.
Holy
what
cow.
a play. What a turn of events there for Crush.
Well, Crush has definitely been very fortunate on fumbles tonight. It seems like the ball is going exactly the way he needs it to go. You know, it's very interesting that you saw that, you know, Oreo is in that gun spread from Arizona playbook, something that, you know, you saw a lot from K-Mac early in the year, as well as the 5-2. Looked like that was the perfect, you know, offense to get into, just didn't fall his way.
The strip rolled out of the end zone for a touchback It is a terrible break for Oreo, who ripped off a nice double spin with Julio. Looked like he had a touchdown in the bag right there, but Dion comes through with the big strip right there. On that note, I don't know how you guys are digesting that. He is in nickel normal. I knew I wasn't seeing things. Definitely nickel normal there for Oreo. Let's do an Ultimate Legend giveaway in the chat. Rockets, let us know what we're giving away. I can't believe that. 3rd down and 1 here for Crush. Kevin Mawai it is. Going to flip the bunch to the wide side here. Watch for the running back on the wheel out of the backfield. Oh, he's going to use him in pass pro. Going to the corner route. Great blitz pickup right there. Finds Brashad Perriman for the 1st down.
Great way to click on his receiver, come back to the ball, get a little bit of a separation between him and the defender. Sometimes that's the little bit of the skill to the difference between a ball getting knocked out and being able to hold on to the ball. Nice play there by Crush to be able to get into that.
Vic rolling out to the left, looking for the crosser, and that's going to be incomplete. Pass was intended for Julio Jones. You're going to see a timeout right there taken by Crush.
Yeah, that's the play we've seen all, back and forth all year long. It's one of those worst feelings in the world when you have a defense called up and you know the play and you're like, I can't get there. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get that catch, but makes up for it right here.
High point pass over the middle, that's going to be complete. And that's something that we could definitely talk about. Right now, we feel like the game is very blitz heavy. I mean, you see right here, he's blitzing 6, blitzing 7, makes them hike throw. They have to high point pass. That's not going to be something, in our opinion, that's not going to be something that you have to deal with in 20.
It really shouldn't. It should be something that, I know for one thing, the accuracy on high point low balls are going to be something that will be a factor depending on which quarterbacks you use. So, if the meta is to use somebody that's a little bit more of a speed quarterback, you're going to give up a little bit of the accuracies on those balls. Then obviously, with the ability of not having a super user to be able to alert the middle of the field, jump up, and whatever the case may be with that middle linebacker, you're going to have a little bit more tender spots that if you send 6 and 7 at times, I don't see a world that the user is going to be able to cover all aspects of the field like it is right now. So, I think most of us would like to see, a different game for Madden 20, a different feel, and, see how it goes. And then, at that point, if there's tuning need to be done, there's tuning need to be done. But, I mean, whenever I see the next version of Madden, I don't want to play the same game I played the year before. I'd like to have a whole different game to where we go ahead and have a different experience, and it appears that's the way it's going to be from the beta that we played.
That, as well as the RPO game, if you want to blitz 7 every time, that RPO is going to tear you up. I'm sure of that. As we have a touchdown for Crush.
Nice read.
10-0. Capitalizes on that fortunate break. Oreo, as we talked about, had the touchdown in the bag, and Julio Jones fumbled the ball through the end zone as he was crossing the plane. Gave Crush the ball back on a touchback, and that is the difference as of right now. 10-0 Crush, plenty of ball game left as we just started the 2nd quarter. We have winners. Steelers 1-3-1-1-0 with the Mawai, and the 7-5 wins Teddy Bruschi.
Burgers, donuts, Niçoise salad.
Delivering from over 95,000 restaurants nationwide. If you want it all, you can get it all. Grubhub, restaurants you love delivered.
And we're back, and we're watching Lamar Jackson scramble out of bounds. Takes a huge hit right there from Cam Chancellor. It'll be 2nd down and 2 here for Oreo. We saw that he came out in this spread offense here on that big down last time. He took the check down, 2 spins by Julio later. It looked like a touchdown, but see right here, going with the inside zone. Maybe a little too fancy right there with Joe Mixon.
Yeah, it looked like he had the opportunity to make the move and then get up the field, and it looked like he just kind of mistimed it where he did the hop step and then basically the spin out of it. So it definitely didn't work out as well, but, great run. Gets himself in Crush territory, and let's see what he can do about getting some points on the board here.
Looking down the field, he has the seam route, back of the end zone, high point. Julio Jones.
Julio?
Touchdown, Vikings.
Unreal, nice play. Now this is Oreo's second time. He already has one championship underneath his belt in Friday Night Football, and I believe he also has one in squads. So it's no, he's not in foreign territory here, being in a title game. If I remember correctly, he definitely had a comeback in that first one that he came back and won. So I won't cut out Oreo in any of his opportunity. I remember that game he wore down his player. That's really when he started getting that manual blitz to come in, and
absolutely,
he got really aggressive. And let's see, if that's something that we can see in this outcome here.
He was down by 17 at half against J-Wall in that final, and just blitzed him all second half, and that's Shannon Sharp with the truck.
Oh, is that
and
a fumble?
Another fumble, and he gets
it.
a fumble back.
Wow.
So Oreo gets that one back. Many would say that we're even. However, when you factor in that the other fumble was a guaranteed 7 points, I would argue that's not the case, but it's a start. It's a start. He's got the ball with a chance to take the lead.
If I'm Oreo, I don't know if I'm even yet, but I definitely feel better about the situation, especially if I can put some points on the board right here that, I got one back as far as at least possession to possession.
Smash concept, going to take the hitch to the outside, picks up a short gain. I like that little route combination. That's a great cover 2 beater.
I'm a big fan of the spread offense. It's quick reads. It really gives you opportunities to hit the players in the seams, players in the outside. You've got some crisscrossing fork action like he does here. Hits the guy on the inside. I mean,
Harriman.
It's a great offense, if you can. It basically takes people out of that blitz if you hit your early reads, and then once they get out of that blitz, then you can get those plays to open up in the middle. K-Mac did a great job in the early part of the year running this, and it looks like he's taking a page out of his book on this one.
And he's going to hit the curl flat combination touchdown. Oh. I stole it from the chat. Somebody said it. I thought it was good.
It's getting late.
It is. I'm trying to stay alive right now. We got a great final, $1,000 on the line, 14 unanswered from Oreo after Crush took the 10-0 lead. It's been back and forth football all night long here.
It really has. I mean, with the exception of last game where, you kind of felt like Kid was coming back and it just never happened. Every other game we've called all night has been just great. I mean, wire-to-wire action. And we're hoping for that on this game as well. It's a lot more fun to watch this and call this. And right now, this game hasn't been any short of some great Madden and some results that look like it's going to turn into a wire-to-wire game.
You see right now, he's going to stay blitzing everybody from this nickel normal. You're seeing the way that he's running it. If you don't block anybody, you get the nickel corner and both of those defensive ends free off of either edge. It's like 3 guys free at the quarterback. And you're putting your opponent in a situation where they have to guess, okay, who am I throwing to right away? Mm-hmm. And you see right here, they max protect, roll backwards to buy time.
2 players.
Amari Cooper. Oh, a little stutter go by Crush.
Wow.
I like the answer from Crush here. He gives up 14 unanswered. Doesn't seem phased. He's going right down the field here on Oreo.
Yeah, you can see when the blitz doesn't come in that, Crush is content backing up 10, 15 yards, making his read, getting the ball in space, and you can see that he made 2 players miss early and then did the stutter step for a little bit more yards. It really is in a compromising position if he doesn't get somebody home. And I think that, Oreo's got to definitely, obviously make sure that he's got the timing right on these, because if he sends them each time and he's finding better blitz protection, it's going to leave some people open for him.
Certainly. When you're sending 7, you only got 4 guys to guard 5 potential eligible receivers, and good user right here by Oreo. He was definitely looking for that wheel out of the backfield.
Absolutely. Went wheel first, and then it looked like he was going to step up the pocket and run, and you see that disengage right at that last second to where that defensive tackle closed that gap up. Nice play. 3rd and goal from the 13. This is a tough part where an interception could happen if you force something. So I would take the one-on-one type of high point pass, but anything more than that, you may not want to throw it into traffic.
Got a big question in the chat. Is that ball's incomplete, intended for Perriman? Wanted to know what's up with the Crush timeout usage. I personally think it's a situation where most Madden players don't really use all their timeouts every single game in the first half. So a lot of guys are content using them to spell their guys. They start to see them turn yellow, orange, get a little fatigued. Remember, we're playing with short rosters in salary cap. You're only carrying about 30-something players that actually see the field for you. And a lot of times the back end of your depth is terrible and they really shouldn't see the field. So you got to burn those timeouts.
Absolutely correct. And I think it's one of those that he would rather not give up a down in the first half when sometimes you take those timeouts in. Obviously, you got a full quarter to really dissect was it the right call or not. But, you know, the last thing you want to do is, you know what, I can't throw it to that player because of the ability of his effectiveness isn't going to be there in the traffic, or possibly a fumble. We've seen 2 fumbles that have been, you know, costly right now, you know. So in general, you know, sometimes you want to take the conservative approach in the first half, and they're kind of like gold in the second half. So you got to be a little bit more conscientious of that.
Good playmaker there. That's going to be Rashad Perriman across midfield down to the crushed 39-yard line. You made a really good point right there. I mean, obviously, when the 10 caps see the field, you just cannot afford it. Young Kiv had a one-on-one ball down the field to Golden Tate earlier. That probably is a touchdown with Julio Jones, but it wasn't because it was a 10-cap player.
Absolutely. That guy got the 4th receiver, came in at that point where he got subbed in. And, you know, sometimes you don't realize it right away, or if you do, it takes away. And as a defender, if I see Tate on the field, I'm probably not going to user that player very closely. I'm going to go to the guys where I think is going to hurt me more. And you don't want to put yourself at a disadvantage when that happens. Now, this is something I would love to see in Madden 20, that 20 yards scramble back, you know, hurt you. Obviously, threw it out of bounds. That's one thing. But, you know, that type of thing, hopefully, is going to be something that gets, you know, paid for a little bit more because of the way that icons go away, inaccuracies start happening, and all that type of stuff.
Let me ask you this. What if they really started to put in throwaway penalties? Like if you're like 20 yards plus behind the line of scrimmage and it's hard to get the ball back to the line of scrimmage, they start getting you some of those intentional groundings for not getting the ball back to the line of scrimmage.
Anything to me that does not allow you to bail yourself out with bad reads and prolonging the play, as long as it's within the NFL rules. If it's saying that, you know what, I go back and I throw it away and it doesn't hit the line of scrimmage, there's no eligible receivers, or, you know, I'm not outside the pocket. Right now, we don't have all the rules that line up. So I would love to see that, you know, because the worst thing in the world is you dial up the right blitz or you get the right person and you just keep on running backwards and backwards, and you know there's really not a whole lot of penalty behind it.
Totally agree. Looks like we're going to re-roll our Ultimate Legend giveaway on Kevin Mawai. Did not get claimed. If you guys want to be eligible, just be following the channel, active in the chat, and we'll see who that winner is. It's going to be UC Superman 09. You just won Kevin Mawai. Rockets will be in contact with you via your whispers. Make sure you guys claim that. If he doesn't claim it, we will re-roll until we get a winner. Again, guys, shout-outs to the 5,600 of you guys hanging out with us. Friday Night Football number 21. It has been an awesome night of football, sponsored by Grubhub. Again, guys, use that code TOUCHDOWN. $10 off your first order of $15 or more. They've been an amazing sponsor. Continue to support them because they support us.
I like to see Perriman here on the hitch if he does run it. Okay. On this play earlier in the game, he went to zone or corner, and if you see here, he flipped it. So on the left side, it's got that spot route. He's going to lowball this if he runs this play. It's the same thing he did to the opposite side earlier and score the touchdown. So watch Perriman on this play, see if he goes ahead and tries to run the same route combination.
So looking at that short side of the field here, nickel defense on the field for Crush. 2nd down and goal with no timeouts. You see Oreo doing a good job managing the clock. Wants to leave Crush with no time. It's going to be a delayed handoff.
Yep.
Touchdown. Mix it.
Yep. Love it. He played the clock there, knew that he had a timeout, that he had 2 plays, and he said, you know what, let me go ahead and run it. Obviously played the clock perfectly. So now he's going to go up 8. And as long as he doesn't do anything catastrophic on defense here, should be able to go into half that way.
8-point lead, 16 seconds. Oreo was on the receiving end of some terrible luck earlier in this first half. Down by 3, had a touchdown run with Julio Jones after the catch. Crossing the goal line, and the ball was stripped loose. It rolled out of the end zone for a touchback, giving Crush the ball with a 3-point lead. He would later score to take the 10-point lead, but ever since then, it's been a 21-3 run for Oreo. He's going to stay aggressive here at the tail end of the first half.
Oh, wow.
Pressure.
He's bringing that heat right now. I was a little questioning the squib kick. Obviously, you know, I'm not sure who he has as a kicker, but if you can kick it out of the end zone, why give him the extra 11 yards for 3 seconds? Obviously, that didn't matter in that situation. He sent the heat and said, you know what, I'm not allowing you to throw it. Even if you do, you're going to have to take a check down. So played it well. You know, he definitely had a plan going into the end of the 16 seconds there, and gets himself into halftime up 8.
1/2 away from a $1,000 winner. Of course, guys, our second place contender does not go away without 50 rankings points. Those will go a long way towards the final few weeks of the summer series. And also, the final 8 competitors will all be back next week. So we're talking about names like D. Croft, Young Kiv, Skeeman. You're watching Crush right now. Some Serious. Pavin continues to pull in those points.
Yep.
Oreo, who you're watching right now, potentially looking to win his second championship. And also Prodigy will be back next week. Mixon, nice cutback by Oreo down the sideline.
Very impressed with this spread offense, how he's able to mix in the run. He's really keeping Crush, you know, basically honest with his pass rush, with being able to run this ball. And then he's also taking the checkdowns when he can. He's hitting that inside post. He's really calling a good game. You know, there's one thing about execution, but when you call a good game and it really puts your defender on its heels, you're kind of feeling that with Oreo right now, of the way he's playing and how he's kind of scheming his plays together.
And that flip trips offense is going to be another give. Cuts it back. Too much spin in there by Joe Mixon. He's going to go backwards. Only a loss of 1, though. 2nd down and 11 coming up.
Yeah, I expect him to go right back to the spread. That's what he's having the most success in. Let's see what he tries to do here.
Up by 8. Just stay moving forward if you're Oreo. That's got to be your mindset. Try to take that 2-possession lead back here against Crush. Jones in motion, going to be trips to the right.
It's like he wants to shoot that gap. Wonder if he's got a run play called. He did.
There's a delay handoff right here. Too much again right there. I think he had the gap there, that B gap, and he just doesn't trust it.
Yeah, it looked like he's trying to play to get into field goal range first, get the first down second with that call, you know, because of the way he's at the 38. Let's see if he does that again, or if he's going to basically take a safer throw here and make sure that he definitely gets up 2 scores.
3rd down and 10 here for Oreo. Going to flip Mixon around to the right side.
It's that left route, that spot route over there. Nope, he's changed it up.
Passed on the whip route.
He flipped it.
Passed on the table route. He had 3 receivers open on that play, but he's going to go back to Mixon late. He's going to pick up 10. I think he's still short.
He is short. What do you do?
I take 3. You've been playing great defense.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you can go ahead, call play, see what you like. If you like the run, take it. If not, you can back yourself up 3, still hit a 50-yarder, and it's not really any change of a kick. Takes 30 seconds off the clock. Check to see if he's in, you know, if he's, oh, he went ahead and kicked it.
Yeah, I think that's the move. You're on a 23-3 run against Crush. Now 24-3 run since that 10-0 lead. Just let your defense continue to carry you the rest of the way.
He definitely just didn't want to chance anything stupid. So take your points, go up 11, play good D. I mean, right now, that's what he's been getting home the last couple of drives as far as defensively. So if he can continue that pressure, just make Crush earn it down the field, take some clock off.
Win All Day says you definitely go for this. I mean, to each their own. I think when your defense is playing lights out like Oreo's has been, you don't want to let your offense be the reason you lose a game that your defense is completely dominating.
Yeah, once you kick that field goal, you can't lose on this possession type deal, right? So, you know, you got a lot more game. You're playing your odds that you're feeling good about the momentum of the game, and you're letting your defense, you know, kind of win it for you at that point, or at least hold them to make it more difficult and continue to let that clock go.
Has nothing to do with an inch or not, though, Win All Day. It has everything to do with possession units. You want to go up by more than 1 full scoring unit, and then you're putting him in a situation where he's playing captain checkdown. Everything's short. You're blitzing everybody. You haven't been really giving up the big play. Again, you see right there a drag. He picks up a gain of 4.
The risk to me is just not worth the reward, because even if you get the inches, and let's say it's a high percentage, that doesn't mean you're going to score a touchdown at that point. Why give yourself the opportunity to not get the 4th and only be up 1 score, you know, in that point? And if some people would take it every single time because they're confident in it. I just think that the smarter play is the one that Oreo is going to do, especially with the way the momentum of the game was going.
Bingo. Yeah, it looks like the majority of the chat agrees with us here. 4th down and 6. And this is exactly what we're talking about. You've got Crush immediately in 4th and 6, literally for the ball game at this point. He's going to go down the field.
Yeah,
That's in coverage.
Swat that.
And he rack-ags it.
My goodness.
That was over DRC. Yeah. I've got to go on Mutthead. I've got to go on Mutthead and see if there's a DRC that is more recent than the Halloween one. I cannot believe that throw. No, that is player spotlight DRC, 98 overall. That's a recent item.
Cow.
That makes it feel even worse, honestly.
Yeah, it does.
Over the middle, and here we go.
Oh. We're all playing the same game. So,
exactly.
You know what? One ag, to the next is going to be in Oreo's favor. It's just, he felt like he did almost everything right on that play and, wasn't able to get the animation while the offensive player did.
Goal line personnel here for Crush. QB sneak. Nice call right there. He caught him in the nickel. He's going to no huddle. He saw exactly what I saw right there, the mismatch. He's going to force Oreo to have to take a timeout or give up a touchdown right here. Great game management right there by Crush.
Absolutely. He saw it. He saw that they had the opening and, caught him while he was in the wrong D. Way to get aggressive. I like that he didn't chase the points either. This is anybody's game at this point.
Exactly. And now if you're Oreo, you're in a spot where you can still answer and go back up by 2 scores. I mean, it shows why the 3 was so important right there.
Absolutely. Let's say he didn't get that fourth and inches. This game's different right now, 21-20, and you're kind of feeling a little bit more pressure that even a touchdown still doesn't really secure much for you going into the fourth quarter. It's just a one-possession game. So, obviously he's got to respond. The idea of when you hit the field goal is not to give up a touchdown on the next possession.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and I mean, he gave up the ball in traffic.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely. That ball gets swatted. He looks, he played the percentages right.
Can't predict, your 92 cap cornerback not playing a ball that he should play,
Yeah. At what point, I mean, you scratch your head and say, what am I paying my guy for?
Right.
I'm
going to go back to the Halloween version of him instead of this player spotlight version.
But, I mean, this inside zone, he's been mixing it at the right time. Crush hasn't had an answer yet. He's going to have to start getting a little bit more aggressive on either shooting gaps or putting more players there. It's a good thing. If he hikes this on the other side of the 30, he can take it into the fourth quarter.
That's exactly what he's going to do right there. And he breaks off that tackle. This Joe Mixon has been very, very good since he came out. That item came out several months ago at this point, and he still plays like one of the best running backs in MUT. Well, I mean, he is one of the best running backs in MUT, but certainly in salary cap. Can do it all for you, Joe Mixon.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the Dreeny back of the Madden Bowl, correct?
Yeah, I think that's the team MVP.
Yep. And at the time of the Madden Bowl, I think he was the cream of the crop, and obviously he's held value as you see people are still using him because of the way that he can make plays for you.
Yeah, he's got the juke, he's got the spin, he's got the stiff arm rating. Not very many people use the stiff arm, but watch out for that stiff arm in Madden 20.
That arm bar is serious.
But he also has 89 truck, but you can kim that up to 90. So he gets you tier 1 of basically every ball carrier move.
Yeah. You can't ask for too much more than that, especially, if you just want that do-it-all back without, look at that. I mean, just his agility in and out, that's beautiful.
4's up in the chat as we see Joe Mixon carving up the game on the ground for Oreo. 4 minutes and 46 seconds away from $1,000. See if Oreo can score here and go back up by 2, or if Crush can hold to a field goal, maybe even get a stop right here and potentially have a game-winning drive of his own.
Yeah, you kind of feel like he's setting him up for that post over the middle again, because he's going to have to shoot one of these gaps when it comes to the inside zone, because he hasn't really been able to stop it conventionally. And even when he gets, like he shot the gap the one time, he still was able to bounce off him for 4 or 5 yards. That's got to be very frustrating, because I'm sure you see the Wilsons of the world that's on his team. He doesn't have the tackling ability to handle a Mixon. So, you feel it. You feel that it's coming. Last time he was in flip trips, he ran the ball as well. So we'll see if that does that.
At what point does Crush have to force the issue? Maybe run blitz a little bit. Can't sit back in these rushes, these base rushes that you see right here. Smartly slides right there.
That was a good decision. Good decision. Don't force them to anything. Get yourself those yards.
3rd down and 3 coming up for Oreo. It would be a 53-yard kick from here. So that's edge of Dan Bailey territory. We've been talking about it all night long.
Absolutely. Does he go with the smash concept, 3rd and 3? Is he going to put somebody on the flat to the short side of the pyramid is what I want to see.
Back to pass.
Now he went with the whip.
He had nothing short outside the whip. He's going to playmaker up the field. Route bounce. He throws it back across the field. That's
And it's
intercepted by
picked.
Crush. Back the other way. Landon Collins. Cuts to the inside. Breaks the tackle. He's still on his feet. To the 45. And there it is. Life for Crush. That is one of the worst throws that you can make in Madden. Rolling all the way to one sideline and throwing it clear across the field to the other. That's more than a 60-yard throw.
That ball just hung up there forever. I believe he was right in the cusp of a field goal range, giving up points on a throw across the body. It's easier to critique it afterwards, right? When you're in the game, but that's just one that you just don't want to live by, especially in a 4th quarter of a 1-score game that you've got the ball in. Sometimes it's better to tuck it, take your points.
So now Oreo's going to need a stop right here. He's going to go to the 0 blitz right here. See if he can catch him off guard. It's going to be a base call. Nowhere to go for Fournette. Only the 3rd carry of the game there for Fournette. 1 yard average on his rushing attempts.
Definitely seems like Oreo's got more players to the ball carrier by stacking the box the way he is. So when Fournette's going, he may break that first tackle, but he's got cleanup tackles to really minimize where he's at right now.
You see that Crush is going to go ahead and flip the formation because you see that Oreo is getting so aggressive with the 8 guys in the box. He wants to leave guys open. You see right there, that's exactly what happens. Not fast enough to make those adjustments. But Oreo is rallying to the football and trying to pry it loose.
Absolutely. I like the aggressiveness of Oreo now, but now that we're inside the 20, I want you to I want to make you earn it and not leave all the stuff open. A sack's great, don't get me wrong, but it's not easy to always score inside the 20. So the more zones, the more people you put on there, don't give them a free one by hitting the one player that's open.
1st and 10 here for
again,
Crush. Over the middle. It's going to be held on to 1st down inside the 5 to the 3. Oreo used that first timeout. 1:55 to go in the ball game. So we will see Oreo with an opportunity to possess the football with plenty of time left. So this is shaking out to be a nice little 2 minutes left in this ball game.
Absolutely. We can't ask for anything better. It's going to be a 1-possession game, whether he scores here and you've got Oreo's opportunity to get into field goal range to put it into OT, or if he holds the door, he's got all 3 timeouts, which isn't going to happen here. He gets the walk in end zone.
Just as well, if you're going to give it up, you have your 2 timeouts in your pocket now.
Absolutely.
So the extra point will put him up by 3. And again, you go back to Oreo. Yes, things have not gone his way since he settled for the 3. But the 3 has this game manageable. Field goal goes to overtime. A touchdown wins the ball game.
Absolutely. It's totally different when you get into field goal range, knowing that it's field goal really ties it. Now you can go ahead and go for the gusto, basically. With this, if he was down 6, you play defense a little bit differently as Crush would do it because he knows that a touchdown has to win the game. So getting into field goal range is the first part. But yes, being able to kick that field goal gives him better options in this situation.
Back to pass for Oreo.
Wide
Nice. Over the middle. Julio. It's going to be a gain of 10, but not quite a first down. So it's going to be 9 and several inches.
Yeah.
140, 139 and ticking here on Oreo. Going to stay in this gun spread.
He still can run the ball.
4-man rush here. 3-3-5 going to step
Get
up
down.
in the pocket.
Yep.
Slides. First down for Lamar. Not going to burn that timeout yet. Plenty of time left. I like the patience here being displayed by Oreo. Just needs a field goal to tie and force overtime. Touchdown will win this ball game. Looked like aggressive pass rush right there from Crush. I wonder if Oreo saw that. They were hauling around the end right there.
Definitely did. He obviously hit this check down with the running back over the middle. he had 2 seam routes, and he had the running back. It was a 1-2 read, depending on what the user did, who he's going to bite on.
Oh, this looks like they're on aggressive. They are just peeling around those ends right now.
Took that dive, yeah.
Wonder if we'll see Oreo go to the hard count at any point, or if Crush is sneaking this on and off. Don't want to stay on it too long at this point. 5 yards is 5 yards closer to a field goal.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it looks like right there he snuck it off, and now he's going to go to the hitch.
Gets out of bounds.
He is doing a great job with the short game.
Yeah, absolutely. You see how he basically went up in the pocket, went ahead and made that user basically have to say, is he going to run, is he going to pass? He's doing great the way he goes up the field. Now he's in the driver's seat.
54 seconds, 3-man rush this time for Crush. Underneath, Mixon spins back over the middle, and he's going to hold on to it. Gain of 9. And now Crush is going to use a timeout. Interesting call right there. Do you like that call by Crush?
That one's tough because you know that his offense was getting tired. So, do you want to let him decompress at that? Obviously, he wanted to get his players and everybody in round.
Watch the man match on the solo receiver to the backside. That should be a drag. Yep, drag. And it wasn't man match because it was the drag. If it was a vertical route, you would have seen man-to-man coverage right there.
Need to go, get that vertical stem a little bit further up the field, that above 5 to 10 mark. That guy would have matched him, and he would have had that whole right side open.
2-by-2 set, Mixon in the backfield to the right of Lamar.
Run it, Lamar.
Scrambling up the middle. Oh, and it's going to be a fumble.
Wow.
And that's going to be a victory for Crush. $1,000. And you hate to see it end that way.
Oh, my goodness.
With a fumble. He dives instead of sliding, and that's going to be $1,000 for Crush. And most importantly, probably headed to our Summer Series finale.
Absolutely. I mean, there were some hard fumbles to swallow throughout this tournament. That one was on the dive.
He dove right that one's at least on the user.
That one wasn't. Yep, that was something that he was going for the first down. Didn't work out the way. Obviously, you probably would have slid and had that ability, but what a game. What a tournament.
Awesome tournament tonight. I mean, the names that were in this field tonight, probably the best that we've ever had in Friday Night Football. It just goes to show what we are building here week after week with you guys in the chat, with these great players that are spending their summer. Like I said at the beginning of the broadcast, they could be out there on the cruise ships. They could be out there on the beach. Clef won his tournament last week, so he's going to enjoy a couple weeks off. They could all be doing this, but instead they're coming and growing this community every single Friday night. You guys in the chat as well, supporting us, Grubhub supporting us. This is just the beginning of something great. We've got 2 more weeks of our summer series coming up. So I'm really excited to see how this shakes out. We're going to see Crush with probably getting a seat, joining Clef and Pavin. We're still going to find out who that wild card player is because we haven't had a winner of 2 of these yet in the 5 weeks. It's going to get really sweaty over the next 2 weeks.
That's absolutely what I'm looking forward to right now. I mean, you saw how great tonight was as far as the matchups go. It's going to continue to go that, and every game's going to matter even more each week. So this week definitely mattered. Next week is really going to matter because if you don't top 8 next week, your ability to get points is done. So those first 2 rounds, you're going to want to key in right away. Don't come late next week. Come for those first 2 rounds because those are going to be even more important than a lot of what we see here, because if you're not in the top 6 when you get eliminated in that first round, you're eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, you want anything bigger than a storyline of this? Young Drini's season might end in the first round next week.
It's possible. He's playing for life, right? Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many guys that are just fighting for their last spot. Or that not only is it the end of their Madden 19 season, but $10,000 to start 20. I mean, what better way to kick it off than August 10th with us at we're going to disclose the location when that's final.
Yep.
But it's going to be a great time. And I mean, we're just going straight headstrong into Madden 20. Again, guys, I don't want to draw on too long, but we appreciate everybody coming out. We got a big Kahuna giveaway. We've given away so many cards tonight. We're going to do one more giveaway. Looking for the Twitter giveaway. So again, guys, you guys are one of 5,000 in the chat right now. Your odds are 1 in 5,000. On Twitter, you're going to be one of about 100. So your odds increase if you guys are willing to participate. All we need you to do is go on Twitter. You guys are going to go to @crush_sports, and you're going to tell him congratulations on winning Mutthead.com Friday Night Football number 21, sponsored by Grubhub. Make sure you tag Mutthead. We will choose one of you, and you will win all of the cards that we gave away tonight. I believe that was 3 of the positional hero items.
Dick LeBeau.
And then Dick LeBeau, Kevin Mawai, all the stuff that we had tonight will be given away. So again, guys, we appreciate you guys coming by the stream as always. This is just a blessing that we can do this here in the summer and on into 20. And we hope that we'll see you guys again next week. And Cap, thank you so much for coming out, man.
Man, this was a blast, man. I really had a good time. You know, being from the backside of the production to be able to be front, be able to be involved with everybody has been amazing. I mean, just the storyline of this tournament was great. Crush it was 0-3 coming into this tournament, and he just won Friday Night Football and pretty much sealed himself a spot, you know, barring the unusual, scenario of being able to be part of the top 6. That's why you tune in, because what you hadn't seen, you know, as far as a storyline all the way to this, great run, great, job by him. Make sure you congratulate him on Twitter.
Absolutely.
But a blast. Thanks so much, guys, for staying throughout the entire thing. Support Grubhub. They support us.
Absolutely.
Just a great night overall. Thanks, guys.
So that's going to do it for tonight. I'm going to go ahead and keep it short for Zan, or for Ant Cap. This is Zan. It's a long night for all of us. It's been a great night. Until next week, get in the lab and good luck.
Burgers, donuts, Niçoise salad.
Delivering from over 95,000 restaurants nationwide. If you want it all, you can get it all. Grubhub, restaurants you love delivered.
Hello everybody and welcome to a quick 1-minute walkthrough sponsored by Playbook.gg. To learn more about today's play and how it fits into an entire game plan, make sure to visit Playbook.gg and check out Stiff's run and gun offense today. Today's play comes from the gun tight flex formation, and the play itself is called wide receiver cross. This play will beat all zone coverages, but specifically we're going to look at it against cover 2. The setup is very simple. All you need to do is put X on a fade. This will run off that deep safety and let the red route with Moncrief here get wide open. So I'm going to snap the football. All you have to do is buy time in the pocket, wait for B to get wide open. You can catch it over here on the sideline for a huge gain. If you like today's setup and you want to learn more about it, make sure to visit Playbook.gg and check out Stiff's run and gun offense right now.